but could not completely wash away the guilt. He was responsible for negligence, and the construction continued and some huge stone was being raised from below. The big hamster worked and made every effort to lift it up. The young man stood nearby, thinking that every time the queen calls him to help in the construction, he must obey. Of course, he is grateful for this, but what to do with time, which he already has little. Finally, the hamster held in his hands the object he was hunting for. The same status window appeared, where it was written that 12 parts of Toranga, a key material, bonus points awarded for achievements in excavations of legendary historical materials were added. The young man looked at the screen and was very surprised when he saw that he was awarded a bonus of 2,000 points. And then he realized that now the current balance was 4655. He began to rejoice, thought that this was cool. Now at any critical moment you can use freezing. Then he imagined the queen and thought that now that the queen was freed from the curse, he hoped that fate would change, since one catastrophe had already been avoided. But of course everything could not be so simple, because in the number of lives he saved, it was still -1. In general, everything was fine while everyone was alive. So the brown-haired man smiled and thought that finally he felt closer and closer to the solution. After some time, he came to the queen, who said that this was a very unpleasant man. She lowered her head and asked if the guy was leaving because he had finished work. The main character bowed and replied that he wanted to apologize for his tactlessness, but he could no longer postpone one very important matter. The girl simply remained silent in response. Then she scratched her nose and asked what was more important than taking a break and staying with her. The guy did not raise his eyes and simply answered that it was so. Then the queen thought about it. Then she smiled and thought that it hurt her. But nevertheless, she agreed and let him go. Sladova smiled and added that she would wait for him back. Now the main character was embarrassed and even blushed. And then he thought about this strange feeling in his heart. Probably the winter ass makes him feel strange. Only the ass called him an idiot and said that this man really does not understand what is happening. After some time, the guys were flying over the sea on their dragon, and in his paws were stones that were taken out of the tunnels. They were immediately thrown there, and the stones landed in the water with a crash. The guy looked at this and decided that now everything is ready. If he goes down here, he can get neatly into the kingdom of mermaids. Then he turned around and turned to his friend, asked if he said goodbye to his girlfriend properly, and to the answer, well, it seems he said really did not talk anymore. Xavier lowered his eyes and asked what could have been talked about at all. He was worried that he was eager to introduce him to her. The brown-haired man answered that his friend was pretending not to be interested. Then he raised his fingers and said that he was an expert in love affairs. He only had to look once and everything was clear to him. He was just a real pro in this matter. The blue ass inside got angry from these words and shouted that he didn't understand. He didn't understand anything. He was a complete moron. But his comrade simply remained silent in response to this. Then he remembered how the girl told him that one day, when his work was completed, she could become a real archmage. Then she smiled and promised to confess her love to him. The young man scrolled through all these thoughts in his head, and then the blush on his cheeks became even brighter. The main character saw this and began to be indignant, asking what happened. Did he really say something saccharine? How angry. And the blonde turned and said that it sounded as if he was just supporting him, and in response he heard that they were just jealous. It was sickening to look at him. Then Xavier exhaled and said that they needed to finish. What was their next destination? The brown-haired man leaned back and answered that they were heading to the southern steppe for another key ingredient. And when the servant asked if they were talking about the steppes, then they needed local flame, he said that was true. Then he imagined centaurs and thought about a gang of steppe murderers. He also imagined huge concrete blocks and thought that after the Great Interracial War, the second key ingredient was in their hands. They needed to find it and get information about it. After some time, they were both already in those fields. The servant turned and said that it seemed that the area was too vast to explore on foot. The young man turned and said that it was impossible here on a dragon. Then he smiled and added that they would soon find them themselves. And then a huge column of smoke appeared behind him. Everything around was shaking. Silhouettes began to appear. The question immediately came up, who are these people? Centaurs ran up to them and shouted, how dare these people invade their territory, given that they knew who they were. The protagonist looked at him with disdain and thought that these centaurs were a little different from his imagination. Could this really be an adaptation of the novel? A moment later, they were already surrounded. The guy raised his hand and said that before introducing himself, he would like to ask about these sound effects. But the man interrupted him and asked again, what are you talking about? Could it really be about their battle cry? These people do the same thing when they get together to raise their spirits. The young man tensed up even more and thought that this was complete nonsense in this adaptation. Then he bowed down and said that he came to this land to meet the wisest centaur and ask him a question. In response, he heard that he really thought he was worthy of meeting the leader. Why would he talk to a two-legged person? At that moment, the brown-haired man smiled and said, "What is the difference between two-legged and four-legged?" He raised his head and added that he bets faster than them. Isn't that enough to meet the leader? The centaurs heard this and were very surprised. Then they began to shout that the man had challenged the captain of the guard. He went down to him and said that he would tell him the rules. The test subject determines the finish point. The winner is the one who comes first. The young man agreed and said that he knew their traditions well too. Then a servant came up to him and asked if he wanted him to participate instead, but the young man refused and said that as in the kingdom of the mermaids, if he couldn't cope on his own, he would be in trouble, and if his master won, he would get the laurels. The blonde was surprised and said that it would be difficult. He heard that the speed of a running centaur was comparable to the speed of a sword master. Lloyd grinned and said that only a running one. Then he looked at him sarcastically and explained that he was not going to run. Then he raised his hand and said that the finish line would be at that stone block 200 meters away. And the centaur began to shout again that he would make him feel the worthlessness of their kind. Finally, they created a running field for them and ordered them to get ready. Then they fired slingshots as a finishing sound. And the centaur took off, and the main character was far behind. His servant watched all this and thought that in this situation he could only win with some kind of trick, and immediately noticed how the gentleman took out his shovel. At that moment, it all dawned on him. The guy turned his back to the tower and activated the explosion. And then, thanks to the blast wave, he flew towards the finish line at incredible speed. And how was he able to overtake his opponent? True, the blow was so strong that even his back damaged this tower. And then he rolled down, and in an instant fell to the ground. The centaur saw this and did not understand what happened. The others also changed their faces abruptly. Finally, the brown-haired man began to come to his senses and tried to get up. Then he looked at him with wild eyes and began to laugh, asked who was faster here. All those watching could not even say anything, because it was simply an incredible speed of light. Lloyd continued to laugh and said that since he won, he should take him to the leader, and the centaur was horrified and refused him. Then the young man got angry and asked why. He answered in an offended voice that it was because the main character cheated. In the race you need to win by running. The guy listened to this and started shouting back that this is their high-speed tradition, and he is an exception, like a stick, shoots once a year. The rival tried to answer something, but thought only that this person is very scary, and then someone from the country addressed him. A female centaur came up to them and said, "Is the head of the guard really scared of the ugliness and is publishing back?" Then the brunette pulled the straw out of her mouth and said that the fastest gets everything. This is their tradition. Is there even one word here? Mileage. The centaur listened to this and offendedly lowered his eyes, and the girl in the meantime turned to the main character. She turned around and ordered to follow her, decided to take him to the leader independently. At first, the young man did not understand anything. Then he grabbed his head and thought that now he understands everything. That's how everything turned out here. After all, he won. And together with his servant, everyone went after her. Xavier turned around and said that it looked like his master was in a good mood. In response, he heard how to say, "It looks like he has already conquered this city," something like that. Then he looked at his companion and said that centaur women like fast men, so much so that if they have 2 or more suitors, they choose the fastest one. He literally beamed with joy, said that she had already fallen for him. The comrade turned around and replied that such a thing simply could not exist. While the main character was trying to explain to him, "Was I really jealous? Then it was worth it." Because he had always been so proud of his appearance, he got a hoof right in the stomach. And from the blow he flew back several meters. The woman turned around and said that no matter how fast he was, his face was quite sweet. It seems that at that moment the guy practically did not hear her because he was knocked out. A servant came up to him and said that it was worth looking at. It looks like she still does not like it. The brown-haired man looked at him and asked how he understood everything at once. Xavier looked him in the eyes and replied that he had seen enough female glances directed at him before, so he knew what he was talking about. Lloyd listened to all this and simply remained silent. Then the brunette continued to lead them forward and said that she was already tired of this. The damn speed irritates her. She lowered her head and said that there must be something else besides her. The guys did not understand what they were talking about. Well, just at that moment they approached the camp. The largest tent in the distance was the chieftain's dwelling. The girl turned around and said that the chieftain was her father. This news surprised them even more. A couple of minutes later, they finally found themselves inside the tent. There they were greeted by a huge tattooed centaur, who said that he was glad to meet him, especially since this is a fast person whom his daughter recognized. All this time, the main character was actively looking at him. The old man could not stand it and asked what he was staring at. Here is the answer he heard: that nothing. I just wonder what kind of adaptation style this is. Then he bowed his head and said that he was a man named Lloyd. He had come all this way in search of the topo, a step that was once part of enro, a treasure trove of truth, if he knew anything about it. The man interrupted him and said that it was a good thing. Then he raised his head and looked at him very surprised. Then he asked if he could give it to him. In response, he heard that the guy was both lightning fast and shameless. Then he lowered his head and added that, frankly speaking, this thing was completely useless, but their tradition was to protect it. You can't just take it and give it away. The main character looked at him and thought that I didn't expect it to be so easy. His daughter intervened in the conversation, asking why follow some idiotic traditions. This was their dear guest from distant lands, why not just give it away? And the father raised his hand and said that his daughter was talking about kindness and progress again. It would be better to go away and run. Relieve tension, the young man then noted that there were clearly problems with the tribe itself and with the upbringing of generations. And the brunette turned around and asked her father if he knew about the legend of a man with the speed of light. Perhaps this was the man from that very legend. The young man turned around and said that he had heard about it, so it was not a joke. What kind of man is a Flash? He had heard that this is their legend. One day a man will come from distant lands, possessing crazy speed. She looked into his eyes and added that this man will be able to solve the problem of the centaur's speed limit. Her father also thought about it and said that if this was really a man from a legend, if, for example, he could solve the problem of their speed, because of which they had not set new records for a long time, then he would gladly give him this thing. The guy heard this and thought about how he could increase his speed, because these guys were already fast. In another place, in some ruins, it was deep night. It seemed that there was no life there, but only underground was an altar, and a huge vat in which the hand of a dead enemy was floating. Suddenly, the hand began to move, and then the regeneration process began. Finally, a body appeared, which was literally restored thanks to the hand. The guy fell to the floor. He lowered his head and tried to breathe. He still had no strength, but he managed to resurrect and mentally cursed his enemy. Then the brunette began to scream and blood poured from his mouth. And then he fell again and thought that again it was not a failure. The most ancient black magic did not help and did not work on him. This sorcerer was upset and thought that he even had to resort to resurrection and become a ghoul. What else could he do? There was despair in his eyes and in his head that he had to do everything in his power. And suddenly he heard that these pathetic attempts were pointless. Hadn't they warned about this from the very beginning? Then a silhouette of a man appeared in the flame, who said that all that needed to be done was to summon him to this world. A man in glasses appeared in front of the young man, who said that he would kill this man himself. And then he added that for this purpose the Targa Castle gave him an order to help study the forgotten ancient black magic. The brunette was listening to him attentively at that moment. A strange silhouette began to acquire a physical body and said that he understood what he himself wanted to do together, but he realized that the enemy was not that strong. When he heard this, he lowered his head and became very angry. The man in glasses saw all this and continued to say that if he came to their world, everything would become much better, but according to the rules of this universe, he could not physically cross the border of hell. Then he returned to the flames again and said that he needed to do him a favor, collect the necessary ingredients and summon him, and then he would be able to take his revenge. The brunette listened to all this and became even more angry, and the man began to smile and promised that if he put this chain on his soul, it would make him a slave forever and ever. The villain still listened to him and said nothing. Then he lowered his head and swore to the king of hell that he would summon him to this world. The guys then sat inside the dome and reasoned. The main character lowered his head and said that he had no idea what to do. He could force Xavier to train them and thus increase their speed. He replied that he didn't know that he wouldn't do it anyway. Centaurs want to become faster just by running. He looked at him and added that it was doubtful whether their acceleration would really be useful. Then he looked around and added as he saw they had a lot of wounded, both adults and children, who became victims of speed racing. The young man thought that if you think about it like this, yesterday the girl said that even if a minor dispute arises, a race is appointed, especially if they choose a bride among the women, centaurs, they just close their eyes and run as fast as they can. This is a terrible sight, literally a real house. And he also remembered the brunette's words about the speed devil, and that's not all. Then he thought that the legendary man with the speed of light should solve the problem of the centaur's speed, decide how to solve it. For some time the guy thought about how to make them faster. In the meantime, someone on the street called the brunette. Another centaur approached her and asked if she would just accept his proposal of marriage. The brunette turned away and did not answer, and the man said that he was pretending again that she did not like him. Then he made a nasty face and said that he was the champion of the centaur tribe. All women can't live without him. It's impossible that they don't love him, right? Then he grabbed her hand and added that she should stop pretending to be innocent and go on a date with him. The girl immediately kicked him with her hooves and shouted that she had already told him not to touch her. Then she came closer and asked why people like him who only believe in SCO are the most annoying of all. The man looked up and asked what else is needed besides speed. Even her father recognized him. Why is the only one not giving up? Then he grabbed her hands again and started shouting, does he really think that they will leave her alone if they find out how he behaves? Offers her to marry the next head. But someone put a hand on his shoulder. It was a young man with a strange hairstyle who told him to stop because he knows that she does not like it. The girl froze and recognized this man, and the man turned around and just started laughing in his face. Everyone around him started discussing that this sloth was getting into places he shouldn't again. He just couldn't get enough of it. And the blonde guy got as close to him as possible and asked again, hadn't he heard? Or didn't he get it? Had he broken him 8 times already? Didn't he know that sloths weren't allowed to speak? Then he pointed at the girl and told her to look at her. Even the gentleman refused to take his side. The young man simply remained silent in response. He heard how they were making fun of him and offering to look at this man, the only one who always loses to everyone. And then the main character realized something. He got angry and thought that he didn't like centaurs either. That same evening, a girl found Schumacher nearby. She came closer and said that she was very sorry. Then she lowered her head and added that if she had sided with him, the others would have had another competition. Suddenly, the guy turned to her and also apologized. Then he turned his head to the side and said that it was his fault because he was incapable of anything, so he couldn't even get approval from her father. The brunette came closer and started shouting that he knew it, and asked again why he was suddenly slower, the fastest. There was no one in the world faster than him. And Schumacher lowered his head and replied that he had never won a single match. The girl got even more angry from these words and started shouting that she didn't care about such things. She would marry him anyway. Why did she need her father's approval? Because she liked this man. And the guy just lowered his head and said that he didn't want it. Then tears started to roll down the brunette's eyes. Schumacher came even closer and added that no one would bless their marriage when he always lost, although he really didn't hate this guy and admitted that he was very fast. The chieftain's daughter had been listening to him attentively all this time. Then she saw how her beloved simply turned around and left. Finally, the guy said that his opponent was a real centaur, someone to be proud of, just as he was proud of himself. The brunette couldn't even respond to that. Then she just covered her face with her eyes and started crying. Suddenly, someone appeared behind her and asked what was going on. It was the main character, who smiled sarcastically and asked if he could listen. And when the guys were walking across the field, Sharon said that her lover was really fast, and she heard in response that it was so in the overwhelming majority. Then she turned around and asked how he knew, since she had never seen him, and the guy smiled and said that it seemed to him because he looked fast and he thought that the setting of this place might not have appeared in the novel. But it seemed that they pulled it out of the author's head of the Iron Knight. He imagined the car and thought that it was clearly not for nothing that they named it Schumacher. Sharon then lowered her eyes and said that it didn't matter how fast he was. Personal records didn't matter to anyone. If he couldn't win the match, then how big the difference was didn't matter. And Shat came up to her and said that since he was not using his power correctly in the match, he was probably nervous. But that was not the case. The same thing happened a few months ago as today. Memories immediately appeared in her head that the competition had taken place then. Everyone was shouted to get ready, and according to tradition, the two had an impromptu duel. As soon as they fired the slingshot, they ordered to move forward, and now a second later a child came out. The young man noticed him. Because of this, she had to suddenly start braking. In order not to knock down the baby, he flew to the side, and because of this he fell hard. When Sharon saw this, she was very scared. But the blonde continued to run and did not stop. Now the girl was walking across the field and said that her beloved was injured then, and the child was injured even more seriously. It is always like that. Then she looked up and said that the young man was very kind compared to winning the match and the wedding, and with her, for him it is more important that no one around him gets hurt. Lloyd looked at her and asked if so many people were injured, is there no one to solve this? Centaurs who have no one to compete with can't arrange some kind of rebellion. Here's what he heard, that this is not so. Centaurs live under tradition, follow them unconditionally. Then the girl got even angrier and asked what kind of tradition this is, an outdated habit. The guy smiled and said that there was no need to worry too much. However, there had to be a reason to save her, and she turned around and shouted that strangers might know what could be the reason for something like that. The main character grinned and replied that he did, and that they were all brainless idiots. Sharon just fell silent and immediately received a question. Did he really read her thoughts? The brown-haired man came even closer and apologized, asked what her speed rating was. The girl answered that I was second place, her dad was in first place, but when he retired, that jock found his way. This made him think, so besides first place, everyone should listen to her, right? The brunette did not yet understand what this conversation was about, but said that it was so. It depended on many things. Even if he orders to forbid running, if the blonde or dad object, nothing will work. And then Lloyd came closer and asked her a favor, just to gather the nephews together. He frowned and added that he could eradicate bad habits and make her lover the strongest champion of his race. The next day came. Lloyd was sitting on a stump near the tent. A servant came up to him and asked what was going on, and the young man replied that he was waiting for the first hero of the picture. Suddenly, something appeared from the side. One of the members of the settlement was walking there. The guy licked his lips and said that he should come closer. Then he got up, and went towards this centaur. A moment later, something strange happened. The main characters intended to push him with his shoulder and immediately received the question what was going on. After that, with an imperturbable face, he turned and looked at the centaur, and when he turned away, he got so angry that he could not contain his emotions, and immediately shouted, "Where did this guy go? If I lose to him, he will get 300 kicks in the back." And then he came closer and heard the young man shouting how a person could compete with a centaur. He replied that there was no such prohibition in traditions, so a duel could be held. Everyone around supported this idea, and the main character smiled sarcastically. Then he bowed his head and said that how could one ignore traditions? It was unthinkable. They had to be followed. The centaur replied that the opponent, called on the muzzle, chooses the finish point. Therefore, the guy raised his hand and pointed to the tree at the top, suggested moving along that route through the entire settlement, and received an affirmative answer. Sharon at that moment stood aside and did not understand what the young man was doing. Then she remembered his smile and his request that before gathering all the candidates in one place, it was necessary to prepare the ground. This would become a catalyst for their victory. She still did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the centaur looked up and said that the climb would be too great for him. Lloyd covered his face with his hand and said that in principle, if you think about it, then this is right, he can choose someone else. Then he looked him straight in the eye and said that there was one problem. According to tradition, you can't change the rules in the middle of a duel. The centaur agreed with him, although he was unhappy, and finally they fired a slingshot and announced the start of the competition. The guys immediately jumped up. The main character was on his hamster. Everyone around supported their fellow tribesmen, although the guys were walking nose to nose. A narrow road awaited him ahead, and whoever got there first would most likely win. And then the centaur saw how the hamster overtook him. Suddenly something terrible happens. The rivals collide with each other and fly apart in different directions. And the young man also flew off the hamster to the side. As luck would have it, he was thrown right into the injured child. The boy saw this and understood that there was nowhere to run. A second later, the main character's body landed down. Everyone around tensed up, began to discuss that they had a draw because both were eliminated. Xavier was surprised at this point and thought that his master had tried to change something by winning the race, but lost. How so? Meanwhile, the rest of the villagers were trying to bring the baby to his senses and asking what was going on, that he needed to come to his senses. The main character was lying unconscious on the ground. Night had fallen. The boy was still shaking and couldn't even hold a spoon properly. His mother looked at him with tears in her eyes and said that he had been in this state since the morning. Then she hugged the baby and asked what the traditions were like when their child was suffering. Her husband immediately interrupted her, ordering her not to talk nonsense that had happened to everyone. And the woman turned around and asked if she couldn't see that his child was shaking and crying. Of course, that it wasn't him who had suffered. The man simply remained silent in response, and the baby was still crying and shaking. And because of this, the centaur got angry, but lowered his head and said that nothing could be done. That was the tradition. At that moment, Lloyd was watching their dialogue from the street, and he clearly liked what he heard. Then the guy turned around and left there. Finally, morning came. Everyone gathered in the square, where they began to discuss why they were gathered there, what happened. A sign hung over their heads, everyone's speed, isn't it unique? A man is a flash. Suddenly after that, a young man appeared there, who shouted that everyone who came was asked to sit down. A flash would explain everything. Among this crowd was also the beloved princess, who listened that yesterday's match showed not speed, no, some kind of nonsense. We must pretend that they listened attentively and go. That's what the other residents were discussing. And the main character was still crucifying himself in front of them and saying that one can think how a person like him can talk about speed, because it's absurd. Then he raised his hand and said that there is still something. He looked them straight in the eyes and said that these guys are actually absurd. They are all brainless maniacs, runners. The villagers listened in horror, that everyone is just narrow-minded. Lloyd also came closer and asked what are the consequences of maintaining their stupid tradition. Wounded, countless destruction, material damage, is this not a stain on the reputation of the nation? He looked around and said that yesterday he also participated in a duel. There would be no choice. It is a tribute to tradition. He was forced to run, and then, with tears in his eyes, the young man said that one child, as a result of an accident, received an injury that he will remember for the rest of his life. Then he looked at this poor kid and said that this is far from the first such case. Among all of them there is at least one centaur who was injured, but everyone has come to terms with it and lives for the sake of speed, for the sake of tradition. The boy's mother also listened attentively as the other centaurs shouted what a stranger could do. No one complained, and he had to leave. Then she couldn't stand it any longer and started shouting that she had a lot of complaints and that everyone living there was just savage. Then she asked what they had done to her child, to her boy. At that time, Lloyd stood on the stage and listened as they pounced on the woman and called her crazy, offered to banish her and asked what they had been protecting for 10,000 years. Her husband immediately intervened and shouted, "Honestly, that's right, everyone living there is savage. Are you really sure that everything is okay, that they really have nothing to complain about?" Another mother of the baby joined the discussion and started shouting that she would say honestly. She had enough, her child's hand still hadn't grown. In response, she heard that this was all in the order of things and normal. Meanwhile, the kid was still shaking with pain and fear, while people around were shouting that someone was also tired of this. Their mother was hurt. Such traditions must be stopped. How can you even show them and be proud of them? Shouts of what to do with the leg. Someone remained lame and for life, down with such traditions. Against the superiority of speed, the kid raised his head and noticed something. The main character was standing above him and showing him a thumbs up. The little centaur immediately began to smile sarcastically and showed him a thumbs up in response. And the adults around were shouting that a new era must be started and such ridiculous traditions must be thrown into the fire. Xavier was generally shocked and did not understand whether this was really Lloyd's doing. The thing is that the young man met this child shortly before the incident, handed him money and said that he needed to play something and earn a little, though in response he heard that his price tag would be more expensive. And then his time came to enter the arena. The arguments between the centaurs began. The shouting continued for some time. The inhabitants proposed to ban the running competitions. Someone shouted that this should not be done, and proposed to expel all these malcontents, called them traitors to the tribe and proposed to destroy the tribe of bandits. And Lloyd just sat on a chair and watched all this. The centaurs raged, shouted that it was necessary to execute those who deny the spirit of the tribe. Execute, they were ultra-conservative. Others shouted that they did not need such a tribe, it was necessary to disband the tribe. This was already an extremely progressive wave. And the main character himself, who listened to all this, was Agrippa. At that moment, a brunette turned to him and shouted that she did not understand what all this was for, let him just look at what he had done. The young man turned around in response and asked why he was blaming him. He simply said that the competitions are dangerous. No. And then it dawned on the princess that there was nothing to answer to this. Xavier stood aside and thought that his master had started all this. Suddenly, someone appeared and asked why it was so noisy. Everyone turned their attention to him. The brown-haired man stood up and thought that the moment had finally come. The chief of the tribe appeared in front of them. He looked into his eyes and thought that the boss had arrived. And the old man came closer and told him that he had promised to solve the problem of their tribe's speed. What was he doing now? The young man bowed and said that he was in the process of implementing it. But the opinions of the villagers did not coincide, and therefore they were going through difficult times. The chief listened attentively as he said that one side wanted to run randomly at any time and in any place, and the other side wanted to get rid of this tradition. The guy also grabbed his chin and said that he had thought about it carefully, wondering what he should do. Then he raised his hand and said that firstly, it was necessary to establish speed rules, ban fast sprinting and impromptu competitions in the village. The residents reacted negatively, started shouting that they shouldn't be made fun of, better get lost, how can you judge so biasedly, who is this anyway that you can even find out here? Well, the guy continued and raised 2 fingers. Secondly, he smiled and said that it is necessary to build a very large stadium for running competitions, all the matches will be held there. Here the old man was already thinking when he heard that it was only worth thinking about, a place without any obstacles, a site only for running competitions. The brown-haired man turned around and said something interesting. He looked at Schumacher and said that suddenly someone thanks to this environment will be able to set a new unprecedented record. At that very second, the chieftain's daughter finally understood the essence of what was happening. And he looked at this centaur and also seemed to have guessed. Then the main character smiled and said that in this case the damage from the collision would disappear, but the record would be broken. Then he frowned and added that in this way the speed problem would be solved, and he thought that he would get what he needed. This time the inhabitants began to rejoice, shouting that everyone agreed that this was a great idea, and others began to shout that no tribe had a stadium. Suddenly the chief intervened, shouting that this was nonsense. He came closer and said that what allowed their centaur to survive until now was the running instinct, which instantly turned on in any situation. The man looked him in the eyes and said that the old tradition that saved them in the Great War once cannot be destroyed, it cannot be abandoned. And the guy looked at him in response and asked if the tribe now lives in times of war. The old man thought about it and said that this is Dania respect in history and ancestors. The inhabitants also reacted to these words. They began to shout that the chief is always right, only this must be changed, no more accidents, they must be prevented. And at that moment his daughter intervened, who shouted that even if dad is against it, it's okay, he will allow the construction of the stadium, and thanks to these words everyone began to support her. True, the leader supported the second part, which suggested that they go to their stadium and said that their tribe would be divided into 2 parts. The brunette thought about it and said that she simply could not do it. and the inhabitants continued to shout and ask the leader to kick him out. Others asked for permission to build a stadium. Someone else asked why listen to this guy at all. Then the man came up to him and said that thanks to him he could not turn back, asked if he was really going to finish the construction. The guy smiled in response and said that if he was allowed, he could start right away. Finally, the old man agreed. Then you looked him in the eyes and said that he was challenging him, a man with the speed of light. He frowned and explained that if he won, he would have to leave. And the main character smiled sarcastically and replied that if he won, he would build a stadium. Everyone supported this idea. Finally, the moment of the marathon came. The assistant looked at the gentleman and said that there would be no explosions. Riding a hamster was prohibited. He probably understood all the conditions. Did he really have any more tricks left? And the brown-haired man turned around and said that he would just run. Xavier tensed up and said that from what he had heard, his record was 380 victories. It seemed that he had no chance of winning. But the guy continued tucking in his shirt and said that in this game he would have to go through a checkpoint and return back. He was challenged, so he would choose the checkpoint himself. Then he presented a map of where the northern border of the kingdom was, this crazy distance there and back of 600 kilometers. Then he looked at the assistant and said that this is exactly why human patience would be an advantage here. The sun was high and blazing brightly at that moment. Everyone gathered in their old age and supported their leader while thinking that people were the weakest animals. When they announced that they needed to get ready, everyone took their positions. The young man imagined a monkey and a man, thought that he was really weaker than Champagne. He looked at everyone watching his future defeat. He imagined a hare and thought that it was hard to find an animal among mammals that was slower than a man. He also paid attention to his faithful assistant and realized that there was one but. Then he lowered his eyes, mentally prepared himself. And when he raised them, he thought that people were much more powerful than they thought. And then they fired a slingshot and announced the start. The centaur and the man took off, or rather, only the centaur took off. And the main character remained on the starting line. Everyone looked at him and did not understand what was happening. Then the guy slowly got up, and completely calmly, without straining, slowly ran forward. His run was even more like a fast walk. It seemed that the turtle would have overtaken him now. Of course, the residents began to laugh at this and shout what was happening. The match can be considered over. It is immediately obvious that the two-legged will lose. Complete crap. Lloyd didn't pay attention to it, thinking that it was true, such physically weak people. But how could they defeat other wild animals and develop civilization? The thief meanwhile was running as fast as he could. The young man imagined him and thought that of course, firstly because he was smart, and secondly there was something else. After some time, the old man began to slow down, and then he stopped completely, while the main character was still running. Thanks to the breathing technique and perseverance, he managed to keep up the pace, and all the way he thought that because of his stunning ability to run long distances he could conquer the whole world. Somewhere in the distance of the hills, heavy breathing was heard, and then the hero who was running appeared on the horizon. He had a red bandage on his head and he was breathing heavily, and he thought that he was not equal to the explosive power of four-legged muscular monsters. The guy ran with a light step and thought that by walking on two legs, he can save energy. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that he can also regulate body temperature thanks to sweat glands developed instead of fur. The hero remembered his adventures and thought that this means to visit hell and succeed in hunting, and such is the physical strength of the strongest predator on Earth. Teardrop and the message were watching this, and when the uniform looked back and asked why he was talking to himself and whether he caught the blow, to which the notification said that this was the base, and the hero was indignant and asked why this was happening in his head. The protagonist tried to catch his breath all in sweat and suddenly noticed something. He noticed a man behind a stone and thought that there was a champion with 380 victories. At first he ran too fast. Lloyd made a terrible face again and thought that this was a match in which he had calculated everything from the very beginning. But then for some reason he was taken aback. A brutal tattooed man in sunglasses looked at him. The hero began to approach him and thought that this was a little different from what he expected, and in his plans he should have looked tired now. The centaur scratched his head and said that this was as expected. A long distance is hard and their species is fast, but they also get tired quickly. Lloyd looked at him with distrust and he continued, saying that he also knew, so he suggested a long distance competition and admitted that it was very smart. And then he also made an unpleasant face and said that there was one but, and he did not take into account the regenerative ability of his body. The protagonist was very worried after hearing this. The half-man rushed forward at great speed and said that they would see each other soon. The aristocrat looked at him with a frown and thought that this was an old scoundrel and now he was in trouble. Lloyd continued to run, and it was already night, and he thought that he should not worry and go at his own pace to the end and a new breath would appear. But then something confused the hero again. On the hillock stood that centaur with a pipe again and put 2 fingers to his temple, and then from there he moved them in his direction. From the wild run through the forest, huge clouds of dust flew up that obscured the entire area. The protagonist ran the same way and meaningfully remained silent. He was wildly disappointed and he cursed in his head and thought that this would be his end, and also wondered if he should use the Energizer skill, run a little more and take advantage of the potential explosion. Then Lloyd shook his head and began to dissuade himself from this thought. He gathered his strength and began to run more actively, thinking that he could collapse right before the finish line, because this was a battle for endurance and pace. The sun was shining brightly, scorching the area. The protagonist ran in the heat and was completely dissatisfied. He ran to the northern border of the kingdom, where his opponent was already waiting for him. The centaur looked down on him and said that he wanted to look at his face, but he made him wait too long. He rushed past the running protagonist. He in turn slapped the door and was breathing heavily, and then he ran back with the same terrible face. He raised his head and thought that it made no difference whether it was a stadium or something else. There was no need to choose this method, and wondered how he could take the topo. The hero looked up and thought that he would steal it, because he did not have to solve their problems. But then he remembered the centaur standing in the field. The girl looked away and said that if the traditions of their people were a little different, and if they were born somewhere else, in another world, Shumao could have gone much further. He immediately imagined himself in his past life. The hero bit his lip and became more insistent. He raised his head up and quickly moved his legs, thinking about how unbearable it was. The guy tried to breathe evenly and repeated in his head the phrase that he needed to go to the end and open a new breath. The centaur sat down near a stone to rest. Confusion was visible in his eyes. At this time, the hero was running with all his might across the night expanses and shouting about new breath and that he needed to go all the way. He somehow managed to run past the half-man, who was just getting up from his knees. The four-legged one quickly rushed forward and thought that it was time to open a new breath. But then the old man suddenly ran out of strength. The hero was breathing heavily and was on the verge of death, trying to catch his breath. Dawn caught the horse ass. He was completely running out of strength to run. He moved his hooves one after another, but then he suddenly stumbled. The man slid on his side along the ground for a couple of meters. The blonde began to try to get up from the ground and catch his breath. The racer could not get up and said that now everything was not as before and his endurance had completely dropped. The old man looked down and said that it was as if he was exhausted. The centaur raised his head up. He looked away and stopped for a few seconds. On this field some time ago his daughter met a guy. She seemed incredibly happy. The man tried to get up, gathering his strength into a fist, and thought that he knew very well who she really loved, but he could not ignore tradition just because she was his daughter. Horse ass accelerated while the hero ran after him and thought that they should protect their spirit and thought that he would take a break. Lloyd ran up to him, all red and exhausted, and he thought that this had to be done while he was gone. The centaur screamed again at the top of his lungs like a car. He again began to rush at full speed, breaking away from his opponent, and thought that he would prove his abilities to everyone. His fellow tribesmen were waiting for him at the other end. The boy with the mohawk pointed his finger into the distance and said that they were there. Cherinin looked at what was happening with wild surprise. The guy standing next to her looked at it too. Their kinsman and the human were running on equal terms. The man in sunglasses gritted his teeth and tried to go all the way, but Lloyd was of the same opinion and was sweating all over. Behind all these half-human faces stood Xavier and kept a meaningful silence. Their leader was in front and everyone said that it should be so. The swordsman looked at it and thought that Kim had little mana. He continued to watch him suffer and thought that this man must have found a way to win, and his depleted mana was always restored with an explosion. And then the system suggested using the Energizer skill. But the hero had already gone crazy and was screaming all the time about new breath in the end. The messenger tried to call him, but it was useless. The Count's son ran as fast as he could and, sweating, screamed about breath in the end. Xavier looked at him in surprise and thought about new breath. The hero and the leader ran level and both did not want a dirty game. The protagonist opened his eyes and thought that it was so hard for him that he was ready to die and did not understand why this old man did not fall. The old man rushed forward and his back was visible. Hooves moved one after another, but suddenly he began to fall sharply. The hero ran ahead of him, but the leader jumped up again and ran with all fours. The protagonist tried to catch his breath, drenched in sweat, and in his head ordered him to fall. The old man clenched his teeth and thought that he would definitely win. Lloyd's leg went forward a little, hanging, and then it seemed to plunge into a deep puddle. He found himself completely underwater and could not move. The guy opened his eyes wide and thought that it was hard for him and did not understand where he was now. The designer watched the running old man from his water shell. At that moment he realized that this was his limit, and then he remembered his next dinner with meat and saw blood on his plate. He looked at his hand in his native world and saw blood there. His nose was actively dripping, and he was surprised, and his friend smiled broadly and called him a scoundrel, asked if he had any stamina besides money. Then the fair-haired man came closer and wiped his nose with a handkerchief, suggesting that he throw his head back, otherwise he would die from bleeding, then he would not be able to get a day's earnings, to which he suggested stopping there. Then his friend leaned back in his chair, and Kim apologized for the fact that during the treat, his nose started bleeding. Then the fair-haired man thought about it and meaningfully remained silent. Then he put his hand on the table with his elbow and said that he was interested from the very beginning, but it seemed to him that he was not balanced. The blonde moved his hand away and said that his grades were high, his head worked, and he had an insane willpower, and looking at him, he saw that he really had high self-esteem. Kim wiped his nose with a handkerchief, and he continued and said that he was strangely depressed every day. He looked away and said that it was like a person who came from another world and still can't adapt. The hero wiped his nose with a handkerchief, and he continued, saying that there are many such manhwas or anime in another world. A guy becomes the main character and a great person. But when he comes to another world, even the air is heavy, noisy, etc., to which Kim said with a smile that he had been quiet since childhood. But he only looked at him incredulously, pouring water on the handkerchief. And then he brought it to the protagonist's face and said that he would not be able to buy him meat now. He looked ahead with a wild face and said that his mom and dad were caught cheating a politician and the trial was in full swing, but they would be found guilty. Kim listened and watched attentively, and he continued and said that in a few days they would be penniless. The blonde still had a wild face and pointed at himself and said that his parents had the same face since he was a child and he was a born loser. And then he leaned back in his chair with a smile and said that from now on he had no money to buy anything at all, and he believed that he had no reason to see him anymore. To which he said that besides, he had no friends anymore and that he had done a lot for him. But his friend just smiled and said that friends are just a give and take, and then asked what he could learn by sticking to him. And then he scared the hero, asked him if he knew why he followed him, and said that the dark-haired man was very cool. Sitting at the table, the blonde reasoned and said that he lived in terrible and harsh conditions, but never gave up, and since he was a child from a rich family, he always got everything he wanted, and therefore knows that if he found himself in such a situation, he would immediately be left behind. The blonde with a softer smile leaned back and asked how to become as cool as he was. But the dark-haired only looked away and said that he was not strong and just did the same thing every day, studied and worked, studied and worked. The friend pointed at him with chopsticks and laughed and said that he would wait. Kim looked away and he continued and said that on the day when he decides that he has become as great a person as he is going to return to order 10 servings of beef. Then the blonde leaned forward a little with a terrible face and said that he had decided to try now, to reach the end and open a new breath, and then asked if he could do it. Lloyd took all his strength into a fist and, opening his mouth wide, gathered himself forward. Xavier looked at him in fear. The hero took steps one after another and shook. He again tried to lift his leg, gritting his teeth. After the guy stepped on the ground again and all his muscles were already on the edge. The swordsman looked at him with alarm and did not understand where such fortitude came from. Watching him, the blade master thought that he always easily overcame difficulties. But for the first time, the hero did not resort to mysterious abilities, and this is mental stability that an ordinary person is not capable of, and before he thought that it does not matter who you are as long as you save the territory. But Xavier, watching him, thought that he wanted to know what kind of life he lived in his world. The head's daughter was very alarmed by what was happening and was breathing heavily. All the centaurs watched in silence, not making a single sound. Lloyd and the huge man fought with all the strength they had left. The hero clenched his teeth and was losing consciousness, sighing heavily. And then his mind went cloudy. He saw a line in front of him. The strip was getting closer to him. And then he opened his eyes and saw Xavier in front of him. The protagonist was lying on the ground without strength and steam was coming from him. All exhausted, Lloyd barely opened his eyes and asked if he had won. Then the blonde closed his eyes and said nothing. And then he looked away and saw that the leader was lying behind the line, and the designer then told him that this time the hero had won. He gave him his hand to help him get up from the ground. The protagonist opened his eyes and looked around, and from the side he heard the leader's voice. He spread his arms and said that their tribe would enter a new era. Everyone immediately began to rejoice. The hero turned up his nose and said that, as expected, he had planned everything and all that was left was to build a stadium and take the topo, to which his protector said that, judging by his appearance, something had gone wrong. Then he looked away and asked why he had not used his abilities, and at the end of the race it would have been easy to win. Then Lloyd looked away and meaningfully remained silent. Seeing the head showing his daughter's muscles, he thought about it. And then he sympathetically said that this grandpa had run sincerely, and he could not use them because he felt that it would not be fair. And then the message said that this was not so and that he had already used the Heart of Mana, to which he offendedly said that this was a passive ability. Then Xavier calmly exhaled and remained silent. The designer looked at him with an incredibly tired look. He bowed and said that it was time to start construction, and he would do everything he could, and called him young master. Then Lloyd was very surprised and asked why he had become so respectful. Then the blonde became a little more serious and said that it was because he was worth it, and thought that this man. Looking at his master's tired face, the swordsman thought that even if he had to die, he would protect him to the end. The action moved to the leader's tent, where the hero said that they needed to start building the stadium, but it would take about a year. Then he raised his head and said that they were too limited in time. And then he frowned a little and said that that is why he was going to use his powers to stop time in the whole wide world, except for this place. And then he said that, to be honest, he came to this world from another dimension and gained many supernatural abilities. While Xavier was watching him, he said that he said this because the tribe would have to stay in their native meadows for a while. The swordsman looked at him with wild distrust and thought that he could stop time, but he was even more surprised by how easily he talked about who he was. But in response, the centaur, like a real brutal man, did not understand anything and said that they could do what they thought was right. The swordsman was dumbfounded and thought that his reaction was amazing. The hero stood up with a shovel on his shoulder and got ready, and then he called up the skill window, after which the message suggested freezing time and stopping the flow of time using the powers of winter in his heart. The skill requires 3,000 RP, and he has 4,655 of them. And then it displayed a message asking whether it was worth using the skill. Lloyd raised his hand as demonstratively as possible and shouted about time. And then he poked his finger with all his might and ordered to stop. The power of winter is activated. Blue began to glow and emit effects. Mana began to flow to him, and he said that he was not actually winter but, and was offended. In reality, the hero threw his body back and was shaking and screaming. He began to arch even more and scream louder. The designer was shaking all over and did not stop screaming. The meadows looked virgin and untouched, but then a dome of ice suddenly appeared above them. Then Lloyd with an empty face said that it worked, but he said that it was not surprising. They walked across the field and there the reincarnated decided to start with a test. Outside the window, a cat wanted to catch a butterfly and froze. Then the hero began to get up leaning on a shovel and said that everything was going like clockwork, but the blonde decided to clarify what exactly upset him, to which he said that there was nothing bright in life. Then Lloyd raised his shovel and said that it didn't matter because now they needed to finish the job quickly and the construction began. Xavier chopped the blanks without stopping. Many blades flew towards the field. In the opinion of our beloved protagonist, this was the first step, which was called a Swordmaster class bulldozer. After that, he lay down on the hammock in front of the working blonde and asked about the Swordmaster's bazooka hands preparing the soil. When the guard began jumping on the boards, his master called it step 3, when the Swordmaster's feet pressed the earth. Then came step 4, when the Swordmaster's Union of Workers demands negotiations, and Xavier said that it was very strange that he had to work alone. Then Lloyd started to get indignant again, and made a face asking why he couldn't do anything, since he was called a young master, and then asked about what objections there were when everything had already been said, and then asked about which of them was strange, and asked about what did he not like. The blonde got angry and looked away again, realizing that he had failed. Then the brilliant and irresistible hero decided to use Hippo to speed up the completion of task number 3. At the 5th step, the cunning copy of the Grinch decided to use Bell to make steel rods and concrete. The protagonist stood scratching his chin and thought about how they were gradually approaching step 6 and would lay the rods. The designer looked at the floor and thought about how this was a well-known method of continuous reinforcement of concrete pavement because it had a longer service life than others, and it was ideal for operating conditions on a dry plain. Then the reincarnated closed his eyes and thought that all the rods had to be well fitted in size, not skewed, well secured. And finally, he thought that they could use the help of the centaurs because of the considerable number of levels being laid. When the centaurs were called, they could not bend down to the ground and suffered. Then the hero thought that they were useless. He immediately frowned and thought that he could not. Then the reincarnated sprawled on the bench and made the Swordmaster lay everything out himself. Xavier went to pour concrete, and it was a masterful pour. The 8th step was reinforcement, where the blonde laid huge canvases there. The 9th step was masterful sand filling. The hero raised his fist up while the knight worked tirelessly and announced the last step in masterful completion. The stadium was completely ready. It was a colossal job. Lloyd wiped the sweat from his face and said that 7 months of painstaking work were behind him. And then he put his hand on his hip, angering his guard even more, and asked him if he was a genius, because they finished in just 7 months. That's cool. Then the Swordmaster clenched his teeth with all his might. He began to grind them, but he immediately ran away in the other direction. The message warned that he was now extremely angry. The hero smiled softly and watched him. Loud noise came from the stadium. The boss shouted that this was their Centaur Stadium and invited everyone to the first race. He spread his arms and said that they had their own stadium and new rules, namely no impromptu races, as well as a speed limit inside the village, and some welcome the changes, but he knows that there are also opponents of this decision. But then he said that there is one but. The head immediately frowned and said that nothing could be done because that was their choice. He pointed at his daughter and said that this would be the first duel in a new stage of their history, and a race for the right to propose to his only daughter, to which she immediately began to be indignant. But he did not listen to her and said that she was simply beautiful in anger, but she continued to stand her ground. The cool man announced the first participant of the Comanche team, who posed like a stupid person. The second participant was the calm Schumacher. Even the judge decided to belittle him, saying that he was weak, but we all perfectly understand where this is going. The bully began to pester his opponent and said that he saw him training in the meadow, and admitted that he was not lacking in speed, and in the village he was afraid of hurting someone, so he held back. The scoundrel made an unpleasant face and said that he was not the only one who did this, and he does not run at full speed for the sake of a duel with a redneck. The quiet guy calmly listened to all the insults directed at him, and then Lloyd reached into his pocket for something and said that this was enough and it was necessary to save the fuse for the race. The hero raised his spatula up and ordered to get ready for the start. The participants took a ready stance, and the girl closely watched the start. Her father was absolutely serious. An explosion flew out of the protagonist's shoulder blade and he shouted a call to start, and then their clothes flew off. All the observers had their cheeks stretched by the wind, and they did not even have time to turn their eyes and follow. On the stadium surface there were trails from the drift of hooves. Schumacher took a stance corresponding to all the canons of anime. He pompously turned around and, apologizing, said that there was no hurry and would not wait for him. Comanche was simply in shock and was already silent. And then the racer ran to his beloved and jumped to her. Lloyd was just about to look there and heard a question from there about whether she would marry him. Sharonan began to cry with happiness. She hugged her lover, jumping on him. Her father watched this with a happy look. But then the leader's daughter hugged her newly made man and announced to everyone that now he was her man. They both smiled and looked at the hero. He in turn covered himself with a t-shirt and smiled softly. Under the moonlight stood a tent. In it sat centaurs in black. The boy was watching the older man and he said that there was no other way out. He stood up and said that they were getting a divorce with the strictest look. The tired girl looked at him and said that she agreed, because she also did not know what to do next. The stadium was noisy. Words about the last race were heard from there and the name of this duel became. The couple was warming up and the announcer said that their name is Darling, we cannot be together anymore. The judge shot a stone from a slingshot and told them to go to the start. The hero was surprised to see this and asked what kind of name it was, to which his friend said that he seemed not to know because he was resting, and this had become a new trend in the tribe. She smiled while chewing a blade of grass and said that everyone had become so addicted to the feeling of racing around the track that they began to come up with any reason for a duel, and the most common one was divorce and remarriage. Then the protagonist looked at her skeptically and she continued, saying that after the accident stopped, everyone got into the swing of things, and by and large, it made no difference who got divorced how many times, and Lloyd at that moment was thinking that this really was the craziest race he had ever seen. And then the chief's daughter handed him a scroll and told him to take it. She pretended to smoke a blade of grass and said that he had solved their speed problem and that this was a map with the location of the promised topo. The hero very quickly stole the reward and said that he had not done anything outstanding, but would still overcome his shame and accept it, to which she said that he was truly the most shameless person in the world. But then he was interested in the words that he had no shame or conscience at all. After that, the dark-haired girl smiled and said that they had acquired a lot and thank you for that. Then Lloyd bowed and said that he was always happy to help and he had only done what was required. A notification came about the discovery of a new race and the receipt of 100 RP. Xavier looked at his master and was meaningfully silent. He looked away and thought that this guy Kim always acts in his own interests, but everyone ends up in the black, and then thought that he was completely different from the characters described in fairy tales. The centaurs said goodbye to them on the golden field. Then the swordsman also said goodbye to everyone and thought during this that and yet. He followed the reincarnated one and thought that he was the main character, and then he suddenly began to disintegrate into particles, which alarmed him. The protagonist turned around with alarm. The wind rose behind him and he looked at what was happening. His face expressed extreme anxiety, but then he heard Xavier's appeal and calmed down a little. The blonde tilted his head slightly to the side and asked what had happened to him. The protagonist looked at him with slight wariness and said that everything was fine and it just seemed to him that the swordsman looked just as calm and questioning. And then Lloyd, looking at him with slight fear, asked him to forget about it. He wiped the bridge of his nose and thought that he had started hallucinating because of fatigue or nerves. But then the guy took his hand away from his face and looked ahead. Standing in front of the wall, he said that they were on the border and now it was possible to unfreeze time. A notification came out about the removal of the time freeze. There was permafrost around the huge dome, and with a stupid sound, everything suddenly disappeared. The hero stood and meaningfully kept silent. He immediately got mad and asked what that ridiculous sound was, and the swordsman, lowering his head, told him that it was time to get used to it. But then Lloyd's heart began to freeze. He was immediately seized by a wild frost. The protagonist sat up abruptly, holding his heart, experiencing wild pain. He breathed heavily and thought about how for a second it seemed to him that his heart froze, and asked his ass on the contrary about what kind of nonsense had just happened. To which Winter said that the flow of cold air freezing space and time finds its entrance and exit, and he felt nothing when he released it, but having absorbed it again, he felt cold, to which he immediately asked if this was normal for him, and the blue one said that he did not know, but now this is not the biggest problem. The designer, holding his heart, mentally addressed the winter fillet and asked about what if he uses the time freeze again, to which he said that he had no idea. Because he did not create himself, then he asked him if he knew anything, and the inhabitant of the heart said that he was absolutely sure of one thing. He with a fantastically serious look said that calling him a winter but is still okay, but you cannot call him a winter fillet, to which the hero said that he does not care and can call him even a winter hemorrhoid, and ordered to leave immediately, and he angered him by saying that he could easily do it, but he would not survive with his heart torn out. The protagonist grabbed his heart and thought that the only option was to endure every time he was frozen, and it turned out that he would not be able to get rid of it at will. To which his roommate said that the details could be found out from the one who would appear now. Xavier sat down next to him and, grabbing him by the shoulder, said that something was approaching, and when he asked what exactly, he said that he did not know, but the blonde became much more serious and said that he would not be able to stop such an opponent. The sky in front of the guys was clean and clear, and then someone huge dispersed all the clouds. The aristocrat and his guard were very scared, looking at this. A huge frost dragon sat in front of them and looked carefully. The hero saw him and immediately got scared and thought that the lizard was the creator of the blue fillet, and Winter got offended and said that he was a blue ass. The ancient looked at them and asked if he was the one who absorbed the heart of Winter and used its power to freeze time. The dragon's eye was yellow, and he said that he had to return it. Then Lloyd turned on the fool and asked if they were talking about him. Xavier looked at him with extreme anxiety. Tyrannus was silent and did nothing. The inhabitant of the heart waited for the next steps with horror. The huge lizard moved back a little and asked if this was true, and the protagonist said that he thought he was wrong. Lloyd said goodbye, waving his hand, and began to leave, wishing good luck in the search and saying that they would go, and he told him that he was apparently wrong. The hero and his companion had worried faces and their hearts were beating wildly, and then Tyrannus approached them and asked if they thought he would say so. The guys immediately bowed to him, and the protagonist immediately asked him again what he was looking for, and when the dragon said that he was looking for the heart of frost, he said what he had not heard at first and said that he had it. The designer looked at him with displeasure and said that it didn't work, and Xavier wondered with confusion if he really wanted to get rid of him like that. The dragon came closer to them and said that the heart was a gift to a man named Michael, the founder of the kingdom, and asked how he dared to absorb it, because he didn't see him as a successor to the royal blood. He came even closer and said that he believed that he stole it. The hero said that he was not a thief, and even if he was not a successor, he also belonged to the royal family and was the future husband of a royal person. Tyrannus narrowed his eyes and asked which one. Then Lloyd made Xavier more worried than ever, saying that it was Queen Alicia. He asked if he could ask her. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he could do anything. The lizard tore off the ground and flew high into the sky. The swordsman rose from his knees first. His master followed him. The reincarnated one looked lost and wondered what to do and said that he would definitely go crazy. The queen herself at that moment went out onto the balcony and anxiously greeted the great founding god and asked him again. He looked at her and said that he asked if it was true that the man who absorbed the heart of frost would become her husband in the future. Then Alicia was stupefied. In the history of past years, in the myth of the birth of the kingdom of Magenta, it is said that the divine dragon helped the founding King Mikhail. Before Alicia's eyes appeared the great Tyrannus. She thought that this would not go well for them or would bring a crisis to the kingdom, or maybe it was because of the heart of winter. The dragon addressed her as a descendant of his friend Mikhail and asked if it was true that the man who absorbed the heart of winter was her fiancé. The queen looked at him seriously. She asked the great dragon founder Tyrannus what he just said. He repeated that he asked if it was true that the man who swallowed the heart of winter was her fiancé. Alicia looked at him in shock. The dragon got angry and said that judging by her reaction, he lied to him. The queen frowned. He thought that Lloyd swallowed the heart of winter. Tyrannus got angry. Lloyd was caught. He lied and said that they were married. Alicia frowned and said that it was a secret marriage, so she was surprised. The dragon asked why it was secret. The queen said that it was because she was embarrassed. Tyrannus asked what she was ashamed of. Alicia put her hand on her heart and said that when she looked at her husband, her heart trembled and she even blushed. She was afraid that all the inhabitants in neighboring countries would call her the shy Queen Magentano, who blushes when she saw her husband. She thought, why does it sound so convincing? Alicia looked at the dragon and said that she gave the heart of winter to her husband. It was not stolen. The dragon was silent. He said that he believed her, and then he was gone. The balcony doors creaked. The vein on the queen's forehead swelled. She smiled nervously and thought that the next time they met, he had better be prepared. The hero and his knight looked ahead. A dragon appeared in front of them. Lloyd looked at him calmly. The dragon looked at him. Lloyd shuddered when he said that it was true. The guy smiled and thought that he survived. He did not believe it. He thought that he really was the end. The queen is the best. He will become her slave and do everything she wants. He is alive. The dragon said that then he will pull him out in an instant without pain. The hero looked into the void and did not understand what he meant. The dragon said that he was curious about where he got the dragon heart, an incomprehensible power that can absorb the heart of winter and stop time. He is a threat to the world order. His eye shone and he said that he would take it. Winter flew out of Lloyd. Xavier grabbed the sword. The hero stopped. He would regret it if he died. The heart of winter stopped. Then it returned to the guy. The dragon looked at him and told him to explain. The brunette stood up and thought that he succeeded, as expected. This dragon listens well to everything that people say, and he has an advantage. Lloyd cried and said that he was a member of the Dragon Club. The dragon narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is it really so?" He answered that it was true. He can check it. Tyrannus looked at him carefully. A dragon appeared above the guy. Tyrannus said that it was true. This runt recognized him. Lloyd frowned and thought, how could he call the Dragon King a runt, as expected? This dragon is on par with the strongest in the world. If Xavier attacked him, he would be killed. The hero raised his head and said that if he killed him, he would not be able to avoid trouble with the Dragon King. Tyrannus frowned and asked, is he really threatening him? Can he endure the trouble with this runt for the sake of the world order? Lloyd looked at him pitifully and asked if this is the face of a person who can threaten. He has already accepted the fact that he will have to die. He said that he does not want to cause trouble to anyone after he leaves. Even if Mr. Tyrannus kills him, he would like to offer him a way to avoid conflict with the Dragon King. The dragon looked at him and said that it would be nice if such a way really existed. He can talk. Lloyd said that he could make a bet with him. If he won, he would just let him go. If he lost, he could take the heart of winter. The brunette cried and said that of course he would lose. But if he killed him and for the result of the bet, the Dragon King would not say anything. Tyrannus thought about it. Lloyd raised his fist and said how about he hit him in the solar plexus. If he vomited, then victory was his. He raised his head and said that of course this was impossible, but after death he would be given the title of the one who hit Tyrannus. The hero lay on the ground and said that he would also benefit. The dragon thought about it. The brunette cried the most sincere tears. Tyrannus agreed and said that he would also feel better after that, because he had to kill an innocent person. Lloyd raised his face and thanked him for listening to the words of such a humble man. If he did not mind, then he could fulfill his one last wish. He said that he was a very annoying boy. What did he want? The guy folded his hands in prayer and said that he loved water since childhood and it would be nice to visit it now. He wants to celebrate his last blow and death by the water. The dragon agreed and said only it is necessary to be faster. He answered that there is a small river in that direction. The guys and the dragon walked forward. Xavier thought, does he really want to win this bet? It seems there is no chance of winning at all. The hero cried the most sincere tears. The knight pursed his lip and therefore does he really want to somehow stop him and run away? The dragon entered the water. He spread his wings and said that everything is ready. Lloyd did not turn to him, stood. He turned and asked then should he start. The dragon swallowed nervously. The hero rushed at him. He prepared his fist to strike. A system window appeared that the solar plexus shot was activated. Lloyd gently touched the dragon's chest. Tyrannus lowered his head and said that he did well and he was a funny man. He would be remembered for a long time as the man who struck Tyrannus. Suddenly, he vomited. A system window appeared that the blow would make any creature in the water vomit everything, from one blow to the solar plexus. Lloyd clenched his fist and said that he did it. He smiled and asked did it really take him. The dragon thought that as usual he was spending time alone. Suddenly, a glow appeared. He thought that he suddenly felt how time stopped. Tyrannus woke up and thought did he really feel the power of the heart of winter, who strengthened and used it like this. He looked to the side and thought was it really in that direction. Then he realized that the heart was inside a person. What kind of person is able to absorb it and gain control over time? The dragon stood up and thought that he didn't realize what he was doing. It was dangerous, so as soon as time went on as usual, he went to him. Tyrannus was coughing. He thought that he was going to vomit now after that man hit him in the solar plexus. Lloyd made a stupid face and asked what does that mean he won, how is that possible? The dragon was breathing heavily. He began to glow. Then he transformed into a human. Tyrannus looked up and asked how did he do it? The hero looked at him stupidly and asked really how? It was just a miracle, no less. The dragon frowned in irritation when he asked if he would spare his life. After all, he won the bet. Tyrannus wiped the remains of the rainbow from his face and said that dragons keep their word, so nothing can be done. Lloyd exhaled and thought that they were safe. He was pretty scared. His skills work steadily, like a sentence. As soon as the target enters the pond, it works without fail. A system window appeared that any living creature in the water vomits the entire contents of its stomach at once. Tyrannus said that this promise is only valid once. If he commits a crime and plunges the world into chaos, the heroes told him not to worry, he does not have the courage to do so. The dragon frowned and said that he was shameless and cunning, had abilities that defied logic. He did not think that letting him go was the right decision. Lloyd's eyes widened when he said that if he was truly evil and had ill intentions, his son would not have accepted such a person into his ranks. The guy asked if the Dragon King Berkey's was his son. The blonde looked down and said that he was. The hero looked at him with a blank look. The dragon looked at him with incomprehension. He began to approach him and called him father. He took his hand. Lloyd shed tears and said how hard it was for him. Tyrannus frowned and said to let go of his hand. This is disgusting. The man said how hard it must have been for him. The hero rubbed Rainbow Dash over his hand and repeated that he now understood what difficulties he was experiencing. The dragon said that it was not easy for him. Suddenly a tear flowed down his cheek. He wiped it away and asked where the tears came from. The man told him to cry. The brunette continued that maybe it was not obvious, but he felt that his son was lazy, selfish, cruel, and yet he was so strong. The boy cried and thanked him for all his 1,000 years of work. Tyrannus looked at him in shock. He hugged the hero. The great dragon cried on his shoulder and said that no one told him this. That bastard, little dragon, he really tried to teach him how to be a real dragon, how much humiliation he suffered. Tyrannus said that he was like this because of his bride. Even his beloved daughter took his side. All efforts were in vain. Xavier watched as the dragon said that they were just having fun and no one cares about him. No one understands. For them he is just an old dragon. Lloyd said that this happy family blossomed thanks to his efforts. The man opened his eyes in shock. He burst into tears even more. Tyrannus cried. The hero smiled ominously and thought that the dragon who wanted him dead was now dead. The knight heard an ominous laugh. He sat on the grass and thought maybe he was wrong to consider this man the main hero of his world. What if he was a bad guy after all? Once he said that he had not done anything particularly bad, but now he was no longer sure. After a while, the guys were lying on the grass. The dragon said that it was a great shame for him. A man made him cry and even hugged him. He replied that he always considered sympathy a useless thing. Tyrannus looked at him. He sat up and asked if his name was Lloyd Frontera. Right, he confirmed. The man closed his eyes and said that he would die soon. The hero looked at him in shock when he said that the heart of winter was gradually freezing his body, so he did not have long to live. He mentally addressed this heart and asked if he really was a murderer who was going to finish him off. Then she replied that it was very rude and in general he didn't know this and it was he who absorbed it. The brunette jumped up and asked if there was any way to fix this. He can't die now. The dragon thought about it. He looked at him and said that his heart was frozen, so he needed to melt it. For this he had to absorb the Eye of Summer, which contains the power of fire. Lloyd opened his mouth and thought that this was a divine relic of Queen Magentano. Would he really have to bat his eyelashes in front of her again? He asked how much time he had before complete rigor mortis. The man closed his eyes and said that somewhere around 5 years, maximum 10. Lloyd looked at him in shock. He exhaled with relief and said that this was enough for him. He would have time to finish earlier. Tyrannus looked at him and thought that he had incredible fortitude. He continued to amaze him. Surely his son in the heart of winter noticed it too. He asked what he needed to finish. The hero replied that it would take him a long time to tell. The dragon said not to leave out any details. He smiled and said that he would help in any way he could. After some time, Lloyd said that he wanted to prevent the prophecy of broken destinies that he saw in a dream, so he was collecting the parts of Aeteroa. Tyrannus smiled and said that he had 2 of its components, Horaki and Takapuna. The hero looked at him in shock. He bowed and said that it might sound impudent of him, but could he give them to him? He replied that he picked up these trinkets in the ruins of the Demon Lord's castle and simply used them as a pillow, so he did not mind. Lloyd smiled and thought that this was luck. He was constantly worried about the thought that he needed to collect 5 parts. He thought that he had collected 4 parts almost in an instant. The last one was Kyora. Tyrannus thought about it and said that it seemed that Kyora was with Berkey's. He closed his eyes and said that he was studying space-time movements and teleported things back and forth and mentioned that he had once sent Kyora too. Lloyd frowned and thought what kind of dragon it was, what other dimensions. Tyrannus said what kind of place he had named. Suddenly he remembered. The hero was struck by his answer, the dragon named Sol, a mountain peak on one side of the southern plains. Lloyd thought that he had finally gotten Tapo. A system window appeared that he had received the legendary Tapo core material, a PR bonus of 22 points. After a while, the hero thought that with the help of Tyrannus, Tapo had instantly been transported to the Mermaid Kingdom. He thought that he had immediately received the other 2 remaining materials there. Lloyd thought that Horaki and Takapuna were obtained. A system window appeared that he had received the legendary Horaki main material, a PR bonus of 24 and for Takapuna 26 so he had 89.55 PR in total. Tyrannus looked at the hero and asked if he should send them to the Mermaid Kingdom too. He answered no. The hero bowed and said that his help had been a great favor to him up until that moment. He answered that it was not that difficult. The brunette smiled and said that he did not dare to bother him anymore. He could just watch the actions of this humble man. The dragon asked if he was sure that in order to get Kyora he would need Berkey's help. This guy would not be easy to move. The hero answered that in this problem. He smiled predatory and said that he was a master. Tyrannus was taken aback and thought that looking at how he took on him and got what he wanted, maybe this is really possible. What a scary person. Lloyd screamed and called Yang Yang to him. The dragon flew out to him. It landed in front of the heroes. Tyrannus looked at it in shock and wondered if he even called the bone dragon. His eccentricity knew no bounds. He pursed his lips and thought that this man could destroy this world in an instant if he wanted to. The man looked ahead and thought that he still chose another. The dragon turned to Lloyd and said that the phenomenon of restoring fate is not easy. Even Berkey's with his mighty power can do nothing about it. He smiled and said that he believed that he would see it through to the end. The hero smiled. He and his knight rode the dragon. Xavier asked if Berkey's would help him cross over to another dimension. He usually doesn't do anything annoying. He replied that he has a plan. The lazy have their weaknesses. The knight looked ahead. He looked at the boy and asked, Seoul is his hometown, isn't it? Lloyd looked at him. He asked him why he thought so. He replied that when he heard about Seoul, his face changed. The hero looked ahead. He smiled and said that his homeland is Frontera now. The guy said that he misses him. Everyone is doing well, right? After a while, the man in armor took a step forward. The warriors looked at the settlement. The red-haired one frowned and said that this is the village where treasures of gold and silver are stored. His comrade frowned and turned to Edith, who was the third prince of the Principality of Arios in the south of the country, but failed in the rebellion and is now the leader of a group of thieves. He said that if he conquers this village, he can create a new country of his dreams. The guy smiled and told his comrades to move forward, destroy the village and cut off the head of the lord. The barbarians ran, their leader shouting to burn all the houses. They were met by orcs. Everyone ran and shouted that there were orcs there and there were a lot of them. They needed to retreat. Edith frowned and asked why the orcs were wandering around the village. He replied that he didn't know. They were walking around freely there. The guy frowned and said that it didn't matter. He gave the order for the second block to penetrate the estate through the northern forest. There were elves there. The barbarians looked at them in shock. The elf looked at them with disdain. One of the men stepped on a flower. She loaded her bow and asked if he had mixed something up. The sounds of a fight were coming from the forest. The former prince asked why the elf was frying meat in the village forest. His warrior replied that he didn't know, but it looked delicious. The man roared and said that he couldn't retreat. They had to attack with all their might. They ran to the village. Kuga entered the room and said that a group of armed thieves had come. Greg told him to speak formally or informally. He said that it was difficult to respect people. The guy reminded him that he was very polite with Emily. Greg looked at him and asked who had come. The orc replied that a bunch of thieves. The guy said that it was great. The guinea pigs had come themselves. The missiles flew at the thieves. Edith looked at them in shock. There was an explosion. All the warriors ran in panic. Greg clucked that he had succeeded in the flight. Corgidus replied that it was still better than last time. He would continue to help him. The man frowned and shouted that he was the prince of the abyss. They would not retreat just like that, and they were demons. His knight said that they would be with him to the end. Corgidus turned to the dragon and told him to send them home. Greg was surprised that he was a dragon. The old man added to be faster, since it was time to return to class. Solita sent a fireball at the thieves. Screams were heard. The villagers watched as the prince retreated. Steam was coming from Edith. He said that he was the prince of the abyss and one day he would return and destroy this entire demonic territory. He raised his head up. In front of him was Yang Yang. The guy looked down in resignation. The villagers looked at the dragon in shock and wondered where he came from. A hero was sitting on it. He looked at the thief and asked what he said. Would he come back? The villagers realized where the dragon was coming from. Edith looked back. He fell to the ground. Lloyd thought that later the thieves began to call their territory the demon god's territory. The guy went down to the ground. He went to the building and said that it was time to open the door to Seoul. Berkey's was lying on the couch. After a while, the skeleton walked forward. The skeleton musicians walked down the corridor. They tumbled into the dragon's room. The evil spirit played a solo on the lute. The others powerfully supported her. Berkey's was sleeping. The skeleton played the violin. The noise from them was heard all the way to the street. Berkey's opened his eyes and said that it was noisy here. He looked at the skeletons. They were blown away by a wave of energy. A bone landed on the guy's boot. He waved his hand. Lloyd screamed. He screamed shrilly. The house was warped from the volume. Xavier protected his ears with magic. Berkey's was wiped off the face of the earth. He came back to his senses. The hero stood and waited for applause. He smiled innocently and asked how the Dragon King was doing. He looked at him in shock and said that until now everything was fine, until his black hole started making sounds. The brunette looked at him and asked if he liked their alarm sound. He answered that because it was noisy here every morning, he wakes up in. Berkey's frowned and told him to wait. He thought that he had not called the child and was just sleeping. The dragon's eyes were glowing. He screamed that he had not been able to contact his daughter for several months. Because he had gone, he would kill him. Lloyd raised his eyebrows and said that honestly woke him up, as promised. Didn't the Dragon King said only to make it so that he could contact the Dragon Queen? He remembers his promise. As for the means of communication, the Dragon King had to come up with it personally. Berkey's looked at him in shock. He leaned back on the couch and said, what should he do now? It's crazy, what's wrong with him? The hero came closer and wanted to offer an option. He shouted, does he really have a way out? The brunette said that if he was busy because he was catching a villain. Berkey's frowned when he said that this villain from another dimension used all sorts of strange abilities, traveled around the world and committed various dirty tricks. The guy spread his hand and said that he, as a righteous Dragon King, could not watch this and pursued him day and night and eventually caught him. Lloyd pointed to himself and said that he was that villain. The dragon looked at him. Then he blossomed. He smiled and said that it sounded great. There was a chance that she would praise him. The guy said of course, the Dragon King could tie him up and drag him straight to the Dragon Queen. Lloyd smiled and said that he would play the villain very well. Xavier frowned and thought who he was trying to fool. He didn't need to act. The hero smiled sweetly. Berkey's looked at him. He turned away and asked what he should do this time. The guy bowed and thanked him. He raised his head and asked him to help him find Kaya and Soul. The dragon frowned and asked what it was. Why did he turn away and say that he remembered something like that? It was the material for the Pearl of Truth. Lloyd thought, did he really know that the Pearl of Truth was broken? Didn't tell him anything. The dragon reached into his pocket and said that he could send him, but not to the exact place. He would give him something that would help him find him. He said that it was a dog for detecting anything. When he brought in Kyora's magic pattern, it would tell him the direction. Lloyd asked if dragons didn't have an obsession with cool things. He said that he didn't know about others, but he was fine with it. He held out the magic hammer, then cursed and asked why he wasn't getting it. The hero thought that he got angry easily. Berkey swung the hammer and chanted forward in force. The hero thought that since he created a dimensional shift, it would be something on the level of brother and before that old man, a half-dragon. The king threw the hammer. A portal was created on the floor. Xavier put his hand on the master's shoulder and said that it seemed that he was still not used to it. He stepped on the portal and said that in any case, they need to act. They stood on the portal. The dragon told them that this is the magic of traveling there and back. The boys sank lower and lower. Berkey's told them that if they stand on the wheel of change transfer opened in that world, they will return back. The boys sank deeper and deeper. The dragon looked at the hero and asked, is his homeland Soul? He asked again. He said that his body will sleep peacefully in that world, so he should forget about even thinking about visiting it. If they get close and something goes wrong, everything will be destroyed. The boys disappeared into the portal. After a while, they began to appear. Soon Lloyd and Xavier were standing on the street of Seoul. The knight thought that this was Kim Soo-ho's homeland if he decides not to go back and stay here. The hero looked ahead. The blue-haired man thought that even if he had to use force, he would return it back. Suddenly he looked at his hand and thought that it was strange. The mana disappeared. He thought, can't he really use it in this world? The guy turned around. Lloyd walked forward and said to go. It seems to be that way. Xavier walked forward and thought that if a dangerous situation happens. Suddenly the sun blinded him. Cars flew in front of them. Xavier coughed and thought, what kind of air was this? It was like the air in hell. Lloyd walked forward and said that they should buy clothes first. They stand out too much. He replied that the more important thing is that his mana is gone and if they get into trouble. The hero told him not to worry, that can't happen here. Xavier looked at him. The brunette looked ahead. He was stressed. Kyora is the last key ingredient of Aotearoa. As far as the hero knew, this artifact can change its appearance depending on the environment. If it really is in Seoul. Lloyd was rummaging through the trash. He smiled and said that now they have clothes, not the first freshness, but it will do. Xavier looked at him and wondered if everything is okay with him. He did not look very good. Suddenly the hero's heart ached. The knight frowned. The policeman pointed at them and shouted. He frowned and asked if they knew that what they were doing was stealing. The brunette raised his eyebrows and said that he had asked him to stand guard. He apologized. The policeman asked who they were, foreigners or cosplayers. They should go with him to the station. The guy smiled and said that there was a misunderstanding. They were employees of a collection agency. The policeman asked what collectors do, rummaging through trash cans in stupid costumes. Maybe he should call their company. Lloyd smiled and said that he works so hard day and night, protecting their streets. There is of course a little here. He held out his hand with gold. The guy smiled and told him to take it for himself for ice cream and keep the change. The policeman looked at his hand in shock. He held out handcuffs and said that he was an ugly cosplayer. He was under arrest for attempting to bribe a person on duty. The hero looked at him with disappointment. He threw the gold. Lloyd jerked and ordered to run. He frowned and said that here too he was considered ugly. His knight asked, is it a problem? The policeman picked up the gold from the floor. He was shaking and said that he could not believe it. He wanted to become a noble policeman, but failed on the first day on such a trifle. He frowned and said that justice will prevail. He will put him behind bars. He addressed all the posts, said that ugly cosplayer thieves are running away. The man frowned and shouted that he sees them. Lloyd asked why them first. Another policeman ran after them and said that he sees ugly cosplayers. The hero shouted that he did not even see their faces. How so? He said that one has an ugly back of the head. The guys were breathing heavily. Xavier turned around and asked why it was impossible to buy clothes for gold. He answered that they don't accept such cash here or it will take a long time to evaluate their currency. The hero suggested that he go back to the portal, taking some things with him. They will move when it gets dark. Even in different clothes they stand out a lot. Xavier turned around when Lloyd was breathing heavily. He looked sick. The knight looked at him and said that even if he had no mana, he couldn't be that tired. What happened? He stood up and said that the air was just heavy. They needed to change clothes. The guy looked at him carefully. After a while, the puppy barked. Xavier said that it reacted to that direction. The puppy barked towards the tower. The hero asked if the artifact was really in Tower H. Lloyd frowned and asked if they really had to disassemble this colossus. The man said that they were no longer in cosplay, but he recognized it by its ugly back. The guys ran away. The hero frowned and shouted that they couldn't get there in a straight line. They would have to go around through a mountain path. Xavier looked at him and asked what they should do to hide his ugliness. He shouted how he knew. What question he asked, that's the answer he got. After a while, the brunette was breathing heavily. It was hard for him. Xavier looked at him and asked if he was okay, if they should rest. He said no. He walked forward and said that he was Lloyd Frontera. He wouldn't give up that easily. The guy fell to his knee. It was very hard for him. He smiled and apologized, saying that he was tired of clutching his heart. Xavier ran up to him and asked if his heart was bad. He asked if he felt sorry for him. The knight looked at him and said that he felt that something was wrong from the moment they came to this world. Lloyd was breathing heavily and said that everything was fine. He held his heart and said that in this world he was like this. Everything was alien and scary to him. Everything was fine while his mom and dad were nearby, but when they were gone, his mental state worsened. Xavier looked at him when he said that he had not been here for a long time and therefore forgot this pain. The hero said that during their first meeting in Frontera, he was not himself because a lot fell on him at once. But when he realized that that world was similar to his and he himself, without realizing it, changed, he became more confident, purposeful and stubborn. He smiled and said that now he could see the real him, a pathetic, unremarkable loser with many mental deviations. Xavier asked what happens, that while he lived here, he constantly blamed himself for this. The hero looked up at him. The knight looked at him and asked, did he just sit idly by, complaining about everything? He lowered his head. He said that he wanted to do something, but he couldn't. His parents poked at him, then went bankrupt, and then he was left all alone. How could he act so irresponsibly and leave his child? Everyone just turned away from him, not understanding how hard it was for him. Lloyd lowered his head and said that his mom and dad were really wonderful people. In order to understand this, he had to lose them. He said that then he began to study, work, do everything to survive. The hero cried and said that he did it so that his life would be direct proof that their efforts were not in vain. Xavier leaned over and said that the master was not to blame. Who put this burden on him? He replied that it was himself, and even if it was not his fault, he was still a nobody. The boy closed his eyes. He stood up and said that it seemed that he worried in vain. The knight went on and said that here in Seoul or on the continent of Laurasia, for him he was one person. He turned around and said that even when he made a fuss about an ugly face or cried bitterly on his knees, he still remained true to his word. Lloyd looked at him through tears. He lowered his head. The hero wiped his tears. Xavier turned around when he was called. The brunette smiled and said that he would lead them. The knight smiled. After a while, the dog barked. Lloyd asked if this was really the same Kaiora. While the creature sniffed the locks, he said how to find one out of so many. The dog licked its lips. He said that everything was clear. The hero raised his shoulders and said that this fence was Kaiora. He frowned and thought that perhaps she was dropped somewhere nearby during construction and she changed her appearance lying next to this fence. Couldn't they have chosen another place for construction? Xavier looked at the master and asked what was hanging on the fence. He replied that these were like love locks. Now this place is one of the most popular among tourists. He said that couples come here, hang locks and swear eternal love to each other. The guys walked away. The hero said that there was a problem. In such a crowded place it would be difficult to get Kaiora. They better hide and wait until night. Xavier looked at the master. Lloyd looked away. He looked at the people. Suddenly he remembered how he and his parents went to this place. The guy took the lock in his hand and said that these are not just locks, this is a memory, an oath. He looked at the castle and said that when you miss someone very much, maybe one day thanks to her you will be able to meet this person again. The knight looked at him. After a while, the guys were sitting on a bench. Xavier said that it was great that they were there. He looked ahead and said that being here he suddenly became interested in what kind of person he used to be. The brunette looked at him and asked what difference it would make to him who he was after they dealt with the land of Frontera. Xavier looked ahead and said that it didn't matter to him, but he was just curious, that's why he asked. He told him to finish, they have a purely business relationship, so it's better not to cross that line. The hero looked ahead and thought, are they really going to hang around here forever? He thought maybe he's not a human after all. The guy raised his eyebrows and thought that he really wanted to ruin their pleasant memories since they interfere with his plans. He thought, why are people happy and excited when they hang these locks? He looked ahead with a blank look and thought that this was very boring. Lloyd thought maybe he just wanted to go back in time. His eyes widened. Xavier looked away when the master called him. He was all distorted and said that he didn't want to be human anymore. The guy looked at him in shock and thought that this suddenly made him so angry now he couldn't be stopped. He smiled. The hero walked forward and said that they should finally disperse these freaks and collect what they need. The knight replied that it would be done and thought that this image suited him better. The guy shoved everyone with his shoulders and told everyone to step back. The place was closed for inspection. They took hold of the fence. The hero gritted his teeth. The guys raised the fence. Lloyd walked forward and said that they hung everything here. It was impossible to do an inspection, and if they break up in the future, then will they have to tear them down or something? Maybe he should take this junk down for them in advance. He looked ahead. They asked him, does he really work for a bridge maintenance company this time? The policeman struck a superhero pose and said that the fighters for justice were already here. They frowned and shouted that evil would not stand before their thunder of punishment. The men crossed their arms. The redhead fired and shouted forward. Xavier prepared to attack. He threw his cap aside. The girls looked at him in shock and thought, are there really thieves on bridges? The guy was beaming. The girls took a photo of him. They posted on social media that thieves had broken into the tower in Seoul, but they were handsome. The guys walked forward. Suddenly the police appeared behind them. They shouted at them to surrender. Anyway, the whole country was already behind them on the internet. The hair club and asked if he should deal with them. He answered, just leave them. Lloyd frowned and said that they were definitely faster than them. After all, they were already hardened by all this dirty work. They rushed forward. The red-haired asked what kind of speed this was. The green-haired frowned and said that these two idiots also knew the area well. He answered him to be no panic. They can be easily tracked if you type in the search handsome bridge thief. He shouted that they were at the gates of Gwanghwamun. They ran forward. The purple-haired and shouted they were just here. The captain answered him that they almost caught them. They have nowhere else to hide. Xavier looked at the hero and called him. He asked if he would regret leaving his homeland. This way, he can distract them for some time and he can stay. He pulled up his pants and said no, he has already met his family. The brunette looked at the sky. He said of course there was one person left whom he couldn't see, but he would show up when he wanted to meet him. The blonde was smiling. He was told how to finish helping in another place. He replied that if they needed him so much, then let him come and take him. The man showed an alley and said that some perverts were throwing a head party there. The woman said that they were innocent. The policeman thanked them. The super squad appeared at the alley. The red-haired man shouted that they were cowards and let them come out. Suddenly he looked forward in shock. On the ground there was a portal, clothes and a note. The portal was shrinking. Then it collapsed. The policeman approached the note. It said that they thanked them for their efforts. The men asked, I wonder who these guys were. After a while, Lloyd and Xavier were breathing heavily. The brunette was silent. The knight looked at him. He was shaking all over. The blue-haired man watched him carefully. The hero laughed evilly and said that they finally had all the ingredients. A system window appeared that Kyora had been received. All the main ingredients for Aotero had been collected. The hero received a bonus of 28 points for this. He smiled and said that this was a reward from fate. She was spoiling them very much today. The man looked forward. He had an exhausted look. He took a step forward and thought that when summoning the King of Hell to the earthly world, you need to clearly formulate your wish, and depending on what exactly you ask for, the appropriate tools will be given. The man walked into the cave and thought that if you want to send death to someone, first you need the body of the one he offended. He walked forward and thought that in accordance with the wish of the King of Hell, right in this cave. The brunette frowned. He looked at the headless body. The man thought that this is where the very body is. Halkaros thought that studying the highest black magic to save his family, this man met his sad end at the hands of Lloyd Frontera. He took the skull in his hands and turned to Ruffalin. He smiled and asked if he knew how the bastard who did this to them was doing now. Halkaros said that many people began to believe and worship him, respect him, everything that should have belonged to such talented heroes as them, this bastard took for himself. His eyes glowed and he said that only luck allowed him to find a strong assistant, as well as gain the trust of the king. Is it fair that they were left with nothing, this bastard, so that they could not return to their former appearance? Halkaros smiled and shouted that it was time to rise. The skull began to glow. The man offered to collect all their accumulated hatred and condemn it to such a sad fate. Ruffalin laughed. The man looked at the skull and thought that the cup was ready. Only the second ingredient remained, and it was the insane fear contained in this vessel. The skull glowed. Helcaros looked ahead and said that fear causes war. He smiled and said that if war comes, the king will also go crazy. The man turned around and said to follow him to the capital of Magenta. The hero tore off the lock. Lloyd smiled and said, "What is this? A symbol of eternal love? Are they kidding? We need to properly smash everything here. Smash it to pieces. If he doesn't have it, then they won't have it either." He tore off the locks and shouted to abandon each other. "Abandon, say goodbye to your beloved Mion, say goodbye dear Hessen." Xavier asked if he really decided to become the main villain. He answered that he was doing justice equally for everyone, parting. The fence was cleared. The hero wiped the floor and said that he still needed to take it with him. The voice asked why he was doing this. The fence began to glow. The guy covered himself. The artifact returned to its original form and fell to the floor. Lloyd looked at it in shock and said that it was Kyora. A system window appeared that they had obtained the main legendary ingredient Kyora, a bonus of 28 points. "Congratulations, you have collected all the ingredients for Aotearoa." The hero stared into space. He pursed his lips. Xavier looked at him. The guy raised his hand and shouted that it was time to head straight to the next stage. He walked forward and said that their next stop was the Mermaid Kingdom. It was time to finish this quickly. The knight exhaled and thought that it would be nice to rest for a while before moving on. He smiled and thought that although this was not his style, Lloyd walked forward and thought that he could get everything he needed. The octopus waved at them. The brunette swam forward and asked the knight how many hardships they had to endure. He said that they built a suspension bridge in the capital, a railway to hell, an ice road for the orcs, a cable car in the desert, a bathhouse in the Mermaid Kingdom, and even a sports stadium in the field. The hero took a breath and asked why all the cool tasks go to everyone but him. Xavier looked at him and asked if he was saying this because of Aotearoa. Of course it was a shame to build something like this in some mermaid kingdom, but they had a treaty with them so nothing could be done. He looked at the guy when he said that there was another way. The hero smiled and said that he had figured out a way to take Aotearoa for himself and build it for them. Xavier frowned. The brunette asked why he was staring at him like a flounder, again thinking to himself that he was a bastard villain. Had he ever laid a finger on anyone? The knight remained silent. Lloyd turned away and said, "Well, yes, there were a couple of times, maybe even 3 or 4. They swam up to the Mermaid Kingdom. The queen said that her friends, the freak and the gentleman, were really able to collect all the rare ingredients for the treasure vault. She smiled and said that they provided them with everything they would need to build it. They could also accommodate all the inconveniences of their kingdom." Lloyd bowed and thanked her. He said that they would do their best. It was a great honor for him to build this structure for a kingdom that traces its history back to myths. A tear fell to the floor. The mermaid queen frowned and asked why he suddenly cried so bitterly. Lloyd began to sob. He wiped away his tears and said that again there would be no merit for them. She replied that this was not true. They were good friends of their heroes. If they only told them about any of their problems, they would definitely help them. The hero remained silent. He said that there was a small problem. It was very painful even to hear that they would have to build a great repository of jewels in the Mermaid Kingdom. The queen asked him what he was talking about. They had originally agreed that the repository would be built on their Earth. Xavier looked at the hero when he said that he didn't mean that once the construction was completed. He looked ahead and said that the scoundrels blinded by their greed would try to appropriate the jewels for themselves and declare war. He only had to think that such a peaceful and beautiful place would face a sea of more deaths. The mermaid looked at him in shock. The guy bowed and said that there is a contract, so they will begin right away. She interrupted him and told him to wait a second. She frowned and said that is it really necessary to build a repository of jewels on their lands? He replied that no, most likely on any territory that will be located deeper than 70 meters. The woman looked at him and said that it might be better to build it somewhere else. The guy smiled. They walked forward. The hero smiled and said that they agreed that the vault would be built on his territory, and the mermaids would have unlimited access to it. Cool, he sorted everything out, didn't he? He really doesn't want to bring such a big danger to the Mermaid Kingdom. The knight narrowed his eyes when he said that he didn't lie at all, he only spoke the pure truth. Lloyd looked grimly ahead and said that even if it wasn't from the heart. The blue-haired one exhaled. He asked what, is he judging him again? He smiled and said no, in the end, everyone was happy so everything is for the best, right? The brunette extended his hand and said that he finally thinks in the right way, now he agrees that they are alike. Xavier looked at him. He gave him a high five. The knight said that one way or another they will be able to find a way to close the portal to hell in the jewelry vault. They high-fived each other again. The brunette looked ahead and said, this is Lake Capua, an ideal place to build a storage facility, quite deep and spacious. He looked at the beaver and asked the lake master if he thought it was okay to start building. He shouted a sound. The guy took off his clothes and said okay, then they will measure the area. He jumped into the lake. The hero scanned the bottom and thought it was just right, spacious, flat and solid. He called up the simulation mode and thought that he was told that the Pearl of Truth should emit energy in case of an attack. He needed to check how true it was. The green pyramid began to vibrate. Lloyd frowned and thought about what was going on. Energy began to swirl around the pyramid. The hero thought that he had not been lied to after all. A green whirlpool appeared in the lake. The water shot upward. Lloyd frowned. The water rose above the mountains. It began to wash away houses. The hero gritted his teeth. At this time, Xavier was peacefully communicating with the animals. He looked at the brunette who came out of the water. He was frowning. The knight handed him a towel and asked what happened. The guy screamed and asked when he would retire in peace. He went ahead and said that he was free for now. He had a lot to think about. Lloyd got dressed. Xavier exhaled and thought that he did not want to argue and it was better to leave him alone. The knight walked around the city. He looked around and thought that everything had changed so much here. A couple of years ago there was nothing here except a poor village. Suddenly he saw someone calling his father ahead. Children were running to hug Bayern. The blue-haired man thought that the children who went to study in the capital received an excellent education there. He looked the other way. The guy thought that orcs and elves usually do not get along with each other. However, on the lands of Frontera, apparently everything is different. Kuga stood with his back to him and apologized to Miss Emily. He said that it was because of him that she had to do this. Emily showed her biceps and said that everything was fine. She really enjoyed spending her date pumping up her muscles. Even a weakling like her could become strong with a little training. The girl ran away from the orc and shouted at him to try to catch up with her. He laughed and said that it was against the rules. Xavier looked at them suspiciously. Then he smiled and thought that this was quite an unusual sight. But if you think about it, muscles are good. The men smiled and shouted that the installation of the giant statue was ready. Salida picked up the figurine and said that he had finally finished his dragon. Corgetus asked if he was serious. He had already decided that it was a slime. Xavier thought that everyone was striving for their dream. He thought that they were solving the problem of hunger and helping each other. He walked forward and thought that all the people here were living happily in such a peaceful place. The guy looked down and thought, what about the hero? He thought, when will he be able to come back here? Marbella said that she was worried about her son. After so much time he returned home, but he was always sitting in the library, so they could not even properly celebrate his return. She looked at her husband and said that she always did not have the courage to ask what he was working so hard on. He looked very busy. Father said that he also did not know where to start how to ask him. He smiled and said that the young man who was such a child not long ago finally took life into his own hands. Glorious heroes always work for the good of their homeland. That's why sometimes it seems. The woman smiled and said that he seemed like a completely different person, didn't he? Her husband looked at her. He said that she felt it too. Marbella replied that now he doesn't even call them mom and dad. Since that day everything has changed, the manner of speech, behavior and face. There was silence. Arcus stood up and said that apparently he didn't just take life into his own hands, but also became a different person. He opened the door and said that he needed to at least cheer him up a little, which means it's time to finally do it. Marbella exclaimed the formal suit of the head of the Frontera family. He replied that she was right. Usually it is passed on only when the heir becomes the owner of the estate, but their guy has long proven that he is worthy of it. He smiled and said that he wanted to get the suit so much that he went through such a thorny path. He will definitely be glad to have it. Lloyd walked forward. He smiled and thought that he was a genius. It was necessary to build in the lower reaches of the Frona River and with the help of a dam and escape the flood. The guy walked forward and thought that now he would make a simulation. Arcus said that he was just in time. Marbella looked at him and said that they knew that he was very busy, but they were quick and to the point. They had a gift for him, he asked again. The father smiled and held out the suit. The hero looked at him in shock. The brunette smiled and said that it looked very stylish. He would wear it carefully. He walked forward and thanked them, said that he had a rather urgent matter now, so he would try it on later. Arcus extended his hand and asked doesn't he remember what kind of suit it was. When he was little, she said that his grandfather looked very cool in this suit and wanted to get it. The guy had already gone far and said that he remembered, thanked them for not forgetting, and left. Arcus said that he had never seen his grandfather. After a while, Arcus looked at the knight and greeted him. He greeted the count and countess. Marbella looked at him and asked how his rest was going. Xavier lowered his head and said that idleness only made him more anxious. She asked how that was possible. He must be very tired, because he had faced many problems. Arcus looked at him and said that he had always wondered how the two of them constantly traveled and did not rest. Could he share a secret? The knight replied that it was quite difficult for him to explain it now, but as soon as he sorted out his thoughts, he would share his experience. The man smiled and said to be sure to let them know later. By the way, does he know where Lloyd is now? The guy replied that he is now in the Frona River. He looked intently at the man. Arcus darkened and asked, really their son? Is he really alive? Xavier looked at him in shock. Silence fell. A drop of sweat ran down the boy's cheek. He said that it was unexpected. Why did they suddenly think that? Marbella looked at him and said that the Frontera family has a special dress suit. Lloyd once really wanted to get it, but now he doesn't remember anything about it. Arcus looked at him and said that then he decided to ask if he saw his grandfather in this suit, and he answered as if at random, like he remembers his grandfather. He looked down and said that like his wife, he also felt something was wrong with him. From the day he started working actively, his behavior, speech, facial expression are completely different from their son. Xavier looked at him nervously when he said that he had been with him since that day. He has better intuition than any other sword master. He couldn't help but feel strange changes in their son. The man said that he sincerely tried to do everything for the benefit of their land, so they will always be grateful to him for this. However, he raised his eyebrows and said that they are worried about what is happening to their real son, so they ask him to answer honestly, is their son really alive? Xavier pursed his lips in panic and thought that the master really died. He lowered his head and thought that although he was reborn, but in what century and where exactly they do not know, for the Count and Countesses it is the same as losing a child. The guy thought that the real Lloyd lost a fight and almost died in the mud. He thought that someone drove his soul out of his body, and now another creature has taken its place. Xavier frowned and thought that if they knew the truth, they and Kim Suho himself will not be able to live as before. He thought that, however, he cannot lie about his parent. The knight gritted his teeth. Arcus looked at him as he apologized for hiding it from them. He lowered his head. Arcus and Marbella looked at him in shock. The blue-haired one said that in fact, with a stone face, he said that the gentleman has a brain injury, so his memory and thinking are in a critical state. The parents looked at him in shock. Marbella asked what it meant. Her husband asked him to explain it to them in more detail. Xavier with a stone face said that as they probably know, he doesn't like him. He doesn't like him either. As soon as he grew up and joined him in training, he often made fun of him and mocked him, once even gave him a wooden sword. He extended his hand and asked if everything was clear from this. The Earl asked for forgiveness. He replied that I have something to apologize for too. He showed his index finger and said that one day, that very day, the gentleman, and now late at night, and then they ordered him to find him. The guy with a stone face said that he thought about where he could go and went along the obvious path. The knight remembered how he followed him. He then thought why he always had to mess with this bastard. It was annoying. Arcus and Marbella looked at him in shock and asked did he really say that. Xavier with a stone face answered that he had been bullied since childhood. Can't he sometimes get a little angry? The Count and Countess burst into tears. They thought they didn't even know that. The knight said that when he met him halfway, the gentleman, as always, swore at him. Lloyd said how tired he was of him. Why did he need someone like him? Xavier said that suddenly he said the following. He said to go home already, although wait, he doesn't have a home, then he can just die on the street. The knight said that at that moment he could no longer tolerate his humiliation and hit him on the back of the head with his sword. The Count and Countess looked at him in shock. Xavier with a stone face said that after he calmed down and thought for a bit, he decided to shake him and he woke up. Lloyd looked at him in shock and said that it seemed that he had completely lost his memory, but he clearly remembered what an idiot he was. From tomorrow he would become kinder to people. The blue-haired man knelt down and said that this was a very commendable decision, but if the barons and baroness find out that he hit him, they will execute him. He confirmed this and said that he would not tell them anything. Xavier looked at the Count and Countess and said that this was how it was. The wind blew. The guy pulled out his sword. He went out to him and said that it was a sin that he hit a nobleman with a sword. He must decide for himself with his life. Arcus and Marbella told him not to dare. The man frowned and said that what happened was not his fault. The girl said that he made a man out of their son. The brunette said that he alone had dealt with such difficulties. They were very grateful to him. The blue-haired man smiled. Lloyd appeared from behind and said that he had urgent news. His father asked what happened. He replied that the conversation was quite long, so it was better to go inside. He passed by his knight. The hero smiled nastily and asked, is there Xavier not a little boy anymore? The blue-haired man showed a thumb up and said that he learned this from him. After a while, Lloyd asked not to be too surprised at what he was about to say. He frowned and said that recently he often had dreams about how people died in their slavery. He asked the Dragon King who was sleeping in the next room about the visions, and he replied that it was a prophetic dream. He also said that it was possible to avoid its fulfillment if they built the Pearl of Truth, but in order to build it they need to build a dam on the lower reaches of the river. His father looked at him and said no problem. The guy asked do they really have no questions at all? Marbella replied that they had heard a more shocking story earlier, so they would not be surprised anymore. The man smiled and said that they had always noticed how he tried for the benefit of their slavery. However, he took everything on himself and asked for only a little support from them. Lloyd smiled and said that from them it was enough for him that they were healthy and happy. The hero picked up a shovel and told everyone to listen carefully. They were starting the first big construction project in the history of their lands, which had never been done before. Without long introductions, if they did everything as he said, everyone would remain safe. They must trust him. A system window appeared that, thanks to the power of his words, the skill of oratory appears, a complete turnaround. A call to the furious zeal of the inhabitants of the county, the #1 employer, the best avoider of debt, the leader of the poor. The guy looked at the pop-up windows of the system. A system window appeared that he received the skill of oratory, complete trust. Lloyd smiled and thought that as always, whatever he did, everything was for the benefit of the cause. He extended his hand and told the first team to start building the dam and the Pearl of Truth. They must show him the warmth that comes from the depths of the earth. We dig, cut down and tear everything out. He transferred his hand to the second team and shouted, take, carry, and put, and dig without stopping. Then he shouted to the third team, an army of limitless power, skeletons holding posters with slogans, recycling all night, more work. To the animals he said that they are responsible for the giant equipment. Then he turned to the fifth team and said that they are in charge of technology management and replenishment of resources. Lloyd looked at the knight and said that all the other difficult tasks are his. He asked why he is the only one on the team. The hero shouted that all the tasks are his. Everyone raised their hands and shouted that they will work for the good of their county. They will begin construction. The frame rose higher, through the clouds, the first government house in the sky. The worker asked what was written here. Gabriel is the chief administrative officer in heaven, Seraphim, the highest angel, the closest to God. He could barely read what was written there. His employee said that it said illegal construction on the lower reaches of the river, the beginning of the construction of Aotearoa. The angel replied that it was so blinding that nothing could be seen at all. He frowned and told him to wait. Wasn't it about the Pearl of Truth? If it were built, then war would break out again and riots would arise. The employee replied that this information came to them from the Dragon King. He figured it out while they were still preparing materials for the construction. Gabriel said that he was a small reptile. Why is he like that? The angel asked if it was possible to build such a structure so easily. His subordinate replied that according to observations, they chose a place where there was a small chance of successfully building the pearl. Raphael, director of inspection of the earthly world, an angel with a human body, said that he would immediately begin to eliminate the construction. Lloyd shouted, listen to everyone carefully, although it is hard to believe. He frowned and said that he can stop time. From now on for a year during construction time will be stopped. People looked at him in shock. The guy wrote his head and thought that as he expected. They do not believe. Everyone will be surprised if he suddenly stops time. A system window appeared, that to whom the effect of praise is absolute trust is now in effect. The man cried and said that Lloyd can do everything in the world. People began to shout that he can do everything in the world. He can even cause a flood. He controls a bone dragon. Xavier looked at them. People shouted like crazy that Lloyd can do everything in the world. The hero raised his fist victoriously. The knight thought, is everything okay with the inhabitants of this city? A system window appeared that 3,000 points are required to stop time. A bubble appeared over the city. The hero's heart froze. Xavier looked at him and asked if he was okay. He answered, well, no. He smiled and said that he was so excited thinking about the construction of the pearl. The brunette thought that an incredible amount of complex calculations were done in the design of the dam. Of course it was beyond his knowledge, but he could edit and modify everything with his modeling skills for the perfect design. The hero thought that he needed to create a waterway to drain the area where the Pearl of Truth would be built. You will begin a full-scale construction of the dam. He thought that since there are technical limitations, the Spanish Tela Dam is used as a model. It is a legend created in the Middle Ages and still performs its function. Lloyd looked down and thought that the most important structure of the Pearl of Truth is progressing point. He smiled and thought that everything is going without a hitch. Soon his people will be rewarded for all their hard work. Suddenly he heard a voice saying that he is a grief singer. Can he hear it? The hero frowned and thought that it was the voice of the Dragon King. He said that yes, it is him. He should quickly go to him. He frowned when Berkey said that this was an unrealistic emergency. He might not be able to build the Pearl of Truth. Lloyd rushed to him. He ran to the dragon. He was lying down and said that his neck hurt so much and asked to massage it a little. The guy frowned and said, why can't he build the Pearl of Truth? What kind of emergency is this? Berkey's, without turning around, said that his neck hurts extremely. If he doesn't massage it, he will get angry and break everything. The brunette grimaced and thought what a bad person he was. His eyes were burning. He asked the neck, you say? He answered positively. The guy frowned and thought that he would thoroughly need it. He activated mana. Lloyd gritted his teeth and thought, how dare he disturb busy people because of such crap. He began to strangle the dragon. He said that he did not ask to just be stroked. The hero's pupils narrowed. He thought that this dragon was being bred. He would gladly try to crush this screeching monster again. Lloyd launched a powerful attack on his neck. Berkey's, without turning around, said that he couldn't do it, his strength was not enough, he was disappointed. The brunette grimaced and thought that he was bringing him out. A system window appeared that a new skill had blossomed, an incredibly ugly person. A system window appeared that when he gets angry, laughs or cries, he is incredibly ugly. Anyone who sees this face will turn their head and say, "Ugh, what kind of face is this?" The hero thought what kind of skill this was. Before he came to this world, he was sexy. A system window appeared that before even the grass was greener. Berkey's turned to the hero. He said that now he will go against fate with the pearl of truth, and then what? The guy asked what he meant next. He asked what he was going to do with the pearl. He replied that he would destroy it. The dragon looked at him. The brunette gritted his teeth and said that such a structure would only give him a headache. It would prevent him from enjoying an endless vacation, doing nothing and having fun. The dragon turned away and said, "Phew, what kind of face is this?" The hero thought that it was all because of him. Berkey smiled and thought that the pearl of truth will never be used wrong. This man is really a hopeless dreamer. The guy was still trying to give him a massage. The dragon told him to leave. He replied that he still hadn't heard his screams. A system window appeared that he had brought his mana to the limit. Lloyd grimaced and thought, that's enough, what did she come up with this time? A system window appeared that the level of the mana heart skill was increased. He became a first level ball expert. The brunette raised his eyebrows in confusion. A system window appeared that he had received the passive effect of the Sword Master Syndrome. All his senses become extremely sensitive. The dragon looked at him and asked what was wrong with him. Is everything okay? The guy froze. The question of whether he was okay pierced his ear. He fell to the floor and screamed. The Dragon King asked, does he really have a ringing in his ears? He answered, no, Master Syndrome. Berkey's turned away and said that he congratulated him. The hero walked along the corridor and thought, what the hell is this? He still has a lot of work. That's why he did not want to become a sword master. He frowned and thought, should he use glasses today to raise his mana heart level? No, he needs glasses to prevent his fate. Xavier looked at him and asked, does he really have the Sword Master Syndrome? He screamed. The brunette turned away and told him to be quiet and not to talk. The blue-haired man smiled happily. He clenched his fist and said to go into silence, to find the end of his two sharp feelings and focus on that, not to pull them to himself until he placed true silence inside himself. The hero was bleeding. His knight laughed and said, good luck. The brunette replied, is this really an encouraging expression in his opinion? Does he really want to die? The guy frowned and thought that with his eyes, even the small imperfections on Xavier's face. The knight smiled. Lloyd, does he really have no imperfections? What a bastard. Why did he take a cool pose? He thought that he made fun of Xavier a lot for his advice, but still, he was an experienced man, so they did not sleep for several days while he helped him get used to the new sensations. So several months passed. The hero thought that the construction of the dam and the Pearl of Truth was nearing completion. Xavier looked at the master and asked if he was okay. He was talking about the Master Sword Syndrome. Even though he was in training, he seemed to be coping. The guy turned around when the knight said that he forgot everything and spoke too loudly. He apologized. It was not his intention, but if you think about it, this is a kind of training. He replied, enough already. What is he laughing at him? The blue-haired man replied that this was a misunderstanding. He is very worried about him. He smiled and said that it was sincere. The hero said that he saw his sincerity. His face twisted and he said to wait and see how terrible the abuse of power by employers is. Lloyd turned to the music and said, what is it who turned on his barrel organ? He was blinded by the light. A man appeared in the sky. It was an angel. The hero looked at him in shock. Raphael said that he was pleased to meet you. His name is Raphael. He is a civil servant in the heavenly world and the chief inspector general in the midst of people. He came here to deliver an executive order. The brunette frowned and thought that he was strong. The angel pulled out a folder with papers. He adjusted his glasses and said, executive order, engineer Lloyd Frontera, immediately cease construction of illegal buildings in Adiroa and destroy everything built. Lloyd looked at him in shock. The townspeople looked at the angel. The elves' faces were unreadable. People bolted with weapons in their hands. Watching them, Raphael told them to obey the wolf of the sky and immediately destroy Aotearoa. The guy frowned, indignantly asking why the hell he should do this, and then demanded proof that there really was an angel in front of him. The man, looking at his book, asked if he really didn't believe him, even looking at his wings. Pointing at Xavier, the brown-haired man exclaimed that he also had them, and then he was an angel too. The white-haired man, looking at the knight, noted that his face really looked like an angel's. The protagonist looked at the one lowered to his comrades. Then he again looked angrily at the angel and asked how he could believe that he really was the will of heaven. And why should he obey so easily now if he had previously put so much effort into building it? The angel closed his notebook. Then he waved his hand. Something flew from the sky towards him. A huge hammer appeared in his hand. Then a light swirled above his head. It formed into a sparkling halo. Lloyd nervously fluttered. Revealing himself in all his glory, Raphael asked if he believed him now. The man gritted his teeth and muttered that it was a golden hammer of punishment, just like in the Holy Scriptures. Looking at the white-haired man in the sky, he noted that this was indeed an angel. Remembering the box, Raphael said that it was not so, and this hammer was called the Universal Hammer for official duties. The guy waved his hand and indignantly asked why on earth the construction of Aotearoa became illegal. He exclaimed that knowledge simply will not be destroyed, and this land is their property. The rich angel opened his notebook, answering that the Pearl of Truth of Aotearoa is an anomalous artifact that looks into the world beyond the heavens and reveals heavenly secrets, and in order to get it, on December 6, 307 according to the mythical calendar, at 6 a.m., the Great Racial War began. Shaitan and his companion listened to him say that the death toll was 4,370,000, the injured 27,820,000, and the total damage was estimated at 400,720,094,000,000 gold. The man slammed the notebook shut, saying that accordingly, Aotearoa was called an illegal construction, and if he did not destroy it immediately, he would do it himself. The protagonist clenched his teeth in anger. Pointing at the angel, he loudly asked what kind of dictatorship this was, and then said that he was filing an appeal. He perked up when Raphael said that appeals were accepted through prayer, and if his prayer was sincere and pure, it would be forwarded to the Civil Affairs Department. Lloyd asked if this was really possible, to which the angel replied that heaven was called to ease the hardships of earthly life. The guy immediately fell to his knees. He folded his hands and began to pray, saying to himself that he must protect the precious people with the power of Aotearoa, and then asked to hear the prayers of his slave, who did not want to lose his loved ones anymore. A man sat at the table and listened to him through the phone, saying that absolutely all the inhabitants of the territory, whose lives are full of memories and happiness, had gathered here. He said that this was sheer despair. The brown-haired man listened with a displeased face as the protagonist said that his people should be healthy and have a pot of honey for their old age. He abruptly hung up, refusing. The protagonist perked up when Raphael conveyed these words to him. He asked why, to which the angel said that the prayer was not sincere. Lowering his head, he ordered to destroy. The guy frowned, saying in response that this would never happen. The white-haired man darkened. He raised his hammer above his head, saying that in this case he would do everything himself. The angel rushed to Aotearoa. He swung his weapon. The brown-haired man stretched out his hand and shouted. Suddenly, a green light appeared out of nowhere. Xavier appeared in front of Raphael. The hammer was aimed straight at him. However, the boy blocked the blow. A shockwave spread in all directions. The protagonist screamed loudly, mentally cursing the Master Sword Syndrome, making his ears ring. Raising his weapon in front of him, the blonde man introduced himself as a knight of the Frontier County and said that anyone who invades the territory must leave it. Otherwise, with anger on his face, he said that this person will be punished. The angel's face darkened. Someone was running along the ground. The red-haired boy stopped, looking at Aotearoa. He raised an eyebrow in confusion, thinking about what he came for, how he felt an incredible amount of mana. Looking at Raphael, he mentally noted that his mother told him that angels always adhere to the rules they set, and the fact that he appeared here with a hammer only means that he is going to destroy everything here. Solita bared his teeth, flashing an evil look, and exclaimed that in that case he would never be able to marry, and if they joined forces with the Supreme Master, then there was a chance. A man appeared on the grass behind him, telling him to stop because they were in trouble. Tyrannus, folding his hands on his knees, said that if anyone harmed heaven, hell, or the dragon, then a great war would begin. Imagining an outbreak on Earth, he said that the planet itself would perish. Looking tiredly ahead, the dragon said that the world only works when they turn a blind eye to local intrusions and minor damage. Browsing down, Solita asked who he was anyway. The locals began to scatter in different directions at the order of the brown-haired man. Looking at Xavier, the angel called him the Supreme Master and said that he was warning him that if he did not leave right now, it would be considered a crime of obstruction of duty. Looking at him with angry eyes, the knight asked if it means that all they need is to do their duty. The hammer darkened on him. The guy flew back, avoiding the blow. Looking at this with his mouth open, the protagonist thought that his comrade was very cool and then wondered if this was an instant victory. Xavier attacked with a sword. The angel's nymph flew apart into a glowing strip. She reflected the attack. Lloyd clenched his teeth tightly under the shock wave. Swinging, the blonde screamed. Bright light accumulated in different directions. The glowing halo and the parquet compressed at great speed. He froze in shock. The man opened his mouth and said that it was not too late. He, holding a hammer in his hand, told him to stop and surrender, following the will of heaven. The brown-haired man screamed loudly, telling his friend about the simultaneous attack. The guy pursed his lips when he was asked to cover his ears. The protagonist with a glowing eye opened his mouth. He took a deep breath. While Raphael was distracted, Xavier created 2 disc heads. Frowning, Lloyd screamed loudly. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He fell to his knees, holding his head. The knight shook himself, puzzled. Watching the arcade with empty eyes, the boy muttered that he really wanted to not hear anything. He thought that due to the amplification of sounds by the Master Sword syndrome, he felt Seta disgusting, and the two could not hear their own song. Xavier became sad. The angel frowned and asked it was, noting that it was very similar to the screams of an ancient devil. At that moment, the knight attacked him. Nimbus parried the attack again. Raphael swung his hammer. The boy flew back, avoiding the attack. With a loud scream, he rushed at the enemy. His face turned white. The man took the weapon away, saying that it was useless. Blocking a huge number of attacks, he said that the angel's halo was an absolute blessing. Opening his mouth, he said that as long as his soul was pure and righteous, the ring would protect him forever. He hit Xavier. He flew to the side from the blow. Looking at Aotearoa, he thought that this could not happen. Suddenly, he fluttered up before the collision. The knight grafted himself onto the angel again. Two hit him with his hammer again. The guy landed right on the side. Opening his mouth, he screamed loudly in pain. Raphael landed next to him. He looked thoughtfully at Xavier. He lay unconscious. Looking at him, the angel asked him not to wake up yet. Turning around, he walked to the side. The blonde opened one eye. When he began to sneak up, the man froze. Sharply turning around, he exclaimed that he told him not to wake up. The guy threw sand in his eyes. Closing his eyes, the angel screamed loudly, calling him a cowardly creature. His halo glowed red, awarding 10 penalty points. The blonde darkened, hearing that he received a penalty. Swinging, Xavier smiled evilly, saying that it meant that he was able to stain his soul after all. Lloyd, watching, opened his mouth in shock, wondering if he was always this cool. The guy attacked. The halo took the blow again. However, it bent under the onslaught. The angel, holding his head, screamed in pain. He suddenly fluttered, avoiding the attack. The blonde jerked to the side when he tried to hit him. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking that he now heard a whistle. Meanwhile, the angel and the knight continued to fight. Frowning, the brown-haired thought that whatever it was. Xavier bared his teeth when blood flowed from the cuts. There were wounds on Raphael's body as well. Lloyd closed his eyes. His knight blocked the blow with a hammer, the man said. The guy opened his mouth and screamed, demanding that they stop this right now. He was sitting on his knees, attracting their attention. The brown-haired man began to cry, telling them to stop hurting each other. The fair-haired man's eyes widened in surprise. Traces rolled down the protagonist's cheek. Looking at him, the angel asked if he would take down the Pearl of Truth. Lloyd replied that only if he promised him something. He continued to cry, screaming that if fate was not restored through the Pearl of Truth, then the most beautiful people in the world would become deeply unhappy. The locals looked at him in surprise beyond the ravine. They also appeared behind the trees while their master was screaming that it was absurd for him to not care what would happen to him, and then demanded that these people simply be made happy. With sadness on their faces, the residents listened to his words that in exchange the angel could take his life. Tears continued to flow down the guy's cheeks. Raphael frowned. He apologized with a sigh and said that unfortunately he couldn't help him with that. The brown-haired man hung his head. Surrounded by blue screens, he muttered that in that case, the negotiations had failed. Multiple screens showed bonus RPs he had received from the favor of various people. His total RP was 26,071. The next screen said he could level up as a sword master for 26,000 RP. The protagonist wiped away his tears. Suddenly, his expression darkened and he turned white while smiling. The man opened his eyes, seeing the light. Lloyd's body was enveloped in a blue glow. With a smile on his face, he told him to listen to his song. The angel and the knight looked at the boy. The blonde man wondered with a puzzled expression if this was really a sword master. Raphael looked at the brown-haired man and asked him not to take the sin of interfering in heavenly affairs and become a criminal. He added that he had the same power as the great master he knew well. The main Hertz pursed his lips and muttered that with the power of a sword master, and then began to sing. Xavier clenched his teeth because of the energy wave. He covered his ears with his hands. Meanwhile, a glow appeared around the dragon. He moved to the moon. In the forest, birds were sitting on the branches. Fish were calmly swimming in the water. Fluffy wings spread out. A fish jumped out of the water. Lloyd began to move his hands. Black and red energy flew out of his mouth. It enveloped Aotearoa. Then it moved on. People screamed loudly, covering their ears. The system noted a decrease in attractiveness. The same thing began to happen to the rest of the inhabitants. Blood flowed from their ears. The energy went to the forest. The protagonist looked at the angel. There was horror on his face. In the forest, birds fell to the ground. Fish floated to the surface of the water. A drop of blood flowed from Raphael's nose, and he cursed. His halo immediately turned red, denying the receipt of 480 penalty points, adding that the maximum number of penalty points was exceeded by 300, and during the punishment period he was deprived of all his granted powers. The man froze in confusion. Suddenly his wings began to disappear. He lowered his head, and then raised his printed gaze. The protagonist stood in front of him with a shovel. Xavier appeared behind him. The angel pulled his hands to his face. Taking off his glasses, he asked them to calm down a little. A moment later, his loaf of bread with a shovel in the face. Raphael began to fall backwards. The knight hit him with a sword. The man began to fall in the other direction. Many blows fell on him. The brown-haired man smiled madly. The blonde man gritted his teeth, darkening. Their weapons approached him again. He saw the light. After a while, everyone found themselves in the Frontier estate. The beaten blonde man lay on the bed. He looked away. The protagonist was sitting next to him on the couch, noting his awakening. He looked at him with kind eyes, saying that he didn't think he would wake up at all, and added that he had been looking after him all night. Looking at him, the angel said that he was going to destroy the pearl, but he didn't understand why. Lloyd interrupted, saying that this didn't make him a bad person. He smiled sweetly, saying that the only bad thing was that their values were different, and that he didn't think that someone was bad and someone was good. The man turned around, thinking about his words. He remembered how the two guys attacked him. Suddenly, Xavier abruptly opened the door. The protagonist began to hold him back while he said that he should die and demanded to let him go. The face screamed, telling him to stop because he was an angel. After kicking him out, he closed the door. Wiping his forehead, the guy smiled sweetly again and called his comrade very hot-tempered, noting that he had a hard time restraining his cruel nature. In reality, the knight himself held the master back while he screamed that he would kill the angel. Raphael looked at him with tears in his eyes. He knelt down and thanked him, calling him a good man. The brown-haired man muttered that it somehow came naturally to him. He smiled slyly, mentally noting that according to the plot of the novel, he was not pure but naive, and that it was very easy. Looking at the man, the main character asked what would happen to him while the punishment was in effect. Raphael replied that he had lost his angel powers and would not be able to return to heaven. Taking out his phone, he said that thanks to it, he was able to at least maintain contact. But Lloyd asked if it was a smartphone, but he replied that it was not a smartphone. The guy said that it made no difference. He half closed his tired eyelids and asked if he would try to take down the pearl again. How would his punishment end? The blonde man lowered his head and said that it was the decision of heaven, and it must be carried out eventually, because it was inevitable for the maintenance of order on earth and in heaven. Looking at him, the brown-haired man asked if it was really all for the sake of peace. He asked if it was violence, noting that they were forcing people to follow their decisions, guided by the fact that the pathetic people of the rowing world knew nothing. The man's eyes widened. The protagonist crossed his arms, saying that it must be that before he simply carried out his official duties like a sword, because it was right, and such was the will of heaven. He asked what people of his position thought, though. Lloyd asked him if he had ever heard of it in small terms and if he had changed his mind. Raphael lowered his eyes when asked if it was true what he had said, that the heavens were burdened with the burdens of the earthly world. The guy asked what about those people who had accumulated a lot of grievances because of the decisions of the heavenly court. The blonde became sad. Bowing his head, he said that his interlocutor was right because he had never heard what people said. The brown-haired man smiled and asked why he didn't stay here and learn more about the earthly world. The man immediately smiled and asked if that was okay and if he wouldn't cause any inconvenience. The protagonist replied that he might feel pressure, noting that he hadn't been very attentive. He took out a stack of papers. Smiling darkly, Lloyd said that if he signed this contract and did him a few favors, he would gladly let him stay. With a wide smile, Raphael began to sign the contract. A gloomy guy loomed over him, thinking that this would solve several issues at once. With a sly smile, he mentally noted that with its help he would be able to take the Queen's Eyes of Summer. Imagining the blue insides, the brown-haired man thought that this was so that his heart wouldn't stop. The sun was shining over the city. The beaver on the dragon's head screamed loudly. The man rose sharply from the bed. He pulled his shirt over himself. Xavier adjusted his glasses. Then he smoothed his blonde hair. After a while, Raphael was running down the street. He ran around surrounded by animals. He greeted Mr. Deer, Rabbit, and Squirrel, and also noted that the songs of the respected sparrows, as always, cleared the sky of clouds. The sparrow sat on his shoulder and began to sing. The man asked if he really wanted him to sing with him. He muttered that he was a little embarrassed because his singing would not be as beautiful. He opened his mouth. The blonde waved his hand, starting to sing. The locals smiled, saying that every morning the song of this angel alone warms the soul. Blank and his comrade smiled sheepishly, saying that they had once heard it only once, but now it has become their daily morning ritual of raising energy. People also noted the difference from Lloyd's singing. The brown-haired man also smiled and confirmed this. He turned to the gentleman and began to apologize for his impudence, saying that his singing a couple of days ago was so terrible that they all still had nightmares. He added that now everyone was finally calmed by the sounds of his song. The guy said that he already realized that honesty was pouring out of him, and then asked him to stop saying the same thing. Frowning, he noted how this Raphael annoyed him. Xavier said that he was jealous of the fact that everyone loved him, but it was understandable, because an angel is much better than the eternally informing demon from the very last circle of hell. The brown-haired man looked at him and asked if he was really comparing him to a demon now, and then reminded him that the angel was against them. The knight replied that one way or another he had already melted the hearts of all the inhabitants. They looked at the man surrounded by animals, and the main character mentally called them traitors. He frowned when his comrade asked why he didn't kick him out if he didn't like him. Lloyd replied that he had already signed the contract and that he wouldn't need it anyway. He said that Raphael had to do two things for him. Earlier, he had pointed his finger and asked to tell him about the plans of the heavenly world after the Pearl of Truth was built. The man, sitting on the bed, replied that it was no problem and that this magic smartphone quickly and reliably transmitted all the news of the heavenly world. He asked to note that the magic phone was much cleaner than the earthly ones. The guy noted that such a remark suited his image quite well. He showed two fingers, saying that he needed to make sure of something and asked if he could prove to everyone that he was an angel even during the punishment. The blonde, having created a halo and wings, asked if this proof sounded familiar. The brown-haired man asked if all his powers had been taken away from him, noting that he was just the spitting image of an angel. Raphael said that his abilities were no longer available to him, but his appearance was completely preserved. The protagonist smiled slyly. He said that before he told all the details of the plan, he must promise him that he would cooperate with him in any way. Walking with Xavier, Lloyd said that he reported that negotiations were currently underway in the heavenly world regarding their stubbornness, and while the higher ones were conferring, time could not be wasted, and until they finished, the issue with the Pearl of Truth needed to be closed and they should be torn to shreds and rights. He smiled slyly, saying that Delove was there for a couple of hours and everything was ready. The guy looked back with displeasure when his friend said that this, of course, did not concern work, but he still wanted to say. The knight stopped and said that he considered the capture of the master much better than that angel. The brown-haired man frowned and said that it was very unexpected, and then asked why such a sudden confession. The fair-haired man, approaching him, noted that however, the opinion itself is truly terrible, as if the sounds of an accident and the screams of the devil from the depths of hell were heard in a wave, which gave rise to the original chaos. The protagonist asked why he became a poet and asked him to speak smoothly. Opening his lips, the guy noted that this is why he does not particularly like singing, is constantly ashamed and reproaches himself when he sings in front of others. Looking at the frozen Lloyd, he said that despite this, he is not embarrassed to sing at the top of his voice in order to save himself, overcoming his shyness. Xavier closed his eyes, saying that if there is the most majestic song, then this will be it. The brown-haired man's eyes widened. Curling his lips, he fell silent. The fair-haired man raised his hand in protest when the gentleman said that he was crazy, and replied that he was not going to listen because he was impressed just imagining it. The protagonist frowned. As he began to walk forward, he said that it was even for the best because sometimes he got goosebumps from his antics. His smiling face was reflected in the river. The knight was also forging. In the reflection of the water, they both looked different. The bird flew over Aotearoa with a loud cry. She dropped an ice cube. It began to fall down. Then it landed on the top of Aotearoa. Water flowed down from the top of the building. The system noted the readiness of the Pearl of Truth Aotearoa and that the protagonist received a large reward of 85 ORP for architectural achievements. Lloyd pointed his finger to the side, ordering the gates to be opened. Water began to pour out of the dam. The system then noted that this was the first dam in the history of Laurasia, as well as receiving 15 ORP. The total RP was 10,071. Water began to surround Aotearoa. Then the building completely sank into it. The guy sank into the water. Looking at the glowing pearl, he mentally noted that it was time to find out the answer. Brown-haired extended his hand. A bright light came from Aotearoa. Then a voice came from her, saying that she, who always spoke only the truth, Aotearoa. Brown-haired looked with puzzled eyes, thinking that it was immediately obvious that the bastard who created this thing tried to adjust the settings. Aotearoa asked if he wanted to ask her a question, and then noted that nothing is free, and first he will need to tell one of his secrets. The protagonist grimaced and asked what secret they were talking about. Aotearoa said that it was a secret that no one knew except him. Lloyd put his hand on his chin and began to think about the fact that Xavier already knew his true identity, so this secret would not do. He wondered if everything would be considered a secret. The guy pointed his finger and said that when he returned to land, he would do his business. He would meet with a piece of paper and roll it into a thin, sharp tube, and then insert it deep, turn it 5 times to the right and 5 times to the left and repeat all 3 times. A beam shot up from Aotearoa. A blue light appeared in the sky above the townspeople, on which it was written that the Pearl of Truth was in touch with them and told everyone the secret of the brown-haired man. The main Hertz covered his face with his hand in shame. He looked at Xavier in shock when he asked him how deep he would insert it. Lloyd shouted, telling him to just forget about it, and then asked what he was doing here next to him. The fair-haired man darkened, answering that when he activated it, a large wave arose, and then added that he was worried about him. The guy frowned, wondering what happened to him lately, thinking that it felt like he was already saying goodbye to him before dying. Ayateroa said that now he could ask what he was interested in. Brown-haired pursed his lips. He frowned and raised his head, saying that he came here from another world, where he worked all his life, and in moments when he could die or get into trouble, he saved himself, but trying to escape from his fate, it always comes back again. He asked to tell him how he can stop this vicious circle. Ayateroa lit up. A whirlwind appeared for her. Oak enveloped the protagonist and his friend. Brown-haired found himself in the darkness, and Ayateroa said that this was a space for their conversation, where only he and she, and only he alone, would be able to hear the answer to this question. Lloyd frowned, thinking that her speech had changed. Ayateroa said that he was a creature that should have died a long time ago, but was still alive. A drop of sweat ran down the boy's cheek, and then she added that he also took the place of the protagonist, which originally belonged to Xavier. Ayateroa said that this world is trying to return fate to its previous course, to kill Lloyd and return the role of the protagonist to Xavier. However, he became a god, because of whom the world cannot find its protagonist, which led to a serious mistake. And although fate has disrupted the course of events, it still strives to return to the original scenario. And if he wants to stop fate and calm the world, he needs to restart history. And for this he needs to determine who exactly makes the protagonist. The boy listened carefully to her words that if one of them dies, then history will restart. He fell to his knees. In reality, his comrade grabbed his shoulders. Ayateroa said that there is no other way. Looking at the shocked face of his master, the knight asked him to breathe. The brown-haired man remembered his past self, thinking about how he worked non-stop, cherishing the hope that one day everything would get better. The scared Xavier kept asking him to breathe and asked if his heart hurt. The protagonist in the past told himself to hold on, because one day everything would get much better. Cold sweat ran down the guy's cheeks while he asked Lloyd to come to his senses. Meanwhile, the brown-haired man reached for the light, thinking that there was barely much time left. At this time, Xavier held his hand on his chest. The light in front of the protagonist went out. He opened his mouth in horror. The guy continued to press on his comrade's chest, asking him to breathe. The protagonist, opening his mouth in shock, wondered that since he has 2 lives, what will happen to him when he dies, and what will happen when he dies for the first time. Ayateroa answered that this is only a special event, the resurrection of the protagonist. He asked if it would not be if he got to soul. He was told that this is not death. A frosty crust crawled over his heart. Winter stirred, wondering why it was freezing so quickly, and whether it would be possible to stop the process with mana since he was a sword master. A system screen appeared next to him, saying that this is a mental illness, and when its symptoms appear, nothing can be done. Lloyd froze with horror in his eyes. Ayateroa said that she wanted to repeat everything again. She noted that either Lloyd or Xavier must die. The guy began to cover his tired eyes. Ayateroa said there was no other way out. Suddenly, a huge blue field appeared over the area. A moment later, it burst. Gritting his teeth, the guy held his chest. He was lying in his room, mentally calling the messenger. Sprawled on the bed, the brown-haired man mentally asked if he had brought him here to torture him, but he remained silent. He, with a gloomy face, asked who they were and whether this was all a simulation that they were just watching and laughing at. They apologized to him. The main character grinned, asking if they were having fun and calling himself an unhappy person. Winter, pursing his lips, listened to his thoughts about how nothing could stop him, and he would achieve everything he wanted because he was Lloyd Frontera. The guy went limp. At this time, Xavier was talking to his parents at the door, who asked if he was still exhausted. The knight answered in the affirmative, saying that he believed that he had overdone it. The woman with a sad face asked if there was a way to deal with the troubles in the territory. The fair-haired man smiled and answered affirmatively, noting that this was precisely why the Lord could afford to rest now. The brown-haired man's eyes were fixed on him. The guy looked into them. The man waved his hand and asked him to take care of his son. Then they left. Xavier lowered his head. Then he entered the room. Approaching the bed, the knight said that he did not know what answer the Pearl of Truth had given him, but he believed. Hanging his head, he called the Lord a man who finds answers. While the brown-haired man's heart was becoming increasingly covered with ice, his comrade said that for this, first of all, one must live. Opening his tired eyes, the protagonist listened as he was asked to wait a little longer. Xavier, looking at him, said that he would make him get out of bed. Then he headed for the exit, wondering if he would be able to accomplish what he was trying to do. The boy pursed his lips, mentally telling himself that he would succeed, because he knew the key. Many situations from Lloyd's life were following him like a shadow. The blonde thought that he had seen this countless times. His gaze went wild when he mentally called himself Lloyd Frontera. Raphael, looking at him, answered that there was news and that they say that the heavens are going to send Mr. Dole back. Standing in front of him, The knight asked when approximately this would happen. The angel said that it was unknown for now because meetings with the authorities could take a long time. The blonde began to breathe. He grabbed the candelabra. Next, he made a cross on the wall. With a wave of his sword, the boy lit the candles. Watching what was happening, the blonde asked what he was doing, and he replied that he was praying. The boy glanced back and noted that he had said earlier that if the prayer was pure and sincere, it would be accepted as a civil complaint. Closing his eyes, he began to mentally say on his knees that there was very little time and began to forgive him to return it more humbly. Meanwhile, the angel, removing the phone from his face, shouted that this prayer was so pure and desperate that it simply could not be ignored. His colleague asked if he was the owner of the building. Then they both jumped back from the phone when Xavier began to ask again. A portal appeared in front of the guy, and he noted how easy it was. Looking at the blonde, the knight called him with him. The angel turned away offended, saying that when he gets to hell, he will be reprimanded for swearing, and he is a little scared. He began to scream loudly when the blonde dragged him to the portal. The guy, throwing an angry look, reminded him that he signed a contract for cooperation with the receipt of the Eyes of Summer. Opening his lips, he said that now they are just heading for him. They both began to move upward. After a while, it appeared in front of Gabriel. He adjusted his glasses, speaking of recklessness, and then noted that he knew that Mr. Xavier was a man of very noble blood. The knight's face darkened when he asked if nobles did not file complaints, adding that he spoke as if only indecent people did. At that moment, the angel's halo flashed red, announcing that the remark just made could belittle the complainant. The old man looked at the guests, saying that he must apologize and asked them not to take his words seriously. He added that if he knew how dangerous the Pearl of Truth is. Xavier, beaming, answered that he acknowledged, noting that the Pearl of Truth is a task that should never be built, and the decision of heaven about the sense is justified 10,000 times. The man gritted his teeth, asking if they were going to tear it down. He answered him in the affirmative. The guy darkened, saying that it was conditional. Putting his hands behind his back, he said that first he had one question, and then asked when they found out that they were building the Pearl of Truth. The old man replied that it was around the time of the Heart of Winter incident, and that they had received a report from the Needle that construction had begun. The blonde man slammed the table. He approached the old man and asked why then they only notified them after construction was completed and why they had not told them not to build beforehand. The man turned white with fear and began to mutter that it was not so, and that they did not think that they would actually gather all the materials. Looking at him with an angry gaze, the knight noted that they had decided to start doing something if something were to happen. Horror appeared in the angel's eyes. Xavier, darkening, asked if this was true. The old man hung his head and answered in the affirmative, because an angel could not lie. The boy bowed to him and said that as compensation for the costs they had incurred due to the negligence of the heavens, they asked them to postpone the demolition until the phenomenon of fate restoration was prevented. The man adjusted his glasses and began to say that he did not understand anything. The blonde man became even more gloomy, asking how they were going to ignore such a situation when many people had suffered losses due to the negligence of the heavens. He asked if this was really the kind heaven that eased the burdens of the earthly world. The angel grabbed his head, saying that instead of again, they would take care of everything. The boy bowed again and thanked him for understanding, after which Gabriel thought that angels always recognize lies. Looking at the shining knight, he wondered if he was really that grateful. The blonde man, holding up 2 fingers, noted that there was one more thing. He pointed to Raphael and said to convey the revelation to the royal family through him and ask him to give the Eye of Summer to Lloyd. The man's mouth dropped open in shock. He slammed the table, shouting that such a man could not be forced even by force. He noted that they had already finished talking about compensation for the time and effort spent. Opening his mouth, the knight said that it was a defensive measure and now they were demanding compensation for the damage. Putting his hand on his chest, he said with an angry face that in fact, because of the conflict with heaven, he was so scared that he could not sleep for several days and received a mental wound for which he wanted compensation. The old man opened his mouth again, realizing that it had planned to steal everything from the very beginning. Seeing the bright light, he wondered if all his words were true and thought that since the pain was so great, it could not be left uncompensated. Seeing the innocent smile on the guy's face, the man thought that he was going to invite him to heaven after death, but he was definitely a complainer from hell. The palace was illuminated by the bright sun. Lloyd on the bed, opening his eyes tiredly, allowed to enter. A maid entered the room. Sadly hanging her head, she apologized for interrupting him while he was resting. The guy started to get up, saying that everything was fine. The brown-haired girl handed him an envelope. When he took it, he heard that it was an invitation. With a smile on her face, the girl said that she and Kuga were getting married. The main character looked at himself drawn on the postcard, while the maid said that this was a special invitation especially for him, because it was thanks to him that they were able to meet. Lloyd opened his tired eyes. Emily, smiling sweetly, also added that thanks to the master, these lands are filled with happiness, and they are all very grateful to him. The guy opened his mouth. He smiled softly and thanked her for her kind words, and then began to mentally apologize to everything. The brown-haired man stood up when the maid mentioned that she would bring him a new blanket now. He said that he wanted to open the door for her himself. The protagonist mentally noted that he hoped that they would all be happy. Standing in the doorway, he congratulated the girl on her wedding. Then the door to his room closed. Lloyd sank to the floor next to her, thinking that now he could do absolutely nothing. And then he remembered the words that either he or Xavier must die. Lowering his gloomy gaze, the guy thought about his comrade, noting that the protagonist did not die. His heart became increasingly cold. The brown-haired man's eyes widened. He bent over on the floor and screamed. The protagonist, exhaling a puff of steam, thought that there was still one way out. His room began to be enveloped in darkness while he thought about the fact that the secondary character could die. Suddenly, the system told him that this cannot be done. The guy tiredly looked at the blue screen. Words appeared on it that he had not yet fulfilled his wish. Then it was said that he must live, because while he was alive, he could do anything. The blue screen began to disappear. A weak light enveloped the brown-haired man's body. He was left alone in the room again. The protagonist fell asleep. Meanwhile, a giant monster emerged from the water. A man watched him through the window. He looked at a huge number of monsters. The fortress stood on a hill hidden under the water. There, at the bottom, cross-shaped structures were installed. Their center began to crack. Walking quickly, the Sultan looked at the servant, indignantly asking who dared to attack his lands. He replied that, in all likelihood, this was a group of pagans who passed off dreams as servants of God. He noted that it was difficult to resist them, and that they indiscriminately set fire to palace buildings. The monster rushed after the animals in the forest. The elves aimed their arrows at him, indignantly asking where these creatures kept crawling out from, and noting that if this continued, all the animals of the forest would disappear. Meanwhile, the queen's advisors stood before her, telling her what was happening. She frowned and wondered why so many strange events were happening at once. At that moment, Xavier was racing on a huge dragon. He, on foot in his paws, was approaching the palace. When he landed, the queen was informed that the knight of the county of Frontera was asking to meet her. The girl asked if he had come alone, without Lloyd. Xavier knelt before her and formally greeted her. The red-haired man on the throne remained silent. She propped her cheek with her hand and asked what he was planning. The guy looked at her with a puzzled look. Alicia frowned. The knight looked at her with a pitiful look. The queen turned away from him and asked what business he had with her. The fair-haired one said that it was nothing, it was just that too much rhubarb was produced in the lands of Frontera County, so they thought about its usefulness. While the girl looked away, he said that they would like to wholeheartedly help Her Majesty in military development. She thought that she was going to teach them a good lesson for taking advantage of her and the marriage. Suddenly, a bright light appeared to the side. The red-haired one perked up, hearing music. In the air, she saw a silhouette hovering. It was Raphael with wings and a halo above his head. The queen's advisors opened their mouths in shock. She, gritting her teeth, asked if this was really an angel. The blonde one, looming over her, could not decide how to address her and began to mutter that he was carrying the will of heaven. He waved his hand and said to pass on the eye of summer to Lloyd Frontera. Then the angel immediately disappeared. Only a cloud of dust remained behind him. The girl bared her teeth, thinking that this was very suspicious, and she would not be surprised at all if this was the work of the main character. She turned to the knight and asked him to be honest with her. Seeing his shocked face, Alicia wondered if she was wrong in her assumptions. A frightened advisor ran up to her and exclaimed that if this was God's will, then she needed to urgently prepare the Eye of Summer. The other advisors with frightened faces began to exclaim that this was her last weapon, because the heart of winter was no more, and the words of that angel must have been a lie. The men started squabbling among themselves, where she told the group that there was definitely an angel, and the others that even if it was true, they did not dare to disturb the well-being of their kingdom. The old man, with his mouth open, shouted that the blonde man most likely lied about the will of heaven in order to destroy their country. He was asked if he had read the Bible and noted that angels cannot lie. Xavier frowned. Earlier, he had been asked if he was asking to moan to the heavens. The man, adjusting his glasses, noted that they, angels, could not lie, so he simply could not fulfill this request. The guy standing in front of him said that it seemed that he did not understand everything, and then asked what exactly was a lie. He said that there was no need to say that it was for the prosperity of the kingdom or to avoid a curse. Glooming, the knight ordered to simply say that the Eye of Summer must be handed over and then no one would deceive anyone. Now he was kneeling in front of the queen. Hanging his head, the blonde mentally noted that everything turned out as he planned. While Alicia was perplexedly rubbing her chin, he thought about how he only had to make her believe it. While the bright sun illuminated the dome of the palace, the girl said that she hoped that Xavier would answer honestly. Left alone with him, she asked if the angel's revelation was an evil plan of Lloyd's. Bowing his head, the fair-haired man said that it was. The red-haired woman sighed and asked if it meant that the games were over since he confessed right away. The knight, without raising his head, said that he feigned surprise in order to avoid the minister's glances. Sitting on one knee, he asked how he dared to deceive Her Majesty's insight with his rude behavior. The queen noted that his flattering speeches were very similar to his face, but it was good that he at least did not expose himself. The guy looked away and said that it was so ugly that he could not even. The girl, gloomy, noted that she was already on the verge of such a thing. Continuing to sit on his knees, Xavier said that despite the fact that it was the young master's plan, the angel was still real. The red-haired woman agreed with him. He asked if she had any doubts. The queen asked who could deceive the sacred dragon of the founder. She, narrowing her tired eyes, suggested getting straight to the point and asked why he needed the Eye of Summer. The blonde pursed his lips, still without raising his head. He said that the young master was now on the verge of death. Alicia's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, a maid with a mistress stood near the protagonist's room and said that they had brought him something to eat. Without opening the door, Lloyd thanked her and asked to leave it outside. The girl replied that she had to pick up the dishes from the last meal, to which he said that he would do it himself later because now he was busy. The maid looked at the blonde. She put the tray by the door and asked to call her if he needed anything. They left. There was a lonely tray on the floor. After a while, the door opened a little. The guy took the tray with all its contents. Having put it on the floor with the rest of the same, he sank to the floor. The brown-haired man hung his head. At this moment, the red-haired girl frowned, asking about the phenomenon of fate restoration. The knight, looking at the floor, replied that Verkis, the Dragon King, son of Tyrannus, the sacred dragon founder, told them that all the changes the young master made to fate were trying to return to their places, and to prevent this, the Pearl of Truth was needed. The girl thought about everything that Lloyd had prevented. She opened her eyes wide, wondering if all this was really going to return to its place. The protagonist was sitting in a dark room. There were beasts hiding behind his collar. Peepodong pressed himself against the cheek of the dowel. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared next to him. On it, a photo of Mr. and Mrs. Frontera appeared. The mouse frowned with displeasure. When the guy put the beasts on the floor, they began to mutter displeasantly, and he apologized, saying that he was very tired. The other two beasts began to pull his ear and hit him on the shoulder. The brown-haired man muttered that he understood everything and that they should not be locked in a stuffy place. After a while, they were all walking along a bright corridor. The protagonist began to hear a voice saying that it did not mean that someone was worried about something, and then added about health. He recognized the Countess's voice and thought that no matter how he restrained the feelings of a sword master, from such a distance everything could still be heard. Lloyd stopped. The man asked if she had noticed too, after which he said that Xavier told them that he was just resting, but this guy just did not know how to lie. The blonde smiled and agreed with him, saying that it was exactly the same before. She was sitting at the table in front of her husband, saying that the knight told them that the work changed after he hit his head, but she knew that he helped them for the sake of the man who received the body of their son. The guy's eyes widened in shock. Clutching his chest, he began to cough. The man opened his mouth and said that Xavier was trying so hard to help, probably because that person was really trying hard for them. The woman smiled, saying that it was true, and that person was not bad, so they needed to wait a little longer until he recovered and prevented all the misfortunes on their land. Looking at her husband, the blonde said that maybe then he would tell them the whole truth. The man smiled back and said that in the future it would be so. The brown-haired man rushed down the corridor. He looked ahead. After a while, he opened the door to his room. Folding the blanket, the main character mentally noted that he must live. He began to eat bread. After a while, the dowel was sitting at the table in front of the open window. Frowning, he thought that he must live in order to tell them the whole truth later. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl sat at her desk, noting that Lloyd knew that the squirrels before and after, but he would not be able to convince the ministers with a ridiculous request, and so he sent an angel with a revelation. She said that she agreed, but the problem was how to resolve the conflict between supporters and opponents of the revelation. Xavier, bowing his head, said that there was only one person who was capable of doing this. The queen, propping her face with her hand, added that now he was dying of a cold heart and was unable to resist. The knight looked up at her when she said that he was the only one who could stop the restoration of fate. Alicia noted that he needed to get back on his feet so that he could prevent trouble in the kingdom. The girl grinned. She smiled and said that making a talented person work was her specialty. The blonde grinned. The protagonist sat on the bed and meditated, thinking that he could not be alone and needed to give those willing to accept a helping hand. Looking at the animals in front of him, he mentally thanked them, thinking that it was all thanks to them. And then he thought that he should clean his room or wash himself, and then Lloyd clenched his teeth, wondering where he should start. He thought that first, he needed to survive, and he was happy to find a way to face his destiny to get the Eye of Summer. The guy grinned, thinking that although he had a plan for this, the negative thoughts that nothing would work out kept coming back. Meanwhile, a dragon flew up to the castle. The brown-haired man turned around. Xavier was standing in front of the Count and Countess, saying that an important guest had arrived and it would be nice if they went out for at least a minute. The man asked him who had nailed him to them. He and his wife opened the front door. Red strands of hair swayed in the wind. The girl said that this was their first meeting, although she had heard their names before. She grabbed the hem of her skirt. The queen bowed slightly and said that she was the one who promised to marry their son, Lloyd Frontera, Alicia Termina Magentano. The husband and wife froze. Suddenly their faces darkened. They immediately fell to their knees and began to greet the girl. She cast a narrowed glance to the side and asked the queen's husband if it was so. The protagonist was standing in the window on that side. His eyes widened in shock. The sunset covered the building. The girl sat relaxed on a chair. The man and woman broke out in a cold sweat. It was the same with the guy. The red-haired one tried the tea. Covering her lips, she called it delicious and asked where they got the leaves. The blonde jumped up when she called her mom. Frightened Marbella, opening her mouth, screamed that she did not steal them. Her husband tried to correct the situation, saying that his wife had misunderstood. He exclaimed with a stupid expression that he stole them and that he deserved to die. The woman asked if the leaves were really stolen. The brown-haired man began waving his arms, asking them both to calm down and saying that he would tell everything himself. The queen, looking gloomy, asked if he would tell everything from beginning to end, and then asked if he wanted to say that he used the engagement to the royal person as an excuse. The count and countess turned white. A second later, their souls left their bodies. The protagonist waved his hand and called them, asking them to listen. He grimaced guiltily and said that the engagement was just an excuse. The souls of his father and mother left their bodies again. Covered in sweat, Lloyd turned to his comrade, mentally asking what he was thinking when he brought her here, and then asked for help. Xavier looked at him. A second later, he turned away. Tears streamed down the guy's cheeks, and he screamed in his soul. Alicia put the cup on the table, suggesting to stop joking and asked the hosts of the house not to worry. She said that she would tell them the truth. The husband and wife listened with frightened faces to her words that due to one circumstance or another, their son took the royal treasure, but it was given to the family of Magentano Terranius, the sacred dragon founder. The girl closed her eyes and said that when the dragon accidentally met Lloyd, he asked how the treasure ended up with someone not of royal blood. The man and woman continued to listen with frightened faces that then their Stan lied and said that they were married, and he was also a member of the royal family. Realization came to the count and countess. Mentally finding themselves in space, they thought that everything was even worse than it seemed. The red-haired closed her eyes and said that for lying to the priest, the dragon must be punished. The gloomy Arcus opened his eyes wide. Bowing his head, he began to talk about punishment. The queen looked at him when he said that he thought that even death would not be enough for such a thing. The brown-haired man watched his father carefully. The count fell to his knees and said that Lloyd was his precious child, and then asked to punish him instead of the main character. Lloyd's eyes widened. Marbella knelt down next to her husband and asked to take her life too, but to spare their child. Stumbling, the Lord ran to them, asking them to wait, while thinking that he was not their son. He knelt down in front of Alicia and exclaimed that they were not guilty of anything, and it was all him. He frowned when the count told him to shut up, and that parents should always be responsible for their children. The brown-haired man asked him what he was talking about. Angrily looking at the man, he noted that in any case, he was not theirs. The girl interrupted him, saying that it had become hot. Looking at the gloomy brown-haired man, she noted that she had heard that he had lost all his strength due to illness. The red-haired woman smiled sweetly and said that, however, when a goal appeared before him, he went forward to the very end. The protagonist listened with a puzzled face to her words that by punishment she meant the following: sacrificing life is inappropriate. The queen touched a curl of hair with her finger. She leaned towards Lloyd and asked how about making a fake marriage real. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. A moment later, he grimaced. Alicia flicked his fingers on the nose. Pointing at him, she noted that she was telling him to marry her, become the king consort, and work together with her for the good of the kingdom. The count and countess listened with incomprehensible faces to the girl's words that their son should use all his abilities for this. The brown-haired man darkened and said that he refused. His frightened parents perked up when he said he didn't want it because the red had always demanded too much. She closed her eyes and said that this was exactly what she expected. Throwing a glance at the protagonist, the queen told him to leave the dispute between the supporters and opponents of the angel's revelation, which said to give him the Eye of Summer as a peacemaker. Lloyd's eyes widened in confusion, thinking that he hadn't done anything like that. He looked at his comrade. He shrugged and turned away. The guy opened his lips. He stared at one point, thinking that it was he who had to find a way, and he had to do something. He called himself an unintelligent idiot. The brown-haired man pursed his lips, thinking that it wasn't him. He imagined Xavier, his parents, the queen, and the animals behind him, mentally noting that they did all this. Alicia looked at the protagonist when he asked her not to worry. He smiled smugly and said that he would clear up all misunderstandings. After a while, Lloyd, his knight, and the girl came outside. The guy thought that if the exit was not visible, then first he needed to find it. He frowned, thinking that he would start right away with getting the Eyes of Summer. The brown-haired man turned around. Behind him, with a trick, stood the Count and Countess. The protagonist looked at them sadly. He thought that he should protect his father and mother. Then he smiled. Then the brown-haired woman looked at him with dismay. The man and woman perked up and bowed. Surprise appeared on their faces. The queen bowed back to them. Grinning, she mentally noted that she would see him again. Misunderstanding appeared on the faces of the husband and wife. After a while, Lloyd and Xavier were sitting on the dragon. Meanwhile, loud arguments of advisors were heard inside the palace. Two of them were doubling on the table. Suddenly, the guy opened the door. With a sly smile on his face, he noted the arrival of the peacemaker. A rainbow sparkled in the sky. The brown-haired man sat on a chair in a cramped room. Suddenly, he was illuminated. The man with the brains loudly noted that an urgent meeting of the House of Lords was about to begin, and that a survey of opinions was about to be taken to determine whether or not to implement the angel's revelation. When a certain man raised his hand, he was allowed to speak. He frowned and noted that the Eye of Summer had been dropped from the title of the meeting. The scribe sat on his chair. He crossed out the entry on his notepad and announced that an urgent meeting of the House of Lords was about the angel's revelation about the Eye of Summer, and that a survey of opinions was about to be taken to determine whether or not to implement it. The man clenched his fist and asked if he was kidding. The man asked him to raise his hand before speaking. When the blonde man raised his hand, he was allowed to speak. He indignantly asked why waste time on something so trivial when they needed to talk about the substance. Frowning, he said that the urgent meeting of the House of Lords needed to have great added to it. The scribe crossed out the inscription again, saying that right now a great urgent meeting of the House of Lords was beginning. He was interrupted, indignantly asking why he had put a word before convene. The man began to say that right now an urgent meeting of the great House of Lords was beginning. Someone pointed to the side and asked if they really did not understand the situation. He exclaimed that the word great urgent should be there. The other ministers turned against him, and one asked if he meant that their meeting was small. When he was told that great meeting sounded wrong, he was told that great urgent sounded even worse. The guy, sitting on a chair, was silent while the ministers argued among themselves. He smiled nervously while the men shouted that the title did not mention the Eye of Summer. He grinned, thinking that they were very easy to appease. The moon rose in the sky. After a while, the scribe with a tired face noted that right now the grand royal meeting regarding the angel's revelation to hand over the nation's sacred relic, the Eye of Summer, to Lloyd Frontera, a young nobleman of the kingdom. The man noted the beginning of discussions and reflections on the topic of implementation or refusal, and the exchange of opinions begins. The brown-haired man on the protagonist's side said that if it is an angel, then his order must be followed unconditionally. He frowned and exclaimed that this is the will of heaven and that they must hand over the relic to Lloyd. The ministers began to express their dissatisfaction. One of them pointed to the brown-haired man, saying that let's say Her Majesty hands him the Eye of Summer, and then asked the protagonist if he is sure that he will not abuse this. Lloyd opened his mouth and said that as a loyal servant of Her Majesty the Queen, he would never do such a thing, but clenching his fists, he trembled, saying that if the surrounding countries looked down on the kingdom of Magentano and had the imprudence to attack it, it would be engulfed in war. The guy exclaimed that he could not accept this. The men began to rise from their seats, saying that he spoke coherently and the conversation was over, which meant it was time to go home. The brown-haired man exclaimed again. He clenched his fists tightly again and said that if misfortune befell the kingdom due to disobeying the angel's revelation, he had no right to refuse. The ministers, looking at him, began to ask him to start speaking frankly. The protagonist grabbed his chest and dramatically exclaimed how difficult it was for him to accept this, but it was also very difficult to refuse. The men around him began to fight. Lloyd pointed his finger, noting that he had come up with something. The ministers looked at him with gloomy expressions. The boy lowered his head and said that they could not predict the future events unless they obeyed the angel's revelation, but the risk of the Eye of Summer disappearing was obvious. He frowned and said that this was a weakening of the country's power, and in that case, the brown-haired man clenched his hand into a fist, saying that if there were any weapons in the kingdom comparable to the Eye of Summer, even if he obtained the relic, the kingdom would not be in danger. The minister grabbed the man's hand and asked what other weapons. The protagonist opened his mouth and told about the Phantom mountain range. Imagining snow-capped mountains, he noted that it was a mountain range that blocked and protected the southwest of Magentano. He was told that it was a huge mountain range like a knife blade, and it was impossible to cross. Lloyd spread his arms wide and said that in order to trade with the western countries, they had to go around it through other countries, which led to huge expenses, and for the sake of safety of the trade routes, they would have to give in to the countries along the route in some way. But what if? He smiled and said that he was speaking purely hypothetically, and then asked what if a trade route appeared that passed right through the Phantom Mountains. Presenting a lot of coins, the guy said that their kingdom would become the center of trade between the West and the East, and the income from the tolls alone was unimaginable. The men started pointing at him, indignantly saying that this was a matter of honor and he had the mindset of a merchant. The brown-haired man said that there was one problem. The minister froze with puzzled expressions when he told them that there was a lot of work to do to manage the routes, and the project and budget associated with it would be enormous. Rubbing his hands, the protagonist grinned and noted that nobles must share. The men's mouths dropped open. The clerk struck his gavel and exclaimed that the vote of the House of Lords was unanimous, and then noted that Lloyd was to open a trade route through the Phantom Mountains, and if his plan succeeded, he could have the Eye of Summer for himself. Lloyd, crossing his arms, laughed, saying that it was very easy. His companion replied that he thought the gentleman was much more knowledgeable about politics than about construction. The guy gave him a sly look and said that politics was not at all difficult, and where he lived it was a common reality. He noted that politicians were always arguing, but if they thought something was profitable, they instantly became the best of friends. Xavier, looking at him, replied that, by managing the national budget, great power was in his hands, and this was directly related to money. Shaitan told him that the honor and wealth of the country were good, and money was even better. When he knelt before the queen, she told him that he had formed the opinion of the House of Lords, and then noted that she approved of the construction. The protagonist thanked her, saying that her mercy was boundless. The girl propped her face up with her hand, saying that she was curious about two things. She asked if it was really possible to cross the Phantom Mountains, adding that they had tried everything since ancient times. Because of the harsh weather conditions, it was impossible to build stairs, and the tunnels immediately collapsed. Looking at Lloyd in front of her, the red-haired said that even if they laid a path, in such a place it was not so easy to walk along it. He answered in her that this was the whole point. The guy smiled slyly and said that they would use a train, create a narrow-gauge railway with a ring road and a reverse system. Imagining the train on the mountain, he mentally noted that this was the system used by the British, obsessed with the surefire tea, to find highlands specializing in black tea and climb steep mountain slopes. Imagining the diagram, the brown-haired man noted that the train continued to move at an incline sufficient for movement, and then he noted a change in track in another direction. The queen closed her eyes, saying that he always built with unusual methods, so he should be able to handle this train. She asked if it was possible to safely build even on such a razor-sharp peak. The protagonist looked at her and replied that he believed it would be difficult either way, so he planned to choose the flattest area. Alicia crossed her arms at the table and said that she would ask the second question. She frowned, asking how he planned to deal with the demon lands on top of the mountain range. Lloyd smirked. Frowning, he exclaimed that there was one way. After a while, he was already rushing towards the dragon. Looking at his comrade, he asked what he knew about the lands of demons. Xavier replied that he had heard about them from legends, so he knew no more than anyone else. The guy said that this was what he was asking about. When the dragon flew up to the mountains, the knight began to tell that long ago, demons lived. Their lands were surrounded by ice pillars, where no one could pass. The brown-haired man listened with a tired face to his words about how many frightening things are attributed to them, such as, for example, that they eat people. The main character thought that he had found the mountain range itself when he was looking through the books of this world, and it was not even mentioned in the novel Knight of Iron and Blood. The dragon suddenly soared upward. Xavier frowned, saying that it seemed to be there. Lloyd replied that he could see it too. There was a huge blue whirlwind ahead. The guy smiled when his friend said that it seemed like it wasn't that easy to get in, and then asked what he meant by the way. The brown-haired guy asked what it could be. He smiled madly, saying that it was, of course, an invasion. The blonde smirked, thinking that he was really a bad person. The protagonist laughed evilly, thinking that if you don't know the enemy, the only way out is to face them, and although there is no right answer, however, no matter what they are the ones who will defeat the demons and face the angels. The dragon shot out of its mouth. A hole appeared in the blue whirlwind. He flew right into it. The beast moved in space. Lloyd frowned, saying that he thought it would be gloomy here because this is the land of demons after all. Looking at the blue sky and golden ears of corn, he said that it was quite beautiful here. Xavier knitted his eyebrows, talking about the demons ahead. Below stood two frightened children. The girl, crying loudly, screamed. The guy grimaced terribly and began to ask her not to cry and asked if he really looked like a villain. The girl with the child in her arms ran away from the dragon. The brown-haired man, with a burning red eye, began to ask her to wait, saying that he just wanted to ask. The children continued to cry loudly. The protagonist grinned angrily, asking why they were running away from them. Xavier looked at his strange face. Squinting, he wondered if the young master really didn't understand anything. Suddenly, he noticed something from the side. A demon was rushing towards them with a weapon in his hands. The knight reached for his sword. He parried the attack. Frowning, the lord asked what was going on. The blonde man told him that it was probably an adult demon. Looking at the man standing on the beds, he noted that this blow was at the level of a sword master. The dragon headed towards him. The brown-haired man jumped to the ground and asked the demon to wait, saying that he came here to fight. A moment later, more demons appeared behind them. Xavier instantly parried their blows. A certain man picked up a rake. Opening his lips, he said that they served the Demon King and would protect this land. When the other men appeared behind him, he exclaimed that they were the 8 lords of the sky. The protagonist grimaced in confusion. Frowning, he noted that this was too many and asked why there weren't usually 4 of them. He exclaimed that 2 of them were not visible at all. The demon also frowned and said that the more reliable the protection. Lloyd said that this was indeed true, but it was still somehow strange. He asked why they were all using farming tools. The men, frowning, suggested that they stop talking long and told them to get off their lands right now. The guy began to darken, saying that he couldn't think that a creature with horns, openly declaring that he was a demon, would be so rude. Xavier, watching him, mentally thought that the master wanted to say a lot, but he needed to be patient. The brown-haired man put his hand in front of him and said that he didn't come here to fight them, and then noted that he needed to talk and asked for a meeting with their leader. A certain demon hugged 2 children and indignantly asked how someone who came just to talk could make their children shake with fear like that. The main character noted that he hadn't done anything like that. With his eyes wide open, he asked the children to tell him what he had done to them. The girl began to cry even louder. The demons rushed at Lloyd, saying that they would kill him right now. A moment later, the guy began to release dark energy from his mouth. With his mouth wide open, he gave a signal to Xavier. The knight struck the demons with lightning speed. A second later, they were all deciding everything on the ground. The brown-haired man grinned maliciously and said that it was time to talk calmly. The girl ran up to one of the demons and began to ask him to come to his senses. The main character, pursing his lips, listened to her plea. She cried bitterly, asking each of them to get up. Lloyd lowered his gloomy gaze. Throwing her head back, the girl began to roar. The guy covered his mouth with tears in his eyes, saying that the demons looked so good and did not seem like bad guys at all. Xavier noted that he was the bad guy from the very beginning. The girl, looking at them, asked why they were doing this to them, noting that every time they met them, people hated them and beat them, which is why they hide and do not come out of here. The brown-haired man, looking at her, listened to the question, why did they hate them as soon as they appeared here? He touched his chin, thinking that he seemed to be beginning to understand. Imagining a blue swirl on the ridge, the main character mentally noted that the demons were afraid of people and lived here, hiding. Looking at the cabbages in the garden, he thought that they were all dressed in peasant clothes, and apparently provided themselves with food through agriculture. Lloyd wondered if the rumors that they ate people were a lie. He turned his gaze, hearing a voice. The white-haired girl looked at the child's hands and said that they ate people. She, narrowing her eyes, introduced herself as the demon queen Artsnisvi, the head of the descendants of demons. The guy frowned, wondering if she could read minds. Xavier asked him to relax a little. Seeing the red aura behind the queen, he noted that she was a servant of incomprehensible abilities. The girl looked up at her and exclaimed that these people are bad, and they must be punished for beating the 8 lords of heaven. The brown-haired man smiled nervously and began to mumble. The white-haired girl laughed and said that she would not do it. The protagonist perked up. The girl sat down next to the children and told them that they had deliberately made the 8 lords of the sky sleep so that they would not get seriously injured, and that they had not actually come to fight. She smiled, saying that it seemed that they just wanted to cross their lands, and then suggested that they talk in the royal castle. Lloyd's eyes widened. They flew to the dark palace on the dragon. Looking at the Artsnis in front of him, the guy wondered if they really eat people. He thought that if Xavier were not so strong, it would not be difficult for them to conquer the world, and then asked why they were hiding then. The girl looked back and noted that he was interested in many things, and then asked him to look to the left. Seeing the image of a demon on the rock, the guy said that it looked scary and asked what it was. The white-haired girl began to tell them that this was an event that happened 1,000 years ago, and in front of them was a sculpture of Kratos, the Demon King. Looking ahead, she explained that they, the demons, hunted humans, and when food was scarce, they ate their own kind. The queen, looking around her castle, said that the demons lived in a barren land and suffered from hunger, and then they invaded the territory of the humans and tried to use them as food, but King Kratos stopped them, and they began farming. Once inside, she explained that the piglets had been living like that ever since, and the area inside the cold barrier was larger than it actually was, but food production was still difficult. Sitting at the table in front of the guests, the demon said that the trade route they needed so much ran through their territory. She closed her eyes, saying that it was possible if the barrier was removed, but then their home would disappear and she could not allow them to pave the way now. The guy touched his chin, saying that this was strange. He asked if she had said earlier that their production volumes were limited. Brown-haired said that if they annexed more outer territories, they would be able to grow more and the population would increase. He asked if this was a bad scenario. Artsnis smiled and asked not to ask leading questions yet. She noted that, as she had said before, their ancestors did eat people and were scary demons, and their appearance was also different. Introducing the frightened men, the girl said that people who met them were afraid and responded to them with violence, and even if they were kind to them, it always ended in a fight. She lowered her head and said that by order of credos, they never attacked people, but they could not do anything about the fear that people felt towards them. Remembering the unconscious men on the field, White-Haired said that this was the karma of their past, to accept the sin of betraying people, and until the power of the earth ran out and nothing more would grow. She said that remaining trapped inside an impregnable barter was their fate. The queen began to cry and asked to let the hero from another world go outside. The brown-haired man answered that he was indeed from another world, but he was not a hero, just a greedy man who wanted to open a trade route. He looked at the queen and asked if she could think like that. The protagonist asked if she would remove the barter and give them the land if they, the demons, had a way to stay safe outside. The demon answered positively. Lloyd touched his chin, thinking about the fight that could start when the demons came into contact with humans. He smirked. Artsneys looked up when she was asked if she had read his mind yet. The guy with a sly grin said that everything was decided and asked to prepare for the move. The blue sky covered the dark palace. The girl smiled, saying that it was worth trying and finding out if it really worked. The brown-haired man looked at her with puzzled eyes. Looking at her, he began to speak, making a mistake in his name, after which he was immediately corrected. He apologized, to which the white-haired one said that everything was fine because the numbers were not exact. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what the limits of her ability to read minds were. The queen, sitting nearby, said that it was not reading minds, but the ability to see the near future, after which she said that she could see the future of the object she was observing. Introducing the silhouette of a man, she said that with this ability, Credos looked at the sky and read its movement, making a farming plan. Lloyd pursed his lips, thinking that this was the same as a weather forecast, and noted that the skills of the demon lord determine agriculture, and it turns out that you can make forecasts for people in the same way. He frowned. Looking at the demon, the guy asked how far into the future she could see. Artsneys apologized and said that it was not as effective as he might have thought. She pointed to her eyes, saying that the longer she looked without blinking, the further into the future she could see. The girl noted that in the case of humans, too, if you look for 5 minutes, the limit of foresight is 24 hours. This is the maximum time that can be known. The brown-haired man suddenly raised and asked what about the years about accidents and whether she can see if a person, for example, dies as a result of some incident. The white-haired girl smiled. Closing her eyes, she said that if he was asking her because of the phenomenon of fate restoration, then she thinks that some small or fragmentary incident can be prevented. Seeing the yellow light, the protagonist thought that this was simply brilliant. He mentally noted that he could at least protect his loved ones from the phenomenon of restoration, and there was a chance to find a fundamental solution. The queen, without opening her eyes, said that, however, this is just a story about how the hero helped liberate their kind. Smiling widely, she said that she would go be authoritarian and just lead everyone outside. The demon noted that if something like this happens, the demons themselves will not be able to cope with their anxiety, so they will choose a representative, and he will prove to him that there is a world beyond the barrier in which demons can live peacefully. The protagonist smiled smugly. There was a blue sky above the golden field. The frightened girl pressed herself against Artsneys. Lloyd sat down next to her and asked if she was very scared, noting that he was in a big hurry then. Smiling scary, he asked if she wanted to look for a good place to move. The child began to cry, screaming that she did not want to. Xavier came up to them and asked the master why he continued to scare this child, adding that he was really bad. The angry guy asked what he did. The knight sat down next to the girl and asked if she would go with them to look at the world outside. The deflated child nodded weakly. The offended brown-haired man frowned. After a while, they all left the territory of the demons. Stroking the sleeping girl's hair, the white-haired one told her that her name was Leela, and even among children, she was the most afraid of people. She looked at the main character and asked if he knew that sometimes demons appeared in the human world. He replied that he thought it was all rumors, because there was no evidence. Looking at the child, the queen said that this was not a lie, because demons can freely pass through the barrier, so sometimes they come out. The brown-haired girl was hiding behind a tree. She looked into the window where the family was visible. While having dinner, they were laughing merrily. Watching them, the girl mentally noted that adults told her not to meet people because they were scary, but she did not understand why, because they looked kind. 2 children were playing outside. A stone flew onto the head of one of them. Leela fell to the ground and laughed loudly. After a while, winter came. The family was sitting at an empty table. The brown-haired girl saw her father clutching his head. She ran into the forest. After a while, people looked at her with bewilderment. She had a basket of vegetables in her hands. The girl smiled affably. Suddenly, the woman screamed loudly, saying, "100 years of demons." Layla's face immediately darkened. The frightened mother dragged the children into the house. The man with the axe was behind the brunette. She turned around. A second later, she jumped back from the blow. The child rushed into the forest thicket. After a while, people gathered on the mountain, shouting that they cannot let her escape, because if they let her go now, she will come back again. The man with the torch burned his teeth, asking what she was going to do to his family. The girl, cornered, trembled with fear, while people said that they really should kill her. She bared her teeth. Then Leela took on a demonic form. People opened their eyes in horror. The crying brunette remembered Credo's words that in no situation should you attack people. She jumped on the wall. With quick jumps, the child began to climb up the cliff. Then she again rushed through the forest to the cries of people. The girl cried bitterly. While the dragon flew across the sky, the main character said that he did not miss a single detail. He cried, saying that he had heard the detailed template several times already. The dragon sped up, and Lloyd said that he had tucked the story in and needed to finish it faster. When high-rise buildings began to appear ahead, he said that these were the lands of Frontier. After a while, the four of them walked along the road. Leela, clinging to the queen, thought that it was very scary. The guy waved his hand, asking someone how he was doing. The girl closed her eyes. Harach smiled and said that he and Melika had been doing well lately, so he had gained weight and now needed to dry out. The child's eyes widened in shock. The three orcs went on about their business. The brunette looked at the queen and asked why there were demons in the human village. She said that they were not demons, but orcs, to which Leela chimed in that it made no difference. On the other side, dead men appeared with signs that they were glad to see their master back and loved him very much. The protagonist asked if there had been any problems with the Dragon King. The girl looked at the dead men. Suddenly, a dragon flew over them, talking about the toilet. The brunette looked at Lloyd. Pressing herself against the queen, she asked if that meant that he was also a demon lord, and his face. The guy darkened and asked what was wrong with his face. The commander of the White Knights was happy about the arrival of his master. He came closer to them and asked what the two were carrying, to which the men said that they were preparing for the wedding, and that was apparently why he had returned. While the little girl was hiding behind her fellow man, thinking that he was a man, and the hero shouted that he remembered it. The fair-haired man looked down and thought. The girl with one horn began to hide from him. The green-eyed man frowned and looked ahead. There was a horned woman with a relaxed look. The commander looked at them and asked about the horn and thought that they were demons. The long-eared woman looked at him and said that it was true. The girl began to hide even more actively. The man with the tail was still gloomy. Without moving, he said that he understood everything. And then he turned around and, leaving with his comrade, said that the wart was very similar to a flower, and the dark-haired man said that he did not believe in it. Everyone in the city greeted the young master because the wedding ceremony would soon begin. An old man passed by the red-haired girl and asked her where she was from, and when she said that she was from the Fantara desert, he realized with a smile that she was a demon and said that he was so surprised that he almost fell. A street boy pointed at her and said that he was seeing her for the first time and that they were about the same age. They ran up to her and asked if she knew what football was and told her that Lloyd had taught them. The red-haired girl approached the hero and asked him if they could play with her, but he only told her to ask herself. The guys worried her when they asked if she would play with them and demanded a quick answer because they did not like to waste time. But the horned one covered her face with her hand and said that the girl covered her face with her hand and said that even her skin color was strange. Then the blue-eyed girl looked at her with a little surprise, and then she made a face like the protagonist and told her not to show off because in their area this is more common than a sty on the eye. The red-eyed one was surprised, but she continued and asked her to stop talking nonsense and asked if she was with them. The little demon asked her mother for permission, and she agreed with a soft smile. She began to slowly unclasp her hands, and a little later she completely let go of her hand. The children ran to play in a crowd with happy faces, and then the aristocrat lowered his head and said that demons are demons, and he is not entirely sure about the idea, to which the mother meaningfully remained silent. But then, while her daughter raised her leg in demonic form to kick, she said that this is not so because she is completely sure. The red-haired one kicked the ball, which flew at great speed towards the tower. And when her tower flew away, the beautiful horned one said that the village created by the hero was free from the prejudices and malice that had haunted them for a long time. The little girl was very scared when she realized what she had done. But then the redhead and the guy calmed her down by showing a thumbs up with a smile and said that she was the ace of their team. The red-eyed girl smiled and immediately thought that it was cool here. But then her mother sat on her knees in front of the hero. She bowed and asked him to lead their clan. And then she surprised the protagonist by calling him the new Demon King. A purple beam flew into the sky from her, and this magic pierced Lloyd. A notification came about a special achievement to accept the title of Demon King from Artani's V. The hero looked at himself with incomprehension, and the next notification was about the awakening of his Demon King power and not the skills given by the system. The protagonist spread his arms, releasing a shockwave after receiving the power. The notification came out again and simply wrote about the power of the Demon King. Horns grew on the designer's face and wings on his back, and the message said that the Demon King at first sight was received. The hero lowered his head with concern and asked what it was for, and the system said that at first glance it was clear that he was the Demon King, and that seemed to be all. And while the gentleman was silent, Xavier looked at him calmly, and then calmly looked at him and said not to worry, because this was no different from what was usual. The townspeople looked at him and seeing that their beloved savior was now the Demon King, wondered if there were any differences. And when the protagonist asked with frustration how he was seen before, the swordsman asked with surprise if he knew about it before. Lloyd anxiously turned to the person who crowned him and said that he was not worthy of being the Demon King, and even if they attacked 10 of them, they still would not be able to defeat her, and she said that power comes from dignity and not from strength. Then the system said that demons obey the orders of the Demon King, even if the order is difficult to carry out. Then the designer got inspired again and suggested trying. At that moment, Kuga and his girlfriend got married. Even the demons watched his wedding. Xavier turned to his master and said that the horns seemed to grow and disappear, to which he said that it was good luck. The newlyweds were happier than ever, and then the hero remembered that it was definitely at the beginning of the novel, The Night of Iron and Blood, that Count Cremo asked the swordsman about what happened to the servants who worked for the fallen house of Frontera. Lloyd sat with a calm and dissatisfied face. He thought about Emily, a cute child, and then remembered that his guard had difficulty opening his mouth. The newlyweds greeted everyone around. The protagonist remembered that they were all destined to be slaves, and remembered that in the novel it was written that they were all sold as slaves. The aristocrat made his servants stand up by saying that they needed to sort everything out quickly. The guys sat on Yang Yang and flew at great speed. The demons decided to migrate. Having heard the story of Laru and Artanis, they were ready to go immediately. And in the basement of the castle of the Demon King, there was an artifact called Tibohong creating a barrier. The meaning of the name is unknown to anyone. And then the mother demon stuck her finger in his mouth. A huge whirlwind of frosty wind burst out. The whirlwind calmed down, and the general rule of staging is this is clearly the work of dragons. He is even ready to argue. Artanis handed the artifact to the hero and with a smile said that he can create cold air at any time and in any place. The protagonist smiled slyly again and thought that he knew where to use it. A blizzard was wandering on the mountain peaks. The demons and Lloyd came out into our world, and he ordered the demons to listen. Everyone listened to him with a smile, and he said that from now on they were moving to the lands of Frontera. A devilish smile appeared on his face, and he said that they would build the road within a year. Everyone also stood with a gentle smile. And then Artanis thought without moving that he did not use his weather forecasting skills. The hero again looked like a creature of hell and thought about what they say, that demons have adapted to hunger and are active even after a meager meal, and what's more, even the weakest of them has the fighting power of an orc. Lloyd had a wild smile on his face again, and he thought that he could not let such a workforce go to waste. The demon standing next to Artanis asked her with horror about what she said about him being a good person, to which she anxiously said that he was still the king of demons. At that moment, on the icy peaks, the construction of the trade route began with a force of 3,000 demons. Looking at the mountains in the distance, he thought that if he was going to build here for about a year, he needed to decide on something first. He imagined a village on the slope and thought about building a village where thousands of workers could live, sleep, and eat for a year, and since time would stop, food supplies would also need to be delivered inside. The hero came out to the people, now with 2 of his subordinates. He moved his hand to his shoulder with a gloomy look, and then, slightly bowing his head, he ordered a change. The protagonist put his hand to his face. One of his eyes turned red, and then he completely turned into a demon and shouted that he was the king of demons. The guy stood with his hand thrown to the side. The designer looked away with a smile and thought about how he could use this, and he was simply delighted. But then he was forced to turn around, addressed from the side. Xavier looked at him with wild embarrassment and asked him not to do it again, because he was ashamed. But then Lloyd told him that if he didn't like it, then he shouldn't look at it so calmly, to which he said that it wasn't a concern. But he interrupted him and said that if he didn't like his manner of speech, which he hadn't used before. The hero looked at him menacingly and said that he couldn't understand, because the nuance that comes from the word demon or Demon King makes anything cool and authoritative. And then the swordsman, noticing how embarrassed Artanis was, asked to look at her too, to which the girl herself said that she agreed with the sword master. The protagonist stood calmly and thought that there was one thing. He again took a pompous pose and thought that he couldn't cancel the production and ordered the demons to listen to him. But they stood calmly. The designer looked at them with a terrible face and asked why they did not answer, and then asked if they saw these horns and wings, and he called himself the Demon King. but the hellish creatures were waiting for it all to end. The reincarnated looked at the lady and asked if they really always listened so badly, but not noticing the reaction, he asked to at least pretend that she was listening to him, otherwise he would not rule. Artanis lowered her head and said that, frankly speaking, it was difficult to say that they were good listeners, although in the distant past, the strongest demon was able to become the Demon King. She imagined him behind her and said that strength comes from dignity, and this is the most important principle of their people, established after the great credos. The woman looked at all the subjects and said that as long as she recognized him, they would follow the orders of the Demon King, but the unpleasant atmosphere would remain. Lloyd slowly began to remove his wings and horns and thought that he would never achieve active work like that, and he needed to show that his orders were reasonable, although this would take time. Then the hero turned to the horned one and asked if they would start, but she said that unfortunately, by order of the former king, duels between demons were prohibited. But the beautiful blonde opened her eyes and said that it was possible if the duel was approved by the king. The protagonist frowned, and she continued and said that you need an excellent sixth sense, judgment in a split second, and speed similar to light, and vision that allows you to see everything. She imagined hordes of hellish creatures and said that he could win a duel only if he had an advantage in all areas and the name of the duel. The woman with a terrifying look said rock, paper, scissors and added -1. The hero looked at her with a frown. He frowned even more and thought that this was very Korean, and the author of the Knight of Iron and Blood was strange, and then suggested that it was the king himself who was like this. The designer smiled and said that he agreed, and if so, he would be able to convince everyone. The protagonist stood on the slope and turned to them again and said that he had no desire to work with those who did not like him, and he was confident in his ability to convince them that participating in the construction was a good thing. But it would take a lot of time, so first there would be. The reincarnated one looked at them with a murderous look and said about the duel, and then said that if he won, then they would all go to work happily. Lloyd put his hands in his pockets and said that the strongest should come forward. Short steps were heard. A demon with purple hair and a wild smile came out from there, who said that he silently prayed for the power of the Demon King, who was about to fall. There was a self-confident smile on the hero's face again. All the demons began to pound the ground with their spears and shout the name of the game. Their representative walked under loud shouts. Laru pressed herself against some demonic woman and tearfully asked to stop them, because the Demon King is really a good person, to which she said that this is a sacred duel and she cannot interfere. The opponents warmed up their hands with scary faces and called the name of the game. Xavier, looking at Artanis, asked what kind of duel is coming up, to which she said that there are several basic concepts that they need to know first of all. She presented 3 hands and said that a stone with all 5 fingers closed is a hammer that shakes the earth, and scissors with 2 fingers open like a guillotine. Cutting the sky, and paper with all 5 fingers open is just wrapping paper. But then the swordsman asked why the latter is treated so insignificantly, to which she said that such is the teaching of credos. The woman began to tell the rules of the children's game and said that the hammer breaks the guillotine cuts the paper, and the paper neutralizes the blow of the hammer. The demon in her head held 2 hands with different signs and said that on the command rock, paper, scissors, both warriors choose 2 of the 3 weapons, 1 for each hand. The second hellish monster also rushed to attack. She continued to imagine their battle and said that after that, on -1, the hand is removed, and the remaining one is put forward. Artanis imagined 2 different signs and said that depending on the weapons remaining at the end, the winner is determined. Xavier looked at them in horror and thought that at first glance, the duel looked like fun for neighboring children, but this method definitely allows you to determine who has the advantage in strength. The opponents stood face to face and looked into each other's eyes, then the swordsman thought that those 2 were sword masters. He looked at it with horror and thought that these were subtle muscle movements and that you could predict the enemy's movement just by changing his breathing, and then wondered if Kim had a secret to winning this time. Artanis came up to judge and suggested that the 2 warriors get ready. The hero pulled his hand back and got ready after the word rock and scissors. The purple-haired one did the same and looked menacingly after the word paper. Xavier looked at them with alarm and did not understand what kind of distribution of muscle strength this was now. He saw Lloyd's hands with 2 fingers and did not understand how one could show scissors with both hands, because that way you could either take a draw or lose. The blonde watched them with great alarm and thought that he did not understand the rules. But then the protagonist made a scary face again and called out to his opponent. He was scared and put out both hands, closing his eyes and cursing, and then asked what happened to his face. The little children watched them with tears. The demons also lost their power of speech. The purple-haired one stood with great anxiety and straightened arms, and the hero stood with 2 fingers sticking out. He had a devilish face again and asked about what he showed. They stood in front of each other in clouds of smoke. Then the leader of the demons fell to his knees. Xavier watched this calmly again. He was extremely unhappy with how dirty this victory was. Artanis put her hand to her chest with tears and said that the legendary one who wins without receiving a single blow was Lloyd, and the swordsman did not understand what was legendary about this. The loser began to stretch out his hands and called out to the demons, and then, when they all fell to their knees, he ordered everyone to fall before the king. The protagonist spread his wings and horns, and then, with a terrible face, he said that by order of the new true demon king, from now on the foot of the ridge will be cut by steps. The knight looked at him with contempt and thought about what he asked him not to do. The dragon flew at great speed across the sky. The hero sat on it with his subordinates and thought about what the queen said. He remembered his visit to her and her words that everything he did was striving for the original state. The new Demon King looked ahead and thought that the phenomenon of restoring fate was developing faster than the last final spoiler, and since his actions had changed, there would be changes in the future. The guy imagined Alicia with a sword in her hands and thought that he was also worried about the Queen's eclipse, but there were no visible signs yet. Imagining his family, he thought about unexpected failures: Julian, his mother and father, his entire family, and the entire estate. Time freeze cannot be used until the construction resource supply system is completed, and something might happen in the meantime. The hero pursed his lips and thought that it was impossible to save everyone from suffering, but the protagonist smiled and thought that it was possible now. And then the designer turned with a soft smile. Looking at Artanis, he thought that he now had a surveillance camera that could see the future, and it could give a weather forecast. Yang flew up to the palace and began to land. Everyone moved to the estate and the hero introduced his new girlfriend, saying that they had already seen her at the wedding, and introduced her as the former demon queen. Then Arcus said with a smile that he thought the horns were just for beauty, but she turned out to be the demon queen, and Marbella said that she was asking for forgiveness because it seemed to her that demons were certainly scary, to which she said that she was grateful because she was even embarrassed that they were people, not surprised and not scared. The protagonist said that, as he had already said, the phenomenon of restoring fate was approaching, and he was looking for a way to solve the issue. But if something happened earlier, everything would be useless. Then he turned his attention to his new girlfriend and said that she would check fate every day. To speed up the work, Julian and his wife were also called to the estate, and the queen would quickly report on the remaining events. The protagonist left the house and sternly shouted that it was time to start work. Many workers looked at him with a smile, and he said that the first thing to do was to hire the best engineers to lead the construction project. Then the protagonist turned to Greg and Corgidus and said that they would help solve the problems associated with the equipment. Then Lloyd imagined the orcs and said that there was a lot of work to do, so they would involve the top orcs. And then Kuga pointed to himself and said that he also wanted to, but the Lord pointed at him and asked this married man where he was going and told him to stay at home and solve problems. The purple-haired demon swung his shovel and screamed very loudly. The hero saw a view of suddenly rising trees in the air, and he thought that he had 8 people of the sword master level, and this was ideal for plowing the land. The demons, under the guidance of engineers, were actively building their homes, and the protagonist thought that thanks to the abundance of monsters of all stripes, houses could be built in an instant. One of the demons looked at his king and said that the entire construction would take less than a month and that this was probably the power of the great demons, and Xavier was very embarrassed and wondered why he was like this. The demon king was flying on his phantom through the air. He was actively scanning the area and thinking that the route design was complete and tomorrow he would freeze time and begin construction. Artanis, sitting in the house, suggested that the count and countess look at their fate today, and she would now look at them for 5 minutes without blinking. The horned one sat with a slight smile. The hero's parents looked at her with slight anxiety and silence. She still sat calmly and meaningfully said nothing, but suddenly she began to shake. She blushed and smiled. The count was very worried. She clenched her teeth and began to cry. Arcus was on guard, and suddenly the demon blushed and screamed in surprise, covering herself with her hands. The married couple suddenly became excited. The white-haired one turned away and said, embarrassed, that their marital harmony was beautiful. They immediately covered their faces with their hands in embarrassment. They immediately ran out of the room, and the horned one invited Julian and his wife to come in. But she looked at them and became embarrassed again. And then the white-haired one covered her face with her hands and said that their marital harmony too. Those two immediately covered their faces with their hands. Lloyd stood on the slope with wings and extended his hand, thanking everyone for their work, and the temporary village in which they would live for a year was built. Looking at the many species, he said that they were all different. It was complete chaos. Greg sat with the red-eyed demon on his shoulders, and their lord continued his speech and said that they all worked together and worked for one goal, to become better. And then he quietly lowered his head and said that he did not mention the elves, since nature would have to be destroyed, but such a possibility also exists, and laughed. The demon king threw his hand out in front of his subjects and said that it was time for them to really start preparing. The reincarnated man began to leave and told his swordsman that he was going to go halfway to check the route one last time and stop time, and he and the bell should do the reinforcement, after which the swordsman asked him if he was going to go alone, to which he replied that he was, because it was not dangerous. And then the gentleman pointed his finger at himself and said that he was not only a sword master, but also a wonderful singer, and then asked if a living monster would compete with him. After he was already on the mountain, Yang flew to him. The dragon stuck out its tongue and there was a letter, for which he thanked it, and told it to join the construction. The hero opened the letter with a smile and read that the Demon King's family was also safe for 24 hours today, to which he said that he was calm. The guy looked closely at the letter and read that they were now teaching the villagers demon farming methods. Everyone was friendly and treated us without prejudice. Everyone played soccer together, and then the letter said that she also heard about the affairs of the 8 lords of heaven from the dragon, and the children who wanted to know the vast world so much are very happy, and everyone is happy thanks to the Demon King. The protagonist calmly looked at this letter and read the last words that she hoped that he was happy too. A notification came out about the discovery of the lineage, and the descendants of the remaining demons who achieved their goal, as well as the accrual of RP. Lloyd smiled standing in the snow and wondered if he was really happy. He raised his finger up and ordered time to stop. A notification came out about the use of freezing, which costs 3000 RP. A huge sphere flew apart, covering the entire space. His heart was immediately covered in ice. The hero immediately clenched his teeth in pain. The mountain range was covered in snow. The protagonist lay holding his head in the snow. He was all frozen and thought that he needed to hurry because everything was much faster than he thought. Winter looked at him pitifully and asked for forgiveness, but he said that he also did not know that everything would end like this. Besides, thanks to him, he can stop time and fight the restoration of fate. The designer smiled and thought that he was really lucky and now everything is fine. He began to try to get up and thought that he was only a little cold and wondered where the blizzard came from because he froze time and it was getting stronger. But then the guy fell again from the pain in his heart and thought that he needed to call Xavier if he could release at least a little mana. But then someone caught him and he thought that it was his swordsman. The Demon King's eyes slowly closed and he thought that there was no one here except him. The guy closed his eyes and thought to rest a little. At that moment, Alicia was carrying him somewhere in the snow. She squinted from the cold, but continued to carry it. Snow covered the village. Belle coughed and tensed. She was shaking from the cold and raised her tail. But then the snake relaxed and Xavier said meaningfully. He looked at her and asked her to stop because making reinforcement in such weather seemed unrealistic. Then the handsome man turned around. The swordsman looked at the blizzard and thought that immediately after creating a dome that stopped time, his master's mana became unstable, and it must be all because of his frozen heart. He became more serious and thought that he wanted to immediately run and make sure that he was okay, but someone from the side attracted their attention and asked what kind of dome it was. Alicia approached him and asked if she would be able to get out. The sword master bowed and said that the dome stopped time, and she assumed that Lloyd did it, to which he said that it was so. The queen was a little worried and asked what would happen if she decided to go out, but the blonde interrupted her and said that she was trapped. The red-haired girl asked what kind of shameless answer that was, and then asked how long it would be, to which he said until the construction was finished, which would last about a year. Xavier closed his eyes and asked not to worry, because time didn't go by outside at all, and this could be thought of as a short vacation. The girl rubbed her forehead and said with a smile that it was just funny and that he had now decided to become the Demon King. There were many demonic creatures behind her. She looked at them. The swordsman, still sitting on his knee, said that if she asked how it happened. But the queen interrupted him and said that this was enough and she would ask personally, and then asked where he was now. Looking at the mountain, the knight said that he had climbed the mountain to check the construction route, to which she said that it looked like the blizzard was getting stronger. The red-haired girl looked at him and said that she would go up and meet him. The sword master looked up and thought that another powerful mana was near the unstable one and that Her Majesty had found Kim. The blonde smiled, realizing this. Somewhere in the mountain cave, a phrase was heard that he should not be disturbed. The reincarnated one opened his eyes and exhaled steam. He was lying under a huge royal cape. The designer looked at the exit and thought that the cave was very conveniently nearby. He looked at his clothes and wondered if they had one like that, and the fur cape was too luxurious. Lloyd turned to the side, going to turn to Xavier, but the queen was there without clothes. She was shrinking from the cold, covering herself. Seeing this, the builder was dumbfounded. The snowstorm was getting stronger. The hero tried to cover Alicia very carefully, and then he started running as fast as he could, leaving his clothes behind, thinking that if he ended up in debt to the queen, she would throw him more work, and he needed to quickly call one of his subordinates. But then the protagonist grabbed his heart from the sharp frost and exhaled. He hunched over and thought that this was disgusting, and even if he moved quickly, it was still cold. But then the guy got scared because he heard behind him how the queen told him that it seemed that he was not in the best condition. She sat down and waved her hand, inviting him to come closer. He immediately rested his head on the floor and began flattering speeches, but she said that she did not want to hear this and ordered him to come closer. The hero began to crawl slowly, but he crawled faster when she ordered him to do it quickly. Alicia put her foot on the ground and removed her cape a little. She looked at him and told him to lie down, patting his leg. The protagonist looked at her calmly, and then he turned over and lay down with his feet towards her. Then the red-haired girl asked if he was making fun of her, to which Lloyd said that she told him to lie down. The girl languidly pointed to her legs and told him to lie down here with his head. The hero first looked at her with incomprehension and said nothing, and then his eyes diverged in different directions from the strain. Then the queen grabbed his head with aggression, and then she hit his head with all her might against her thighs. Then the beautiful lady put her hand to his chest. She began to pour her mana into him. The reincarnated calmed down and thought about how Her Majesty's mana was entering him, and to transfer mana like that, you need to have extraordinary cordiality. Alicia calmly closed her eyes and said that she realized this during a sparring match with Xavier. And although they use the same mana, the protagonist's mana is much stronger and the secret is to absorb and use external mana. Lloyd lay silently and thought about how she learned everything herself, and of course, because the queen is no joke. And then he imagined his heart and thought about how even if he absorbed the mana of his knight, there would be rejection, and the other mana was too weak and did not help much. The hand of the most beautiful girl glowed, and she asked him how he felt, to which he said that it was better. She looked at him with a slight smile and said that this was happiness. Lloyd looked at her with great embarrassment, and then he quickly rolled away in the other direction. But she caught him by the face again. Alicia put him on her lap and told him to lie still. She lowered her head and asked if he hadn't told her that sometimes you just need to relax. The hero thought with great embarrassment that it was inconvenient for her. And then he began to ask with anxiety how she got here. The red-haired girl turned away and said what she wanted to see. The protagonist laughed embarrassedly and said that he always carried out his missions and there were no problems with the construction. And the snowstorm was a little strong, that's true. The queen's languid gaze fell on the designer, and she asked if he really didn't understand or was just pretending. Lloyd's turn signals turned on again and a lot of questions. The girl stroked his head with her free hand and said that he was definitely smart and quick-witted and had outstanding abilities, but even if a woman directly proposed to him, he would still not understand anything. The hero fell into an even greater decline of intellect and thought about when he had been offered such a thing. But then he remembered the queen pointing her finger at him and telling him to marry her and become the minister of state. The reincarnated one was incredibly confused and thought that this couldn't be happening. His eyes immediately darted around and he thought that it wasn't to manipulate him into becoming the minister, and then he tried to convince himself that there was no other option. But then the cave suddenly started to collapse. The queen looked up and thought that it might be an earthquake. Lloyd got up from the floor and thought that now that she had done so much, he could feel everything clearly, and even with the increasing snowstorm and the earthquake that had just happened, he could definitely feel the movement of mana. Feeling what was happening outside, the protagonist thought that there was no doubt that someone was intentionally hindering him. The reincarnated one stood up and covered himself in an aura, asking how dare he harm him. The queen looked at him with a smile and thought that he quickly realized that this was someone else's work, and of course it was, because he was the one she recognized. Lloyd made a devilish face again and said that he would repay the lost construction time 10 times over. Then Alicia turned away from him and thought that his face could have been a little better. The wind swirled on the mountain ranges. A cloud of ice was gathering in the sky. The whirlwind swirled and called itself Fantarasa. There appeared a king with a diadem of stones. He called himself the spirit king of the mountain range. He looked down and thought that the being whose life had been intertwined with the range since time immemorial, in order to protect this place, humans created an unbearably harsh environment. Seeing many demons below, the king thought that this was a thing of the past when a group of demons came to this land and no one paid attention to it. The whirlwind near Tyrannus became much stronger and the spirit thought that the dragon, their guardian god, created a subspace of the ice barrier where they lived out their days peacefully. The old man frowned and thought that there was one but, seeing the hero and his assistant, he thought that they were completely different and he thought that he was bringing demons out of the subspace and bringing friends with him. The protagonist again made a scary face and told the knight that it was too steep here and they needed to cut. Then the swordsman released an explosion in front of him. An explosion formed in the mountain. They both stood with incredibly satisfied faces. The king immediately became angry and thought about what kind of crazy scoundrels they were. Seeing how Lloyd's subordinates were destroying trees, he thought about how they were cutting out the foothills of the mountains and mercilessly cutting down all kinds of trees. Seeing this hellish gathering, the guardian thought that they were bastards and were so cruelly mocking his home. Then Fantarasa watched the meeting of Xavier and Alicia. He frowned and saw what these evil creatures were doing and decided to drive them away. The creature spread its arms and used the magic of a cruel blizzard. Greg moved his hand aside and anxiously ordered to finish and hurry because it was impossible to let the snow accumulate endlessly. Then the old man spread his arms and shouted at them that it was useless, and as long as he had a body, the terrible cold could not be defeated. But the hero's subordinates built snowmen and played in the snow. Then the king became very worried and wondered what they were happy about. The orcs showed off their muscles and shouted about how great it was to train in cold weather. The sergeant approached the purple-haired man and asked if demons could stand the cold, to which he said that weak demons always died before. But when he asked if that wasn't sad, the demon said that that was the whole point of the story. Seeing these monsters, the keeper thought that orcs, demons, and even the weakest people have enormous mana. The king watched them from the whirlwind and thought that it would not be easy to drive them out right away. Then the old man frowned and thought that he would bring everything down on their leader. He immediately headed for the cave and wondered if he was hiding there. Blue spread his hands and used magic to say that it was useless. The cave shook. But suddenly Lloyd came out with a dissatisfied face and Alicia. The spirit looked at him and thought that the leader of evil had arrived, and the blades of the wind would tear him apart. Huge ice whirlwinds surrounded them. The queen looked ahead and said that causing a large-scale storm was definitely not the work of a magician. And then the hero added that it was not a dragon either, because if he was going to attack, he would not have done such a stupid thing. The red-haired girl became menacing and said that the weakly hidden energy of mana and control of natural phenomena such as storms and earthquakes. The protagonist smiled, and then made a devilish face and suggested that it was a spirit. The king looked at him and thought that everything was exactly so, but it was impossible to fight him. The old man spread his arms and thought that any physical strength and even the power of mana were no more than an itch for the spirit of the king. And then the protagonist put his hand to his heart and used his untranslatable beautiful vocals. The storm immediately died down and Fantarossa ran away. Alicia covered her ears and was in despair. The sky became perfectly clear and the king began to fall. The red-haired girl looked at him in horror and meaningfully remained silent. The unfinished Simon fell to the floor and covered his head with his hands. Lloyd approached him with a terrible face and asked him if he was the one who interfered with his construction. The king was angry and started crawling, asking what kind of magic it was, because he was mana itself and nothing else could harm him. The reincarnated one looked at him like he was worthless and said that it was not a physical attack or anything like that. He fell because he felt bad mentally, and he immediately thought that he was a nasty guy. The hero slowly approached him with a shovel and asked why he was interfering with his construction and what the problem was, and the spirit immediately asked him about what he was asking because he really didn't know. The guardian grinned and said that people always destroy nature and harm the local mountains. But Lloyd didn't listen to him and hit him on the head with a shovel. But the king immediately ran away and laughed. He said with a devilish face that it was quite powerful mana, but nothing more, and it felt like he was hit with a cotton bat. But the hero took another deep breath and prepared to attack. The king immediately began to cry and asked him not to do it. But Alicia slapped him on the back of the head and ordered him to stop. She got angry and asked him to think about the people around him, and if she ever heard his magical scream of curse from the depths of hell again, she would not be able to bear it. Lloyd turned around holding his head, and then he made a pitiful crying face. And the queen immediately realized what she had done and apologized, and then said that it seemed like it was so, but also not. At this time, the spirit was going to use a powerful spell and said that time was up. Mana was gathering from all the mountain peaks. The king was collecting it into himself. He opened his mouth and cast a spell. The protagonist and his companion looked up with alarm and he said that the mountains were him, and he was the mountains and he did not want to kill, but the spirit became simply enormous. He frowned and said that there was no other way out. The hero looked at him frowning and said that there would be trouble. Fantarossa did not understand what he meant at first and stopped. And he made a monkey face and said that those who threatened him got into even bigger troubles. The king felt something dangerous approaching, and a ringing sound was heard behind him. Xavier was there, swinging something. He hit the enemy with all his might, causing damage. The spirit began to scream furiously in pain. The protagonist looked at him with his devilish eyes and ordered nature to kneel before people. Alicia looked at him with incomprehension. Her eyes were empty and she thought that she was clearly crazy, because how could such a man? Xavier continued to beat the poor guy. The guardian's face was crumpled and he thought that it was painful, but mana cannot harm him. Seeing the wings on the swordsman's back, he realized that he was a supreme swordsman. The blonde raised his blade for another attack, and then he bonked him on the head. The poor king was being beaten and he was crying. Fantarossa covered himself with his hands and asked the swordsman to hit him somewhere else. When the knight had given him a lot of bumps, he began to insult him and apologize at the same time. Then Xavier stopped and listened. The spirit became very small and said that all the mana had already been knocked out of him, and he had already become very small. He no longer needed to be beaten. Then the swordsman took out the blade. He pulled the blade back with his finger, and then the blonde released the blade above his head. Then the genius pulled the blade back again. The knight hit him with the blade again. The hero grabbed him by the shoulder and said that everything should be in moderation and asked what he was doing to someone who was not going to fight anyway. Afterwards, he looked at him menacingly and said that violence would not solve anything. Alicia looked at him with anxiety and thought that one strong blow would solve everything. The reincarnated one began to drive him away and told him to stand there, and then asked the Lord of the Spirit if he was okay. Xavier ran up to hit the kid again, but Lloyd stopped him and asked why he was so persistent. The queen looked at them seriously and decided to look inside because it was obvious that they were in cahoots. Fantarossa shrank in the arms of the savior and thanked him for it, and the red-haired girl thought that he was just keeping himself in check. The hero turned around with a terrible smile, and the queen thought that he was a villain no matter how you look at it. And when the blonde also smiled, she thought about how long he had become like that and how he had fallen under the influence. Alicia looked at them and thought that they were the spitting image of bandits. The protagonist sat on his knees and offered to talk and asked why he was interfering with the construction. The kid said with tears that he was worried about the mountains and he could not just watch as nature was being destroyed. The reincarnated one smiled and said that he understood him and asked if it would be okay if they took better care of nature during construction. Alicia was very surprised. Fantarossa crawled closer and said that then there was no problem, but when people touch nature, it was always worrisome, to which he said that there was such a thing. He smiled softly and said that people were powerful creatures, and while other animals adapt and change to the environment, people change to make changes to the environment, and since they have the power to destroy nature. The hero smiled softly and said that they are responsible for protecting and maintaining it. And while the protagonist was squatting on his ears, the queen was simply shocked. She began to look at him softer and thought about the fact that although he had already subjugated the spirit, she then wondered if it would work even harder for him. Lloyd looked down, raising his eyebrows, and asked if he could make the mountain climate a little warmer because it would help them a lot. The king said with a smile that he could, on the condition that the changes would not affect the ecosystem. The queen watched their dialogue and thought softly, smiling, who knows. The sun began to sink below the horizon and she thought that because she knew nothing at all, it was becoming even more interesting. The first step to breaking through the mountains was to break through and widen the narrow canyon. The demons were carrying stones and it was necessary to make the path to the railway more direct and durable. The second step was to develop a system of railway tracks, and the project was led by Sergeant Greg and Corgidus, who turned out to be real geniuses in mechanical engineering. The third step was to build trains, and this was not a problem because they build trains even in hell. Immediately I remembered the words of Artanis, who said with a smile that they demons can do any work while they are full, and they believe that earning food is the most sacred occupation. Two demons were shaking the lever on the trolley, and it turns out that demons depend on energy, and best of all, a little food and great strength. The fourth step was to create a beautiful landscape using the advantages of nature and move the plants to the foot of the mountain so that they grow more abundantly. Demons are great at this, so you can trust them with this matter. And then the hero grabbed his heart in pain. Alicia began to worry about her lover and asked if everything was okay with him, because it seemed that the construction was taking longer than expected, and then suggested finding a compromise and hurrying up. To which the protagonist said that this was not so. He grabbed the shovel with a tired look and said that it was imperative to preserve nature. The queen looked at him with a little surprise and asked if it was necessary to do this at the risk of life, because you can die. To which he said with a smile that he thought he would regret it if he did not do it, so if the seemingly gloomy trade route through the mountain range becomes so beautiful. His face became devilish again, and he said that it would be easy to turn into a tourist destination, and then the profit from just one hotel would be incredible. Alicia returned to her previous state of empty eyes, but then she surprised him by saying that the construction was being carried out with her money, and he decided to make money on it for himself. He immediately fell to his knees and asked her to become a monopolist by occupying the center of trade between the continent, and she owns everything up to tourism, the kingdom to accumulate enormous wealth, and if she would allow him one small building. But she only laughed, putting him in a stupor. The powerful woman looked down at him and said that he could be as greedy as he wanted, because his greed always brought benefits. Lloyd immediately rejoiced and thought about creating a small pension fund, and he spends a lot of money on managing the territory. This will be his pocket money. But then the message intervened and said that a big dream and a small one. To which he said that his dream shines like a star, even if it is small, and she said that the star is surprisingly big. The trains were running the tracks. When the car was approaching, everyone shouted that the train had arrived. The hero pointed his finger at them and said to turn on the reverse lever. The rails clicked. The train slowly went back. The demons rode, enjoying the cool wind. The spirit watched this with pleasure. The protagonist and his beloved, like Xavier, were standing on the roof. A notification came out that he had released the imprisoned demons and opened a trade route that would remain in the history of the continent. A new title of drilling expert came and whoosh at any time. After reading this, Lloyd looked skeptically and thought about how he could use them because he was a sword master. CP came for the title per month, and he thought that it was already a lot and he could prepare for the spoiler. The number of saved destinies did not change at all. Looking at the dome, he thought that he had just returned and something that could resist the restoration of fate. Now, the sphere flew apart again with a stupid sound. Cold and frost sharply flew into the protagonist's heart. At first, he sat calmly, but then the reincarnated one suddenly began to fall. He was caught by the red-haired girl. She told him with a soft smile to calm down because she would protect him. Yang flew up to them. Alicia again lifted her beloved on her back and said that it was time to save state affairs. The sun was slowly rising above the palace. Lloyd opened his eyes with a heavy exhale. The queen's hand was holding his chest and he said nothing meaningfully. She looked at him with narrowed eyes and asked if he was awake. The hero immediately began to get up and said that it was very rude, but she asked him to stop because a sick person should lie in bed. She lowered her head and said that she would like to tell him to lie down longer, but she needed to hurry up and put on formal clothes. Sleepy Lloyd looked at her, and she continued and said that they would hold a ceremony to transfer the Eye of Summer. The next moment they were already standing on the balcony and the queen, taking her hand away, said that right here and now they would learn about the achievements of the count, because he successfully paved the way through the Fantara Mountains, and from now on nothing prevents the expansion of their kingdom across the continent. Alicia was inspired and said that now their kingdom has become the center of trade of the whole world, and without a fight they have received the power of a great nation. The red-haired looked at her beloved with a little anxiety. Lloyd was barely conscious and she thanked him for his achievements and gave him the Eye of Summer. She bit her lip and worried, thinking that if she lingered even for a moment, the condition would quickly worsen, but it was impossible not to carry out the procedure provided by law. The magic safe hung in the air. The hero's heart was covered with ice and emitting steam. The protagonist's eyes were empty. His organ was already at its limit. The message immediately demanded to do something. Winter tried to wake up the heart and beat against it, forcing it to move. Some official began a long and drawn-out speech while he was dying and was going to hold a historical ceremony of transfer. At that moment, the reincarnated was losing the rest of his consciousness. His heart completely stopped. He began to slowly fall. His body moved forward sharply. The system tried to quickly warn about something, but an error occurred. Alicia immediately took out her aura blade, and then she screamed loudly at the top of her lungs. Xavier rushed from the crowd, spreading his wings. The queen raised her blade to attack, throwing off her cloak. The official dragging out the ceremony got scared and turned to the red-haired girl. The safe was cut into two parts. The whole crowd was shocked by what was happening. The Eye of Summer emitted incredible heat. People began to run away from it in horror. The sphere flared up more and more. The swordsman immediately flew up to him, raising his blade, and then he covered it with his aura wings. The knight's face was burning from the heat. Alicia ran as fast as she could and thought that it was simply impossible to commit such a dangerous act for the sake of saving one person, but she believed. She grabbed Lloyd by the shoulder and started shaking him, thinking that everything could be solved and asking him to wake up as always. She put her hands on his heart and screamed for him to take all her mana. Suddenly, the protagonist woke up and opened his eyes. The message displayed a notification about fast charging. The hero moved his hand to the side using absorption. Xavier at that moment tried to hold the eye. A huge fire projectile flew past him. This flash flew out of the palace making a loop. The designer put his hand out to absorb this fire flash. A loud bang occurred near him. The alarm dissipated and particles flew in different directions. Aristocrats and spectators sat on the ground worried. The higher ranks also stood with their mouths open. The swordsman was lying on the ground unconscious. Lloyd was also lying on the ground, and next to him was a beautiful and sweet lady. A notification about absorbing the Eye of Summer appeared, and then Winter saw a bright light. The flash illuminated his empty space, and suddenly a female specimen appeared from the fire, who immediately showed sympathy. Blue also fell in love with her. They immediately held hands and began to dance. The artifacts created a huge whirlwind of two elements. The rotation was so strong that it turned into a sphere. The heart warmed up again and began to work normally. After that, a notification appeared that the heart of Winter and the Eye of Summer merged and settled in the heart. Finally, the hero opened his eyes. The sacrifice and faith in others that he had shown so far returned to him. The mutual trust that appeared thanks to him demonstrated a miraculous power. All his steps united to create the skill of authority. The skill of the baptism of the Demon King appeared, and it can only be given to one person per day. For those who receive the baptism, the effect lasts 24 hours. The protagonist, lying on the floor, asked about what effect this had, to which he received the answer that one of the unique skills of those who receive the baptism is enhanced by true efficiency. He opened his eyes and thought that this, for example, can be given the baptism of the ability of the Supreme Master of the Sword. Looking at his unconscious knight, a notification appeared that Xavier was currently an entry-level Supreme Master, and if he received the baptism, he would awaken as a Supreme Master, who was said to be able to slay a god. The hero lay there with a little surprise at first, and then he smiled slyly. He raised his hands behind his head to stand up. At this moment, Alicia had just come to her senses. The protagonist stood up. He stood on the edge of the balcony, addressing the people of the kingdom, and said that this was a magnificent performance prepared by Her Majesty. Lloyd spread his arms even wider and shouted that everyone, even the whole world, knew that with the opening of the trade route, this kingdom would become the richest country in the world. The builder spoke with wild enthusiasm about how even if they were attacked by dragon-level forces, they would hold them back. And then he spread his arms with pleasure, listening to the applause. The red-haired girl looked at him with a soft smile and put away the blade. The hero turned around, and then he smiled with all his might.
After watching the prophecy of the ending, Lloyd wasted no time. He immediately mounted his ice dragon and headed straight for the Arctic. Javier, who was sitting beside him, looked puzzled and asked in a surprised tone where Lloyd was rushing off to so suddenly, wondering aloud if he had some business in the Mermaid Kingdom. But Lloyd, gazing into the distance, simply told him that he would understand when they arrived. Before that, however, he insisted on one thing. No matter what happened, Javier must not draw his sword under any circumstances. At that very moment, they had already reached a massive vortex swirling in the middle of the sea. This was the same gateway to hell they had encountered before. Without hesitation, they dived into it, their eyes filled with unwavering determination and a cold, sharp resolve. Upon entering, they immediately made their way toward the residence of the Lord of the Underworld. The moment they reached his office, a voice echoed out to them, as if it had been waiting. The voice welcomed them and remarked that it had expected them to arrive around this time. As their eyes met, the atmosphere grew inexplicably tense. Then the Lord of the Underworld spoke again, asking if he could pose a question first. He pointed out that Lloyd already knew he wanted him dead, and in that case, he was curious about what kind of courage had compelled Lloyd to come and face him directly. Hearing this, Javier's eyes widened in shock. He was startled by the mention of death and couldn't help but wonder what on earth was happening to Kim Suho. Lloyd responded calmly, stating that he wasn't someone particularly brave. He admitted that for someone like the Lord of the Underworld, killing him here would be effortless, and luring him into this place wasn't a difficult task either. Then he went on to explain with conviction that both the underworld and the human world were governed by strict laws. If he were to die in hell, then the Lord of the Underworld wouldn't be able to use his soul in the form he desired. Lloyd was certain that there existed a law like that. Perhaps something about the soul completely vanishing upon death. Javier began sweating nervously as he listened. He remained highly focused, trying to comprehend the situation. The thought crossed his mind that the Lord of the Underworld might be intending to use Lloyd's soul and was trying to kill him for that purpose. The Lord of the Underworld then gave a soft chuckle and clapped, expressing that he was impressed by Lloyd's reasoning and his unwavering belief in it. With a cold glint in his eyes, he added that this was exactly why he wanted Lloyd to belong to him. Lloyd's expression darkened as he replied bluntly that he wasn't interested in men. He even noted that the Lord of the Underworld was old enough to be the ancestor of his ancestors. In response, the Underworld King laughed, saying that it was Lloyd's boldness that had made him so appealing. He then said it was time to answer Lloyd's original question. He acknowledged that he was human and that naturally, one day he would die. But Lloyd asked why the Lord of the Underworld would go to the trouble of descending into the human realm just to kill him, when waiting for his natural death should be no issue at all. The king admitted that waiting for Lloyd to die would, of course, be easier. However, he explained that there was a problem with the laws of the world. He had hoped Lloyd would commit horrific acts and use them to construct Aotearoa, but every trace Lloyd left behind was unexpectedly positive. Nearly everyone who had come into contact with him ended up finding better lives and happiness. Because of this, Lloyd was accumulating too much virtue, and inevitably, when someone gathered a sufficient amount of merit, their soul would go directly to heaven upon death. That, the Lord of the Underworld said, was something he could not allow. Lloyd frowned and asked if the king intended to kill him before he accumulated any more virtue. The king confirmed that he did. Lloyd then stated that he knew the Underworld King couldn't just enter the human world so easily and asked how he planned to do it. The king replied that this was the limit of his kindness. He apologized, saying that as Lloyd likely knew, he never considered himself a good person to begin with. Irritated, Lloyd told him there was no need to apologize, that he would find the answer himself. The Lord of the Underworld sighed, saying that both Lloyd and Javier were overflowing with the will to live. Then, in a darker tone, he declared that Lloyd had no choice but to keep fighting against the restoration of fate until the day he died. He revealed that he had already set his sights on Lloyd's soul. The peaceful retirement Lloyd had always dreamed of was gone now, irretrievably so. His voice turned grave as he asked why Lloyd was still struggling so hard to live a life like that. Upon hearing those words, Lloyd's expression darkened for a moment, before he responded with strained determination that fighting until his last breath, or in other words, stealing like a capitalist dog, was the true meaning of his life. Hearing this, the King of Hell let out a soft chuckle and said he would assist him. The scene shifted back to the kingdom of Atanis. She was using the blood vision skill to observe the conditions of her people, from the centaur tribes to the merfolk, both races living peacefully. Her gaze then moved to other places. A construction tunnel, the bridges spanning across the river. And just then, her eyes lit up. Her vision locked onto the queen's palace. There she saw a stream of blood darting rapidly across the rooftop. When it reached a certain point, it suddenly sank and slipped through the ceiling. As soon as it descended, the intruder transformed into human form, an assassin. This was the queen's sleeping quarters. Just as the assassin let out a smug laugh, believing he had succeeded, his pupils shrank in shock. For the queen had already risen, sword in hand, poised to strike. Her voice rang out, cold and sharp, as she said that if she had stopped training, even for just a second, she would have died. She then swiftly struck, slicing the assassin clean in two. But it didn't end there. The assassin's body began to morph into blood and flesh, startling the queen. It was a clone. Moments later, the flesh exploded and turned into a poisonous fog. The queen immediately covered her mouth with a cloth, thinking that the poison was similar to the one from before, but much stronger. The toxin quickly took effect, pulling her mind into a nightmarish illusion, one of suffering and despair. The recovery of fate. Bewildered, she wondered why she was experiencing this again. She was certain she had already overcome this curse. Then within the illusion, a calm voice told her not to worry, that someone was coming for her. Right at that moment, Lloyd appeared through the window. He caught the queen and quickly examined her condition. They laid her on the bed and assessed the extent of the curse. It was evident she was in extreme pain, struggling to resist the magic's grip. Lloyd fell deep into thought. He had arrived in time, but how could he break this curse? The queen was a key figure in the future he envisioned, a future where he could retire and live in peace. For that future to exist, she had to create a strong and stable nation. Seeing the queen writhing in pain caused Lloyd's expression to harden. He turned to Atanis and asked if there was any way to track down the assassin. She apologized, explaining that since the man had merged into blood, it would be extremely difficult to trace him. However, she did know something about the magic he had used. It was black magic created by an ancient demon named Maleficarum. The curse affecting the queen was one of those spells, and its power lay in amplifying the weaknesses within people, driving them to fear and madness. Atanis added that she also knew how to break it. That revelation caused Lloyd's eyes to light up. She explained that the essence of the curse was still just mana, and now it had spread throughout the queen's entire body. To purify it, a source of pure mana was required. Lloyd asked whether using his or Javier's mana could cleanse it. Atanis replied that Javier's mana wouldn't work. The cursed mana had already seeped into the queen's heart. If someone tried to forcefully inject foreign mana, it would only terrify her and scatter the curse further. What was needed was someone whom the queen trusted, someone who could make her feel completely safe. Only then would they be able to approach and purify the cursed mana. For example, she said, it could be the queen's lover. Lloyd froze for a moment at those words. His expression twisted in disbelief as he silently cursed. Was he supposed to wait until she recovered, then set up a romantic date and make her fall in love with him? That wasn't going to be easy, especially since she was unconscious. Both Javier and Atanis were dumbfounded by the implication. Atanis raised her hand, as if to say, Demon King, but that's the queen we're talking about. Yet before she could finish, Javier interrupted and admitted that it wouldn't be easy, but it wasn't impossible either. The queen clearly trusted Lloyd, so they might as well give it a try. Atanis, now sweating nervously, stammered and tried to object. Wait, Javier, the queen clearly sees him as... But again, Javier cut her off, saying that, yes, the queen trusted Lloyd, and that's what mattered. It would work. Lloyd agreed to try. Behind them, Atanis whispered to Javier, saying that clearly he knew how the queen really felt about Lloyd. He wasn't that dense, Javier responded, clearly irritated, that when it came to that subject, he became the dumbest man alive. Then he urged everyone to move on. Lloyd turned to Atanis and ordered her to continue monitoring the recovery of fate effect. He instructed Javier and the others in the territory to be ready within 5 minutes, to intervene if needed. They had to catch the assassin. But first, the queen. He gently took her hand and carefully began transferring his mana to purify the curse, breaking apart the corrupted mana bit by bit. He reminded himself to stay calm and steady, handling it little by little. The first corrupted node, he targeted it. With a surge of pure mana, he shattered it. But the result made him frown. For every cursed unit he destroyed, 1 unit of his own mana was consumed. Damn it. Who knew how long this would take? Suddenly, the queen winced in pain in her unconscious state. Lloyd was alarmed, but moments later, she began to calm down again. He realized she was resisting the curse, even without outside help. He silently vowed to break the curse for her, no matter what. Then he unleashed a series of mana waves to aid her further. Within her mind, the queen was running, fleeing from vines that chased her relentlessly. Soon, they caught up and bound her tightly. Tears welled in her eyes as she cried out in fear, begging for help. Lloyd's voice echoed into her mind, steady and comforting. He told her not to be afraid, that he was there with her. Upon hearing his voice, the queen picked up her sword and fought back. She slashed away the vines coiling around her, but more and more came at her. They wrapped around her body, engulfing her. She continued resisting, sweeping them away again and again, but each wave was stronger than the last, and soon she could no longer fend them off. The vines wrapped around her consciousness like a cocoon, her struggles growing weaker, and just when it seemed like there was no way out, Lloyd's hand reached into the darkness. He spoke with an assertive tone, and the queen, seemingly understanding his intent, continued the countdown with 2. The moment she counted 3, both of them simultaneously broke free from the cocoon that had been restraining her. They exchanged cheerful glances, and then the queen's consciousness instinctively embraced Lloyd's mana. The scene then shifted back to reality. The queen had awakened, while Lloyd had apparently dozed off beside her from exhaustion, still holding her hand. Her eyes, now calm and understanding, quietly observed Lloyd's sleeping face. Elsewhere, Javier was carrying out noise orders when he sensed the change and thought to himself that the queen's mana had grown significantly more stable. He let out a faint smile and wondered inwardly if this was what people called a partner in the language of romance. The next morning, a few female attendants approached the queen's chamber door and politely requested permission to enter, addressing her formally. But no response came. After waiting for a while, one of the girls called out again, asking if the queen was inside. A guard, now alert, remarked that it was strange. He clearly remembered the queen had gone to bed early the night before. He and the others instinctively reached for their sword hilts, feeling something was off. If there was no answer after 2 calls, they would have to break down the door. After all, they hadn't heard a single suspicious noise throughout the night. If there truly had been an intruder, the enemy must have been incredibly skilled to suppress all sound. They began calling out to the queen again, twice, but there was still no response. One of the guards finally shouted that they had to break down the door for her safety. Without further delay, they forcefully burst into the room, and what they saw caused the 2 of them to freeze in shock. There, on the bed, the queen and Lloyd were asleep in each other's arms. One of the guards shouted angrily, calling Lloyd a scoundrel. Their raised voices roused Lloyd from sleep. Still groggy and not yet fully conscious, he was startled when a strong hand grabbed him by the collar. In moments, he found himself tied up and dragged before a panel of judges. Before he could even open his mouth to explain, they had already declared him guilty and hauled him up to the execution stage with the intent to burn him alive. Lloyd, who hadn't even had a chance to brush his teeth or wash his face, was wide-eyed in panic and screamed out in confusion, demanding to know what the hell was going on and begging them to at least let him say something. But the angry crowd, looking at his bewildered expression, only hurled more curses at him. They said his repulsive face was evidence enough. He tried to ask them to wait, begged them to call the queen, but was immediately silenced as they snapped that she was still sleeping and that he, a filthy pervert who had dared sneak into a noblewoman's bed in the dead of night, deserved to be thrown into the 19th layer of hell. Desperate, he pleaded that it was all a misunderstanding, but someone mocked the very idea, claiming that just by the look on his face, it was obvious he'd enjoyed himself. Another even accused him of stealing a puppy from their house the night before and insisted he must have been the culprit. That was when Lloyd suddenly noticed something. Javier had arrived. He had been hoping Javier would come to his rescue, but to his horror, the man was only standing there laughing at him. Lloyd cursed internally, realizing Javier had no intention of helping him. He looked up toward the sky and silently called out to Atanas, hoping she could see his plight and come to his aid. But up in the heavens, Atanas was clutching her stomach, doubled over in laughter, showing not a hint of concern for him. Now both frightened and furious, Lloyd shouted in frustration, asking why no one cared when he was in danger. The system's voice chimed in mockingly, reminding him that he was an existence imbued with the power of a high-level swordmaster, a demon lord, and the commander of the world's mightiest army. So who would bother to worry about him? Lloyd continued to protest, yelling that there should at least be a little sympathy. Just then, a voice called out in the distance, asking what was going on. As soon as he heard it, Lloyd immediately recognized it. It was the Queen's voice. She stormed forward and demanded to know where Duke Lloyd was. Hearing that, Lloyd frantically cried out that he was right there, his expression full of panic. But when she finally laid eyes on him, strung up on the execution frame, she couldn't help but be startled, and then burst out laughing. Her reaction crushed what little spirit Lloyd had left. Tears welled up in his eyes, not from fear, but from sheer humiliation. Eventually, he was freed from the frame and escorted back to the palace. The Queen's voice was the first to speak. She began by apologizing, saying that she should have explained everything to everyone much earlier. However, even if everyone's actions had been justifiable, the Queen stated that acting without her permission was still considered disrespectful. Upon hearing that, Lloyd grew disinterested and didn't bother replying, instead thinking to himself that she clearly seemed pleased about being strung up by that group. At that moment, the Queen's tone turned more serious as she explained that her health was currently not in good condition. As she raised her hand, veins bulging and darkened by the curse, the gathered officials couldn't help but stir with concern. They whispered among themselves, saying they had never seen the Queen in such a state before. Lloyd, too, looked on in surprise. The Queen went on to say that the previous night, as her condition had worsened, she had summoned Lord Lloyd to assist her. She mentioned that he knew some methods to dispel the curse and had exhausted himself helping her through the entire night. The process, she said, had required an enormous amount of mana, and both of them had fallen asleep without realizing it. Right after saying that, she used her mana to activate the curse on her arm again, causing visible fear among the officials. She added that if the treatment was not continued, the curse would only worsen over time. Lloyd silently thought to himself that being direct about the only solution was indeed the best approach, and he chuckled inwardly, thinking that this was just like the Queen. The Queen then formally addressed him, calling out, "Lloyd Frontera," and asked how long the treatment would take to complete. He replied that it would take about a month and assured her that he would ensure the curse would be completely eliminated within that period. When she asked what the method entailed, he answered that he would use his own mana, as he possessed the ability to eradicate the cursed mana from her body at its source. Just then, the cursed veins began spreading to the Queen's face, causing her visible pain. The officials panicked and cried out, asking if she was all right. The Queen called Lloyd to come closer, and when he approached, she extended her cursed arm to him, telling him to heal it. He took her hand gently and began transferring his mana into her. Her condition quickly improved. The veins gradually disappeared before everyone's eyes, leaving the ministers astonished. After the healing was done, the Queen explained to everyone present that as they had just seen, the treatment required Lloyd's unique mana. Therefore, she declared that for the next month, Lloyd Frontera would remain by her side at all times, 24 hours a day, to continue the purification process. Hearing that, Lloyd smiled and thought to himself that he hadn't even figured out how to convince the officials, but thanks to her, things had progressed smoothly. At that moment, an official stepped forward and respectfully said that while they deeply cared for the Queen's well-being, there were still the laws of the kingdom to consider. The Queen calmly responded that she would, of course, follow the kingdom's laws. Her words shocked those present, who could hardly believe what they were hearing. Meanwhile, Lloyd, who still hadn't fully understood what law they were referring to, was left confused. Then the Queen stood up and told everyone to disperse. Afterward, she turned toward Lloyd, extended her hand to him, and said it must have been hard on him. Lloyd replied that it was nothing, Your Majesty, though in his mind he was still wondering what law they had been referring to. Suddenly, the Queen gripped his hand tightly, startling him, and softly said, "Caught you." Her expression made Lloyd's face flush red, though he still had no idea what was really going on. Before long, the entire kingdom erupted with gossip. People whispered, asking if others had heard the rumor, that it was indeed Count Lloyd, and that he would be staying by the Queen's side every day for an entire month. That would mean he'd also be entering the royal chambers. Some speculated that according to royal law, anyone who shared the king or queen's chamber, regardless of the reason, must marry the monarch. No exceptions. The scene shifted to some time later. At that moment, the Queen was working as usual, but she held a pen in one hand and Lloyd's hand in the other. The potato boy sat beside her, fully focused on eliminating the curse. Evidently, a group of enemies had been hiding in the area, but now all of them had been surrounded by the queen alone. Immediately, a series of mana rays shot out, shattering countless cursed mana streams. When one of the enemies tried to escape, Lloyd, whose expression turned wild, gritted his teeth and internally warned that he wouldn't let the foe get away. His mana, like a hound, chased down the cursed energy and sank its fangs into it. His face contorted with effort, matching the intensity of the moment. Watching all this, the queen, who sat right beside him, felt a mix of exasperation and revulsion, clearly wanting to distance herself. At the same time, Lloyd's face gleamed with a predatory eagerness, as though he just found something delicious. His mana surged forward and his mouth opened wide, as if ready to chomp down on the cursed stream. But at that exact moment, someone entered the room with a document. Lloyd immediately changed his expression to one of seriousness, but that slight distraction gave the enemy a brief opportunity, though the threat was quickly neutralized again. Then, suddenly and without warning, the queen let go of his hand. Lloyd looked stunned and called out, asking why she had done so, saying that without holding hands, the healing process would. Before he could finish, the queen remained silent for a brief moment. Then she smiled faintly and looked at him teasingly, as though to suggest that he seemed to enjoy holding her hand quite a bit. That reaction made the potato boy freeze in place. He stammered in response, insisting it was purely for treatment purposes and nothing more. Hearing that, the queen's voice took on a more serious tone. She asked him if that meant he didn't enjoy holding her hand at all. Lloyd stumbled over his words again, unable to clearly say whether he did or didn't. The queen, amused, thought to herself that teasing this potato head was actually rather entertaining. At that moment, the system interface appeared, displaying that his intelligence seemed to drop only in situations like this. She found herself wondering what kind of strange condition that might be. In response, Lloyd could only make a few incoherent sounds, unable to form a proper sentence. Seeing his mind starting to overload, the queen finally spoke up with a voice of mock understanding. She said she got what he was trying to say, that if she let go of his hand again, the treatment would slow down. With that, she rolled up her sleeve and handed her arm to Lloyd, allowing him to take hold once more. Then, she picked up a strip of cloth and tied their hands together. In a calm tone, she instructed him to hold one end of the string and to pull it tight when she reached the count of 13. She began to count 1, 2, 3, 4. And as soon as the last number fell from her lips, they both pulled, fastening the knot. She then remarked that from this point on, they wouldn't be able to separate, no matter how hard they tried. Her actions made Lloyd blush deeply, leaving him momentarily speechless. His thoughts drifted back to the time when she had once proposed to him and to what had happened in the frozen cavern. But he quickly shook his head, trying to regain his focus and dismissing such ideas as foolish. He reminded himself that the queen must surely see him as nothing more than a loyal retainer, valuable only because of his competence. He believed she simply wanted someone capable by her side. Telling himself it was impossible to think otherwise, he vowed to finish the task at hand and escape from that place once and for all. The system appeared once again, but then it raised a hypothetical. What if she truly had feelings for him? Upon hearing that, Lloyd immediately made a mocking face, prompting the system to sigh in exasperation. It was clearly tired of his antics but could do nothing else. It merely advised him to stay focused, urging him to concentrate and carefully monitor every trace of dark mana. At that moment, a voice called out from outside, announcing that it was time for the queen's training. She sprang up so suddenly that Lloyd was startled. She declared her arrival, and not long after, the two of them were already in the midst of the people, right in the training ground, where arrows came flying from every direction. Naturally, Lloyd had now become little more than a tool in the queen's hands, thrown around like a rag, tossed this way and that without mercy. At one point, an arrow whizzed right between his legs, causing his blood pressure to drop dramatically. As soon as the training session ended, someone approached to inform the queen that it was time to attend a royal assembly. She simply replied that she would be there. Once the meeting concluded, another attendant arrived to announce that it was time to review official reports. She acknowledged it again. After completing those duties, someone else reported that it was time for training once more. And thus the cycle repeated. Lloyd, poor thing, was once again flung about like a wet mop in a storm of arrows. This endless loop of the queen's work showed no signs of stopping or even slowing. There was absolutely no rest. After a while, Lloyd resembled a shriveled potato, completely worn out. That evening, exhausted, he addressed the queen. She asked what he wanted. He told her that she needed to reduce her workload, that her recovery was being delayed. She acknowledged his concern and admitted she wished she could, but insisted that it wasn't possible. When he asked why, especially given how many capable subordinates she had, she explained that if she delegated everything, problems might arise in some unnoticed corner. Those issues could be delayed in detection and end up harming the country. Lloyd, tired but persistent, argued that even if things were delayed a little, her treatment was still more important. He begged her to rest at least a little, but the queen countered that if she rested, the people would suffer. She said that if she could endure hardship, then others could rest easier. Lloyd tried again to persuade her, but she abruptly cut him off, saying that it was enough. She simply could not rest. She shouted that she would be releasing his hand for a moment, needing to change clothes. Lloyd let out a sigh, feeling dejected. He thought to himself that she truly was the obsessive type when it came to work, someone almost impossible to reason with once she set her mind to something. He also realized she wasn't someone who could be deceived by tricks or manipulation. He wondered what he should do. And then, a glint returned to Lloyd's eyes. It seemed like he had come up with a new scheme. That evening, he raised his voice again and addressed her. She responded that she had already told him she couldn't take a break, but he claimed that wasn't what the gods wanted. When she asked what he meant, he calmly stated that he believed he could do better. Better at what? She inquired. He answered, at fulfilling the role of a monarch. His words clearly startled her. After a moment of silence, she turned to him and asked what he had just said. Lloyd smiled and replied that if he were king, he believed he could handle everything more efficiently. The queen asked if he truly meant to suggest he could be more effective than her. Did he really believe he could rule? Lloyd smiled again and confirmed that he did, adding that having observed her work today, he was confident he could do better. The queen fell silent for a brief moment, seemingly deep in thought, but then her expression darkened as she snapped at him. She accused him of being all bark and no bite, and reminded him that even after following her around for just one day, he was already reduced to a lifeless husk, yet still had the audacity to spout nonsense. In response, Lloyd sarcastically retorted that if the driver was bad at steering, of course the passengers would get motion sickness. That comment only infuriated her further. She reminded him that he hadn't even seen 1/10 of her duties. But Lloyd, now full of snark, twisted his lips and arrogantly remarked that, from what he'd seen, there seemed to be many different tasks, but they all looked surprisingly easy. Before he could even finish that sentence, the queen punched him straight in the mouth without hesitation, and she didn't stop there. She unleashed a flurry of blows like a furious goddess of war, while Lloyd could do nothing but cry out in pain, completely overwhelmed. Eventually, she grew tired and halted her onslaught. Lloyd, now battered and broken, weakly gasped that he, her lowly servant, had no means of resisting her overwhelming power. He retracted everything he had said. He admitted that, being weak and incompetent, there was no way he could ever perform better than the queen. Lloyd hastily apologized, saying he was deeply sorry. At that moment, the queen was about to strike him again, but hearing his apology only made her more furious. Through gritted teeth, she declared that if he insisted on speaking like that, then he should stay by her side for a week and try handling the duties of the royal family himself. In response, Lloyd quickly raised his hand and pleaded not for a week, but just for 3 minutes. From that moment on, he asked to be treated like a king for exactly 3 minutes, promising that during that time he would show her something incredible. Though clearly irritated, the queen reluctantly agreed. She stood up and dragged Lloyd's battered body across the floor, set a timer, and told him that for the next 3 minutes he would be king. She challenged him to see how far his grand boasts would actually get him. But before she could finish, Lloyd interrupted her with a grave voice, pointing out her knees. A dark aura began to radiate from his body, and he widened his eyes menacingly at her. In a low, commanding tone, he demanded to know why she wasn't kneeling before the king of the kingdom and ordered her to bow her head immediately. The queen immediately lunged forward, shouting angrily, questioning how he dared speak to her in such a manner. But Lloyd barked back just as fiercely, accusing her of trying to beat him into submission again. He told her to reflect on herself and questioned whether she was willing to admit that she was nothing more than a king who ruled with her fists. Though her face was still twisted in fury, Lloyd continued, saying that if she wanted proof of his words, she had better start showing proper respect. Despite his arrogant speech, Lloyd was actually terrified, sweating profusely as he silently prayed for his life and for divine protection. The queen, seething with anger, found herself unable to argue back. Gritting her teeth, she slowly lowered her fist. Seeing this, Lloyd was stunned. He was still alive. Grateful and relieved, he internally thanked the heavens and the ancestors. thinking he was about to die for sure. Then, regaining his composure, he crossed one leg over the other and casually ordered the queen to kneel, taunting her for her earlier anger. When she snapped back at him, questioning how he dared speak like that to a king, he simply raised his voice again, demanding why she wasn't performing the proper royal salute. Even though she was trembling with rage, the queen tried to force herself to comply with the ceremonial bow, clearly intending to see what this self-proclaimed dog thief was planning next. Lloyd pressed on, instructing everyone to listen to the words of this great king. He proclaimed that Alicia Termina Magentano would immediately delegate all duties to her subordinates and focus solely on recovery, just as she had previously stated. Hearing this, the queen shouted that she had already said such a topic was out of the question, but Lloyd, grinning and waving his hand dismissively, cut her off with exaggerated sounds, mockingly lamenting that the words of the king had been interrupted. The sight of his smug expression startled her, and despite her rage, she finally gave in and allowed him to continue. Loie continued by saying that, as she had mentioned before, no matter whom the queen entrusted with a task, she would never be fully satisfied, because the best results always came when she handled things herself. That experience had made her unable to stop working, and Loie admitted he understood that deeply. He knew it all stemmed from her deep concern for the nation. He emphasized that she was incredibly important, perhaps not the greatest monarch in the kingdom's history, but certainly one who carried immense weight. However, he questioned what would happen if the curse continued to worsen. If she lost the ability to act, the kingdom would fall. He stressed that sacrificing one's body wasn't the only form of devotion. Even if there were immediate issues to deal with, he urged her to look further ahead, to care for herself and focus on the future. In doing so, she could actually do better. He pleaded with her to stop everything and focus on healing. Any problems that arose during her absence could always be addressed one by one later on. At that moment, the queen fell silent in contemplation. Eventually, she lowered her gaze and solemnly replied that she would follow His Majesty's command. Lloyd, meanwhile, was sweating nervously, inwardly grateful that she wasn't so much of a workaholic that she couldn't step away. He figured she would likely accept that his words mirrored the approach of previous monarchs. Then, with some awkwardness, he suggested that Magentano continue the discussion. He began by proposing to allocate a bit more of the royal budget to the Frontella district. However, the queen quickly interrupted him. When she started to speak again, the king interjected, asking in disbelief if she was interrupting him once more. She protested that she wasn't, but stated with icy calm that exactly 3 minutes had passed. At that, Lloyd Frontiera's face turned pale. An oppressive silence descended over the room. The queen slowly stood up, and in the next moment, launched into a flurry of merciless, lightning-fast kicks, stomping Lloyd's head into the floor. She furiously exclaimed that this was for talking nonsense, and for daring to make her bow. Despite Lloyd repeatedly begging for forgiveness, calling himself her loyal subject, she continued stomping him relentlessly. Eventually, when she grew tired of kicking, she suddenly remembered something and demanded to know. Hadn't he claimed that he would prove himself more capable in the role of king? What exactly had he managed to prove? With his face still pressed to the ground, Lloyd murmured that there was no way a mere servant like him could take on the role of queen. He admitted that what he had said earlier was simply a lie. Upon hearing that, the queen once again flew into a rage and resumed her barrage of stomps, cursing as she went. But amidst her fury, a thought began to form in her mind. She realized what Lloyd had truly been trying to express. He must have come up with something to help broaden her narrow perspective. That night, as she reflected on it, she smiled gently and remarked that she liked him more and more. And as she said this, she continued pressing her foot down on the poor potato still lying on the ground. The scene shifted to a month later. At that time, both of them had unwrapped the bandages around their wrists and slowly released each other's hands. The queen stood in quiet reflection, sensing her body anew. Meanwhile, Lloyd knelt before her and congratulated her on a full recovery. The system issued a notification, congratulating Lloyd on receiving a new title, Husband of the Queen. Lloyd cursed inwardly, expressing his intense dislike for the title. He thought to himself that if he ever married someone so obsessed with work, he would inevitably become her #1 slave. The system further explained the effect of the title, stating that if he were ever in danger, Queen Magentano would instinctively sense it and immediately rush to his side. Lloyd privately admitted that the effect wasn't so bad after all. If only he could rename the title, everything would be fine. However, the system denied that possibility, flatly stating that such a change would not happen, as it rather liked the current title. After the queen completed her treatment, Lloyd returned to Frontella. He needed to clean up all the minor issues that had piled up over the past 2 months, which was his way of softening the blow of Fate's recovery. But before handling those tasks, he had to face a more immediate threat: the invasion of the King of Hell. He reminded himself that the King of Hell could not freely enter this world, which meant that, like the Hell Knight, he too would need to undergo some sort of ritual. Lloyd believed that if they could completely seal that ritual, they might be able to stop him. And to find out how to do that, he soon made his way to the Machine of Truth. He thought that all he had to do was ask the Gem of Truth. However, after a long moment without any response, he began to worry. He wondered what was going on and feared the worst. He immediately moved and soon made a shocking discovery. There was a visible crack. He was stunned. He had run countless simulations before, confirming that the gem would remain stable for thousands of years. And yet now, the Gem of Truth was being damaged. Everything he had worked for in this world, everything, was possibly falling apart. At that exact moment, a voice called out in urgency. The Demon King Atlantis, filled with concern, reported that all the facilities Lloyd had built around the world had been destroyed simultaneously. Every single one of them, everywhere. The news left Lloyd shaken. Without wasting a moment, he mounted his dragon and flew to the nearest location, the territory of the centaurs. There, he immediately summoned Babylon, who responded swiftly by enlarging itself and using earth to fill the emerging fissure. Meanwhile, from below, Atlantis reported again to the Demon King that a crack had formed at the Laha Bridge. Lloyd quickly instructed them to contact the Queen and request that she halt all travel activities. He added that once the area was sealed, he would head directly to that location. The scene shifted to the port city of Cremo, where a horde of monsters was already surging toward the shore. Alarm sirens echoed across the area, urging citizens to evacuate immediately. It didn't take long before the monsters climbed onto land and began wreaking havoc. Sensing the threat, the merfolk tribe appeared and quickly launched a counterattack using their spears. Javier reported that they had managed to repel the Giga Titan's assault, thanks to the assistance of the Mermaid Kingdom. Lloyd acknowledged the report and asked about the ice prison. Javier informed him that Lord Byron was currently overseeing the repairs. Lloyd then issued orders, instructing that Julian must never leave Princess Sarazat's side, and that the number of demon guards at the Count's residence be increased. Seeing the anxiety on Lloyd's face, Javier couldn't help but feel concerned as well. Back in the Frontera territory, someone was shouting at Team B, urging them to stop lagging behind. Once they finished the insulation layer, they were to move to road repair duty. There was a shortage of workers in the mining area, and a support team needed to be dispatched immediately. Meanwhile, pests had started appearing on the restored grasslands, adding to the growing list of problems. Amidst the rush and chaos among the citizens, several unfamiliar figures began to appear. One of them remarked that everyone seemed very busy. Another, dressed in red robes, responded that human lives were short, so it was only natural for them to live busily. She then gazed into the distance and commented that their sleepy-headed boy seemed to be over there. Very quickly, the three of them entered through the gate of the Count's mansion. Upon seeing this, a group of demonic guards immediately demanded that they stop, declaring that the area was restricted. However, in response, the girl in the red dress merely flicked her hand lightly. Instantly, the ground erupted, sending the entire group flying in chaotic disarray. The girl beside her, visibly worried, expressed her concern that those people might actually be good individuals, but the one in red simply waved it off, saying that such a detail didn't matter all that much. It was faster this way than wasting time trying to explain everything. At that very moment, another group quickly approached the trio. It was Javier and Atanis, and they immediately assumed combat-ready stances. Seeing this, the girl in red clicked her tongue in annoyance and muttered that these little pests were truly irritating. Fortunately, the girl beside her hastily urged her to calm down. Just then, a voice from behind caught everyone's attention. It was the Dragon King, who called out joyfully. The girl known as Kiddo also waved back at him in greeting. Without delay, they proceeded inside the mansion. The Dragon King, speaking in a gentle tone, mentioned that she had been contacting him every day since that day. The girl in red responded by stating that their mother had already forgiven her, and that they had come to take her back home. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King remarked in mock realization that it must have been the cruel dragon mother who had been blocking his calls. Someone nearby scolded him, telling him he shouldn't say such things, and warned that they had definitely heard every word. Another voice even threatened to burn him if he kept talking like that. Someone else added that their world tour had come to an end, and now it was finally time to return home. Upon hearing that, the Dragon King went silent for a brief moment, before stating that there was still someone she needed to meet first. The scene then shifted to where Lloyd was working with the villagers to repair a structure. The Dragon King's voice reached him, drawing his attention. The Dragon King remarked that Lloyd still seemed to be working hard. Lloyd replied hesitantly, saying that he was managing to hang on. The Dragon King asked whether the Stone of Truth hadn't told him how to stop the restoration of fate. Lloyd didn't respond, remaining silent. The Dragon King continued, suggesting that perhaps Lloyd didn't like the proposed method. He pointed out that Lloyd must have known things could get worse and questioned what would happen if those events continued to unfold, one after another, without end. He asked whether Lloyd truly intended to keep doing this for the rest of his life. Lloyd's short reply was that he could. Surprised? The Dragon King commented on how quick and unhesitant his answer was. Then, standing up, he sighed theatrically and asked if there was anything he could do to help. Since he had developed a good impression of Lloyd, smiling faintly, responded that he had never done anything good for the Dragon King, and therefore couldn't ask for anything in return. The Dragon King fell silent for a moment after hearing that. Then he remarked that, if there ever was something he could help with, he imagined Lloyd would probably find a way to blackmail him into doing it anyway. He then added that he would return to his own home now, admitting that the time spent here wasn't so bad after all, and wished for Lloyd to become someone better. With that, the Dragon King's figure vanished. Lloyd, lost in thought, pondered silently to himself. The powers of hellish and heavenly dragons, if pitted against one another, would create destruction far worse than any war among species. If he could end the invasion of the King of Hell by his own hands, he might be able to minimize the damage. He questioned how he could possibly defeat the King of Hell, or better yet, stop his manifestation entirely. To learn the answer, he knew he had to fix the Stone of Truth first. At that moment, Javier approached and reported that the Vikings had been right. At this pace, they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. He added that they were unprepared for the King of Hell's invasion and that they needed to resolve at least one of the two major issues. He pleaded with Lloyd to tell him what the Stone of Truth had said, how they could stop fate from restoring itself. The question made Lloyd fall silent for a brief moment. Then, with a smile, he replied that he had already told Javier. It had said it didn't know, that it was completely useless. But before he could continue, Javier interrupted with a firm gaze and once again asked him to please share what he knew. Slightly surprised by Javier's persistence, Lloyd repeated that he had already said it. The stone claimed it didn't know. Javier questioned him, insisting that what he heard couldn't possibly be true. At that moment, Lloyd grew visibly irritated and told him he should stop. But Javier remained firm and demanded the answer. Lloyd repeated, more sternly this time, that he needed to stop. Javier, however, raised his voice, asking why Lloyd was intentionally hiding the truth. He told him not to try to face everything alone and reminded him that they were supposed to confront it together. He then asked almost pleadingly whether they weren't friends. Lloyd, cold and distant now, shouted back, asking who Javier thought was his friend, calling him a country bumpkin. His words startled everyone around them. Hearing those cruel remarks, Javier fell silent for a moment before quietly apologizing, admitting that perhaps he had overstepped his bounds. Without saying another word, Lloyd turned and walked away. Inwardly, he thought to himself that he was sorry. He wondered how he could ever tell Javier the truth, that one of them would have to die to save everyone else. Not long after, Lloyd stood before the pyramid-shaped crystal of truth, a vital cornerstone he had once designed. However, a large crack had formed on it. With a pensive hum, he acknowledged that the material was irreplaceable and couldn't be repaired through ordinary means. He placed his hand on the surface, prompting a digital interface to appear. He considered the idea of compressing it and switched to simulation mode. But as the test simulation began, where mana was compressed from both sides, the entire structure collapsed instantly. He cursed, realizing it had completely shattered. Determined not to give up, he told himself to try another idea. This time, he attempted to slowly inject mana and let the crystal heal itself. To his surprise, this method, though slow, proved effective. He expressed a sense of triumph. It would take time, but the damage could be repaired. Just then, a system alert appeared. It warned that due to slight structural alterations in the crystal of truth, some functions might experience errors. Frowning with resolve, Lloyd muttered to himself that there was still much to uncover. But regardless of the challenges, he had to fix it. As he continued to analyze, he noted that only he and Javier were capable of handling this task. Just then, his mind drifted back to the harsh words he had said earlier. Regret washed over him, and he slammed his head against the wall. He cursed his own stupidity for not just staying silent as he usually did. He accused himself of behaving like a foolish main character. After a few more head slams, he rolled over in pain, groaning that it still hurt just as much, even with the title of Swordmaster. Then he remembered Javier's words, telling him not to carry everything alone, urging that they face everything together. Loy began to reflect, wondering if he had been wrong all this time. He told himself that Javier was the true protagonist, the real hero, the one meant to solve the problem and save everyone. He thought that if he could just stop this damned resurrection phenomenon, then he could focus on accumulating merit before being taken by the King of Hell. And that would be enough to solve everything. A spark of determination returned to his eyes, and he felt that perhaps the outcome of their story could still be changed. Just then, a system prompt appeared, asking whether he wanted to see the ending in advance, and before he could respond, he was pulled into a vision of the future. There, he stood silently by a balcony, his expression heavy and contemplative, gazing over a dark and gloomy landscape. Frontera, at least, was still safe, and with that, he began to think that maybe telling the truth to Javier was the right thing after all. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Javier announced himself, saying he had something to say. Loy invited him in. Javier entered calmly and walked over to him. He hesitantly asked whether Loy was still angry. Surprised by the sudden question, Loy began speaking in a gentle tone. He admitted that, the day before, he had said some very hurtful things that he shouldn't have. Javier was startled, exclaiming that it had only been one day. So did that mean the end would come tomorrow? Loy continued, explaining that he assumed those words must have weighed on Javier's mind. He also added that he understood now what Javier had truly meant. Loy remained silent for a moment, adjusted his posture, and then began speaking with a more serious tone. He said that regarding Javier's question from the day before, he would now explain the method that the gem, Truth, had proposed to stop the phenomenon of restoration. He decided to begin from the root of the matter. According to him, Javier was actually the true protagonist of this world. That statement caught Javier completely off guard. He seemed shocked and asked, almost incredulously, if Loy was really referring to him. Loy, observing him quietly, realized with some alarm that he might never have shared this information with Javier before. Then Loy from the future resumed his explanation. He claimed that he himself was also a protagonist, but from a different world. He asked rhetorically what it meant when two protagonists existed in the same timeline, then answered his own question. The world would collapse. For the restoration phenomenon to end, one of them had to die. Loy from the past tried to keep a calm expression. He continued watching Javier and thinking to himself with frustration that there was no way he would do something that foolish. He was certain that once Javier heard the truth, the boy would find a solution. But that assumption proved wrong. Javier, after hearing everything, began unsheathing his sword. That action stunned both Loy from the past and Loy from the future. Javier, however, remained calm, as he said that if the phenomenon of restoration couldn't be stopped, then the best thing to do was to accumulate as much virtue as possible. Before Loy could even fully register what was happening, Javier had already thrust the sword straight into his own chest. The act left Loy from the past in utter shock, his pupils contracting in disbelief. Loy from the future also responded in panic, rushing forward and shouting for him to stop. He screamed, asking Javier what the hell he was doing and calling him insane, demanding that he pull the sword out immediately. In those final moments, Javier summoned his power to envelop the sword, and with a gentle smile, he asked Loy to protect the world well. He called him Young Master. One last time, right in front of Loy, who was frozen in horror, a blue light began to wrap around Javier. It was the light of a swordmaster's aura, a divine radiance that chose what to leave behind, an empty space and a boundless pain. After Javier willingly sacrificed himself, the sword fell to the cold ground with a metallic clang. Loy from the future hadn't even managed to do anything. His eyes gradually lost their light as he dropped to his knees in the room still glowing red from magical aftershock. His entire body trembled. His soul felt like it was shattering, and then came only pain. Pain so deep it couldn't even be voiced. He could do nothing but cry out in despair, tears flowing in two burning streams down his cheeks. The scene shifted back to the present. At the same time, Javier slowly approached him again, calling out in a familiar voice, "Young Master!" He reappeared as if he had never left. Calm and composed, Loy thought silently that Javier had always been like that, and that was precisely the problem. That very trait of his made Loy bite his lip in frustration. After a brief pause, he finally spoke Javier's name aloud, but within himself, he vowed that no matter what happened, he would never let Javier die again. Loy's expression suddenly changed. He put on his signature crooked smile, raised his hand, and turned to face Javier with a teasing remark. He asked if Javier was still mad about him losing his temper yesterday. People tended to say nonsense when they were tired, didn't they? He reminded himself. He concluded that everything would have to be solved one step at a time. Upon seeing Loi's face, Javier could only respond with a tired look, not even bothering to argue. He muttered that Loi had been the loudest one screaming anyway. Loi immediately mimicked his tone in mockery, reminding Javier smugly that he was the boss around here and that Javier shouldn't forget that. Javier ignored the teasing and instead gave a report. More importantly, Lady Atonist had just detected an anomaly in Namaran. Signs of dark magic had recently appeared in the area. Loi furrowed his brows, speculating that it might be another attempt to summon a Hell Knight. He considered launching an attack to stop them in time. Even if they succeeded in summoning Heogai, he figured the situation wouldn't be too dangerous. But suddenly, something clicked in his mind. He heard the echoing laughter from the 19th layer of hell. It was Lloyd's voice, laughing like a mischievous dog thief. He. Wait a minute, Loi thought. This might actually be an unexpected opportunity. Javier, hearing this thought, asked what exactly Loi meant. Loi's face lit up in a dangerously enthusiastic way. He said it was time to begin. Their plan to kidnap Heo Knai was now officially in motion. The scene cut to hell itself. There, a massive figure clad in black armor stood imposingly. He held a glowing red sword and introduced himself as George Eximus, the head of security for the Hell King's office. He recalled that, in the past, there had been a brutal duo from Hell who had left a lasting mark on his soul. He shouted at the intruders to stop, cursed at them, and demanded to know if they realized where they were. He declared that he had a personal grudge against their kind. He remembered back to when he was a rookie, shy, awkward, and full of mistakes. The scene flashed comically to that memory. George was fumbling around the kitchen, frustrated and muttering to himself about where the hell the coffee had gone. He worried that if he slacked off, the senior officers would scold him again. A teammate had called out to him at the time, saying that he was only slow because of his nerves. He just needed to stay calm and enjoy the process. That senior officer had been a beloved mentor, kind-hearted and always encouraging. George believed that without that support, he could never have become a true Hell Knight. Someone nearby asked if he had seen the newly arrived souls. They laughed, commenting on how ridiculous their expressions were. George laughed back, agreeing. Then suddenly, he sensed something. He was being summoned into the human world. He accepted it with a grin, acknowledged it respectfully, and said he would be careful. And with a final laugh, he said goodbye. For now, in a moment charged with emotion, his senior was split in half right before his eyes. The shock of the event overwhelmed him, and all he could do was cry out through tears of despair, calling out to his mentor in helplessness. Later, he heard rumors that his mentor had been devoured alive by the Hell Poet. Now, standing face to face with his enemy, George Eximus roared with fury. He declared that he was George Eximus, captain of the Boar Division, and challenged the intruder for causing chaos at his workplace. He proclaimed that those who knew how to enjoy life were the strongest, just like his mentor had once said. He insisted he had never forgotten his mentor's teachings and vowed to take revenge. With tremendous power, he charged forward, claiming he would avenge his mentor with all his heart. But before he could even reach his target, Javier appeared suddenly and struck him down with a devastating blow. Joker Eximus collapsed in defeat, admitting bitterly that he had lost miserably and was crying with all his heart. Still, he shouted that he wouldn't give up. He explained that he had trained with all his might in hell, savoring every moment of the pain in order to grow stronger. He hadn't been allowed to act last time, but this time, he declared, he had been summoned to the human world. At that very moment, Hell Knight, a dark warrior brimming with fury, stepped onto the battlefield. In his heart burned the intense hatred caused by the death of his close comrade. He swore he would take revenge for his senior no matter what happened. Yet he warned the Hell Poet to beware. He would no longer allow him to act freely. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two protagonists had managed to assess the situation just in time. Even without any summoning rituals, dark magic had already spread throughout the area. They realized it was the phenomenon of restoration at play, something that forced fate to regenerate, even if it defied natural law. They noted that summoning a Hell Knight required absorbing life force, which meant that even if all of Nemarian were evacuated, the spell would still seek out living beings to drain. Loi responded that Count Nemarian had mentioned a recent surge of unusually aggressive rats in the area, which could be a result of their life energy being siphoned away. At that point, Lloyd wore a sinister expression as he declared that he would turn this chaos to their advantage. A massive explosion suddenly erupted. From the smoke and blazing magical light, Hell Knight charged forward, It was time for revenge. However, he was caught off guard to find two individuals already waiting. They claimed it was just a coincidence. But Lloyd, wearing a scornful expression, retorted that if it was merely a coincidence, then he would take the opportunity to end Hell Knight's life right there. Hearing this, Hell Knight became enraged and rushed forward with a furious scream, shouting that he would avenge his fallen comrade. On the other side, however, Lloyd maintained his usual devious smirk and suggested they finish this quickly. Without warning, a powerful blow crashed down on Hell Knight's head. Then Javier began relentlessly striking him with his sword without a shred of mercy. Eximus could only clutch his head in pain, tears streaming down his face, lips trembling. He couldn't understand it. He had trained every day, endured the brutal effects of hellish training, and yet this was the outcome. In the moment of defeat, he muttered that now he understood. They enjoyed every aspect of life more than he ever had. Eventually, his body collapsed onto the shattered stone floor. Lloyd approached calmly and gently remarked that he was sorry. Since the man had barged in uninvited, his bodyguards had attacked on instinct. Then he turned to Javier and angrily scolded him for not controlling his emotions. In contrast, Javier simply growled with a dark expression. Lloyd snapped at him again, calling him a cruel, sadistic deviant. But the next moment, he switched to a gentle, motherly expression and assured everyone that leaving Hell Knight alone would be dangerous. He might end up killing their dear knight. However, he promised that as long as he was present, the vicious one wouldn't dare do anything. Still, the Hell Knight was far from calm. He shouted that Lloyd should shut his mouth, that he was the enemy of Senior Choexius, and swore he would kill him. Before he could finish his sentence, Javier had already charged at him, beating him down like a dog. Lloyd, once again pretending to be the good guy, tried to stop Javier, telling him to calm down and that it was enough. After Javier had vented enough violence, Lloyd resumed speaking with mock sincerity. He apologized and said he didn't know what else to offer. Then, with a glowing smile and a gentle demeanor, he presented a contract and softly asked the Hell Knight if he would be interested in a good job. Furious, the Hell Knight shouted that he was a warrior of Hell and had no need for other employment. Lloyd, puzzled, asked whether Hell didn't allow for side jobs. He then demanded to see the Hell Knight's employment contract. When the knight asked what a contract was, Lloyd was stunned. He couldn't believe they were working without contracts. It was simply absurd. This reaction sparked the knight's curiosity. Lloyd went on to ask how much the knight was paid for his work. The knight responded by asking what pay meant. Growing increasingly concerned, Lloyd inquired about working hours, asking if he worked 24 hours a day, without rest, without insurance, and what that even meant to him. By this point, Lloyd could no longer contain himself. He cried out in disbelief, wondering how there could be a place even more capitalistically exploitative than his own workplace. Tears streamed down his face as he clutched his head in despair. He sobbed that the king of hell must be a heartless tyrant, exploiting his subordinates down to their very bones. The Hell Knight fell silent, his gaze distant as memories of the past surfaced in his mind. He sometimes wondered if life was meant to be this way, where one worked themselves to the brink of exhaustion only to die without gaining anything in return. He questioned whether such a life was truly one of labor or merely one of being used. But back then, his senior had merely given him a light, playful slap and told him to forget he ever said such things. Returning to the present, the Hell Knight now stared intently at Loie. He told her that he had once fought another Hell Knight, someone who had likely been her comrade. He revealed that he had won that battle and absorbed the knight's soul. Yet he felt no regret. On the contrary, he respected the man, for he had fulfilled his duty as a Hell Knight. As for himself, he had fought to protect his own city, and he firmly believed that the fallen knight would have accepted the outcome of their battle. However, he continued, there was another way to look at it. He asked her to imagine a life where that knight had been exploited his entire existence, summoned as a slave by the Demon King, used until the end, and finally killed in a battle he might never have wished to fight. Though that knight was dead, the Hell Knight claimed, he still lived on, within his heart. Overcome with emotion, Loie clutched her chest, tears streaming down as she declared passionately that she and Georgios, who lived on in her heart, would bring an end to such exploitation. Upon hearing what could only be described as manipulative rhetoric from Lloyd, the Hell Knight said nothing. Tears began to pour from his eyes like rain, mixing with the storm of emotions rising within him. Finally, with a strained voice, he asked to see their employment contract. Just that, Loie, their sneaky recruiter, allowed herself a satisfied smile, knowing she had roped in another unwilling worker. Soon after, the three of them flew off on an ice dragon to some distant destination. While reviewing the contract, the Hell Knight was stunned. It promised a salary of 10 million gold per month, only 4 working days a week, and just 2 patrols per day. He questioned whether it could be real. They assured him it was. They told him to read the contract thoroughly. It was all accurate. The final clause simply stated that good communication with teammates was required. They emphasized that part. Hearing that, the Hell Knight mused to himself, good communication with teammates. He figured that if he failed in that regard, Lloyd Frontera would get moody and stop speaking to him. While not a particularly terrible consequence, he began to wonder if this was truly the right decision. The Demon King would soon descend upon the human world. If the king discovered his whereabouts, everything would be over. He pondered whether he should escape before that happened. Then, he said he had a question. When asked what it was, he hesitated a bit before asking when exactly the Demon King would descend upon the human realm. He turned his head slightly to the side and admitted that he didn't know. Lloyd laughed at the answer, but then narrowed his eyes, his capitalist instincts flaring. He told the knight he obviously knew the answer, and questioned why he wouldn't share it. He accused him of having signed the contract only because he knew when the descent would happen, so he could escape just in time before the Demon King arrived. The accusation struck a nerve. The Hell Knight flinched, visibly shaken, and asked Lloyd to just tell him when and how the Demon King would descend. He swore he truly didn't know. At the same time, he thought to himself that if he leaked any of that information, the Demon King would undoubtedly hunt him to the very edges of hell itself. Lloyd said nothing in response, but raised his nose and let out a weary sigh, as if the entire conversation had drained him. Meanwhile, Javier began to push himself up from the ground with his hands, and when Hector turned around, sweat was already pouring down his face. Because Javier's silhouette looked more like a demon closing in than a man, seeing that Javier was about to strike, the man quickly raised his hand, panicking. He urgently asked what Javier was trying to do, claiming he had done nothing wrong and begging the boss to stop this lunatic. He kept stammering, F, in fear. However, Lloyd remained completely indifferent, neither hearing nor reacting. It was only then that Hector Nye finally realized the true meaning behind the contract clause. That if it was violated, Lloyd Frontera would sulk and stop communicating altogether. In a rush, he confessed that during that particular eclipse, someone would have to be sacrificed. Upon hearing this, Lloyd immediately spun around like a dog snapping at a fly. With a grin, he asked excitedly if Hector had just mentioned a sacrifice and inquired about the victims, expressing exaggerated curiosity. The Help Knight, visibly terrified, turned to Javier and explained further. He said that if someone managed to harvest 10 large-scale instances of fear from the death of someone who sought revenge, the King of Hell would manifest in this world. Hearing this, Lo laughed with smug satisfaction, thinking to himself that he had now obtained the hints he needed. Then, the two saints exchanged mischievous smiles and playfully said that it was time to resume communication. The second Help Knight, meanwhile, seemed to realize with horror that he had unknowingly made a pact with a demon. Lo internally noted that the Help Knight had just provided very valuable information. That the fear being spread was under the King of Hell's command, and the source of it was likely the same person who had previously tried to eliminate the Queen. He thought about Alicia, and noted that he had asked Hector Knight further, but Hector admitted he didn't know exactly how the fears would be gathered. Loey then recalled the terrifying creatures he had seen in the spoiler ending, suspecting they might be fragments of an ancient god of darkness. Recently, the King of Hell had been absorbing many souls who were supposed to be reincarnated. If those souls were injected into bodies containing the essence of the ancient god of darkness, which had been buried in hell, they would transform into monsters known as fragments of the dark god. He understood that the power of hell could not match that of Frontera, which was why she was preparing to become far stronger. Lo then frowned and asked how many of them would be coming. Hector replied that he didn't know. The King of Hell never reported anything to him. Lo glanced over at Javier again, prompting Hector Knight to quickly blurt out that he knew their weaknesses. Afterward, Lo began planning. With all the information they now had, it was time to start preparing for the battle. At the same time, there was another critical task: the restoration of the Gem of Truth. He believed that if they could prevent the King of Hell's appearance from the very beginning, it would be much better. He reminded himself that rushing things could ruin everything. They needed to move slowly and carefully, making progress bit by bit each day. After some time spent repairing, Lloyd finally exhaled and declared that it was enough for today. Javier then stepped forward, admitting that something had been bothering him. When Lloyd asked what it was, whether it had to do with Job Eximus, Javier pointed out that in the end, Lloyd had simply beaten the guy up and forced him to reveal the information. So why had he bothered making a contract in the first place? Lloyd looked completely blank and acted as if he didn't know what Javier was talking about. He claimed it had just been a friendly conversation. Seeing this, Javier was too fed up to say anything further. As he watched Lloyd walk away, he silently wondered whether the contract had been an act of conscience, or just a clever way to avoid guilt. He couldn't understand Lloyd at all. Lloyd continued walking and casually mentioned that the important thing now was to collect holy water. Back at the Count's mansion, an awkward encounter was taking place. On one side stood Raphael, an angel from heaven. On the other was Jock Eximus, a knight of hell. The atmosphere was heavy with silence, neither speaking at first. After a while they began to communicate hesitantly. Raphael introduced himself politely as an angel. George Eximus apologized and returned the greeting, saying he was happy to meet him. Raphael then asked if George was the one who had replied to his message. 300 years ago. George admitted that it was indeed him, and apologized again for what had happened back then. He tried to explain why he had become a demon of hell, suggesting that he might have said something rude at the time, but hadn't meant it seriously. Raphael waved it off, saying it was all right. He reminded George that he too had once said George was a cursed demon, but only because their circumstances were different. He asked if they could try to understand each other. He acknowledged that it might be difficult for George, who had been born into a world of ignorance and forced to work like a demon with pitiful pay. George chuckled and told Raphael that he too had initially thought Raphael was overly strict at work. But it turned out Raphael had also been kicked out of heaven, which, to him, was quite amusing. The two pitiful individuals looked at each other with shared empathy. Two victims of the system had somehow found each other even in hell, back in the mortal realm. Lloyd arrived and commented on how quickly the two had become friends. Raphael responded lightheartedly, explaining that heaven and hell were merely fulfilling their duties, and they weren't truly enemies as people believed. He said he understood that, and that the real problem at hand wasn't some mission from hell, but rather the personal ambition of the king of hell, which now posed a major threat that had to be dealt with. Raphael questioned what the other man meant. After a brief exchange, he seemed to understand and concluded that the king of hell was likely orchestrating something truly horrific. He stated his intention to report the matter to headquarters immediately, as the situation clearly constituted a rebellious and invasive act. He assumed that Lord Wynn would likely issue a strict warning in response. Lloyd then asked how effective such a warning would actually be. Hearing that, Raphael simply turned away in silence, offering no reply. Lloyd let out a sigh, remarking that the warning clearly wouldn't have much effect. Raphael then said he would do his best regardless of what might happen, adding that he genuinely liked this world and thus wanted to help Lloyd as much as he could. Lloyd smiled at that and proposed an idea. He would ensure Raphael had the chance to help, and in return he asked for some angel tears, saying he needed them in order to defeat a dark entity called the Fragment. Raphael froze for a moment upon hearing that, then admitted that indeed, exposure to angel tears would weaken such entities. However, he apologized and said that angels did not cry easily. In fact, he himself had never seen an angel shed tears in all his thousands of years. Lloyd then curiously asked if he could make an angel cry. Surprised, Raphael asked how that would be possible. Without warning, Lloyd suddenly hurled a handful of chili powder directly into Raphael's face, catching him completely off guard. Tears began streaming down Raphael's face as he screamed in pain. Between cries, Raphael shouted that that was how one could force angels to cry, through surprise chili powder attacks. He added, while still in agony, that he was happy to help. Lloyd quickly collected the tears and told Raphael not to move, cautioning that any drops lost would be wasted. Raphael complied and apologized for his carelessness. George Eximus, having watched the entire chaotic scene unfold, couldn't help but break into a nervous sweat. He wondered why Raphael seemed so cheerful despite being blatantly mistreated, and whether he himself would end up the same way in the future. At that moment, George realized with dawning horror that his new boss might be even more devilish than the King of Hell himself. Sometime later, Raphael contacted the Celestial Realm to make a report. The manager on the other end acknowledged the situation, saying they had also received some information. Technically speaking, the manager explained, the King of Hell's actions were not considered an invasion. Raphael, clearly alarmed, questioned that claim. He insisted that the moment the king entered the human world, countless people would surely die. The manager calmly elaborated that the King of Hell was not a pleasant being, but the act itself mirrored what angels did when answering the prayers of humans, descending in response to calls from earth. If the one who had first called upon the king was someone named Lone, then the King of Hell was merely answering a request. Therefore, the act didn't violate any global laws. However, should the Celestial Realm choose to launch a war against him, they would be providing him with the very justification he needed to interfere in heavenly affairs. The manager asked whether Raphael could imagine the chaos that might follow. At that moment, Raphael was sitting in a cattle barn, deep in thought. After a long silence, he sighed helplessly, having already suspected that things would turn out exactly as the manager had said. He knew he had to report all of this to Lloyd immediately. Just as he turned around to leave, Lloyd once again ambushed him with a fresh burst of chili powder to the face. However, this time Lloyd furrowed his brows in irritation and scolded Raphael, asking why he had closed his eyes. He demanded to know whether Raphael truly intended to help them or not. Startled, Raphael quickly apologized, explaining that it was simply an angelic reflex. He promised he wouldn't fall for the same trick a second time. Javier suddenly appeared, approached Raphael, and squeezed the angel's cheeks to keep his mouth open. Javier tried to calm everyone down and asked for some understanding toward Raphael. But then, without warning, he reached out as if to poke Raphael directly in the eyes, clearly attempting to force more tears. Raphael broke into a cold sweat. Terrified, Loie immediately stepped in, raising his voice and demanding to know what Javier was doing to the angel. He asked if Javier truly believed he could do anything he pleased just to achieve his goals. He added that if Javier continued like this, he would be no different from the very king of hell they were trying to resist. Javier froze at those words, a sweat breaking out on his forehead as he stood in silence, questioning when exactly he had become this kind of person. Meanwhile, Loie gently picked up Raphael's glasses and asked if he was okay, noting that things had gotten dangerously close just moments ago. Trembling, Raphael thanked him. Loie then carefully put the glasses back on Raphael and theatrically exclaimed that Javier really had gone too far. He warned that if that finger poke had landed, Raphael could have been blinded. In his heart, Javier began to blame himself. Reflecting more deeply on Juvi Frontera, he realized he had done many things that were truly immoral, so much so that even the young master was shocked by what he had become. He knew he needed to reevaluate himself. At that very moment, instead of putting on his glasses, Lloyd jabbed the frame directly into Raphael's eye and exclaimed that he had done it by accident. Seeing this, Javier's face darkened as he cursed inwardly, thinking that the way Lloyd poked Raphael was no different from using one's finger. Meanwhile, Raphael rolled on the ground in pain, clutching his eye and screaming in agony. Lloyd, speaking in an innocent tone, apologized half-heartedly, casually remarking that it must hurt a lot, and told Raphael to go ahead and cry as much as he needed. However, Raphael could only mutter bitterly that he had grown too used to pain, so much so that he couldn't even cry anymore. Lloyd sighed, remarking with exasperation how troublesome angels could be. The two then sat down to brainstorm ways to collect more angel tears. Lloyd recalled having once heard that angels could only cry genuine tears through laughter and happiness. But, he reflected, given how they were constantly hounded by superiors with work deadlines, their emotions had become numb over time. He then fell into contemplation, wondering if it would take something truly hilarious to make them cry. For him, as a scientist, humor was not exactly a strong suit. Just then, the system issued a notification, questioning why Lloyd kept referring to himself as a scientist. Lloyd responded seriously that it wasn't a joke, it was simply the truth. He even asked if anyone had ever met a science major with a good sense of humor. At that moment, Lloyd seemed to remember something. He began to wonder to himself whether that particular thing might work. All he could recall were two ridiculous jokes from one of his university lecturers. Then Lloyd slowly asked a question. What had a round head, a slender body, was hard when in the mouth, and soft once taken out? Raphael was taken aback by the sudden and random nature of the question. Lloyd raised his voice and repeated the riddle. Raphael began to sweat nervously, immediately thinking it couldn't possibly be that part of a man's body as he suspected. He hesitated and muttered to himself, unsure of the answer. Eventually, Lloyd calmly revealed that it was ice cream, a popsicle. Hearing this, the system could only sigh, while Raphael stood frozen in disbelief, and even Javier was stunned silent. Lloyd mumbled an explanation, stating that a popsicle had a long shape, was hard at first, then softened and melted later. Right then, Raphael clapped his thigh with a loud slap and burst into laughter, repeatedly slapping his leg while exclaiming how funny it was. Both Lloyd and Javier were surprised at his sudden outburst, their faces frozen with shock. And finally, from Raphael's shining eyes, the long-awaited holy tears began to flow. Lloyd swiftly caught them with practiced precision. Without wasting time, Lloyd launched into another question. What dies if not beaten, but lives if beaten? He immediately answered himself. It was the heart. Raphael laughed even harder, rolling around and once again shedding tears. He told Lloyd that he really did have a knack for humor. Inwardly, Lloyd began calculating. He realized that these highly concentrated angelic tears could be gathered in large quantities. He had already discovered a pattern through multiple fate resets. He silently resolved to dispatch rapid response teams to every hot zone. After that, Lloyd and Javier dove into the lake and made their way to the truth gem. While working, Lloyd reminded himself that he needed to limit the places he had to visit personally. He recalled what Raphael had said about spiritual merit, but lamented that for now, all he was doing was cleaning up the mess he had made. It wasn't exactly virtuous at this point. He looked into the truth gem and considered asking it how to prevent the King of Hell from descending, or how to face and defeat him. Not long afterward, once they had collected enough tears, Raphael was left utterly exhausted, his cheeks sunken as he lay resting on a bed. Still, Lloyd wasn't ready to stop joking. He asked another riddle. What creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? Then he answered. It was mankind. Raphael, though limp on the bed, let out a faint laugh. Light twisted across his face, and eventually he burst out laughing once more, his breathing ragged from overexertion. But no more tears came. Shortly after, he fell asleep from laughing too hard. Seeing this, Lloyd let out a disappointed click of the tongue. He looked at the now full 3-liter container of angel tears in his hand, and his expression fell slightly. Was this really all they could gather? Javier furrowed his brow. With such a small amount, he wondered aloud whether it would be enough to stop the fragment of the elder god, but before anyone else could answer, he shook his head and told himself. It clearly would not be. Lloyd wore a cunning smile, though it was just a sliver of progress. He believed he had discovered a way to turn the tide in his favor. As night fell and the moon illuminated the mountains, a soft notification echoed, reminding him that only 30 days remained until the solar eclipse. Standing high above, Lloyd looked toward the distant city, recalling what George Eximus had once revealed to him. The scene transitioned into a memory. George Eximus, a Hell Knight, had explained that if pure angelic tears were dropped onto the fragment, it could be destroyed. However, gathering the required amount of those tears was impossible. Nevertheless, there was another way. If the tears were diluted, then even a single drop could purify an entire lake. That lake water, in turn, could be used to weaken the fragment of the elder god, returning to the present. Lloyd confirmed that their region was strong enough to defeat their enemies. He added that once they succeeded, they would launch a full-scale assault to eliminate the King of Hell. Since the demon would descend into the world by possessing a human vessel, there was still a chance to stop him. At that moment, a prompt appeared before Lloyd, offering him the choice to view a revelation of the ending. He accepted without hesitation. Lloyd thought to himself that such revelations were only displayed on nights of the full moon. This would be the final spoiler before the eclipse arrived, and this time, the ending would be entirely different from before. Without delay, he pressed yes. In an instant, he found himself standing before the scene that foretold the ending. Confused, he wondered aloud what was going on. The King of Hell's voice echoed coldly, stating that Lloyd had done nothing wrong. The words left Lloyd stunned. It was exactly like the previous time. Just then, the future version of Lloyd appeared to be looking directly at him and said something that startled him. The King of Hell could see everything. This statement left the present. Lloyd, deeply surprised, immediately after, the vision ended, along with the future Lloyd's brief appearance. As the illusion faded, Lloyd fell into silent reflection, wondering what message his future self had tried to convey. He was convinced it had been a clue, one that pointed to how to undo everything. It meant the King of Hell was watching and knew his every move. Then Lloyd smiled. If that was the case, then perhaps all he needed to do was ensure he wasn't being watched, or at least find a way to slip past that surveillance. At the same moment, the King of Hell was indeed watching Lloyd through a computer screen. Noticing the confident smile on Lloyd's face, he silently questioned what that smug expression could mean. Was it possible that the boy had uncovered something he himself wasn't aware of? Lloyd walked forward with determined steps, while the King of Hell continued to observe him in silence. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, a lower-ranking angel came rushing in with urgent news. The angel, visibly shaken, informed Gabriel that a new petition had just arrived, one so powerful that he had been unable to resist its force. Gabriel let out a sigh, guessing that it must have been Lloyd again. He reminded the messenger that he had already said there was nothing he could do for that boy, but the subordinate angel remained troubled. He acknowledged the warning but added that this time there was a particularly puzzling line in the petition. The scene shifted to hell. The King of Hell stared at Lloyd on the screen and wondered aloud what exactly the boy was doing. Suddenly, the phone rang, its shrill tone cutting through the silence. He picked it up, asking what it was. On the other end, Gabriel's voice came through. He addressed the King of Hell by his name, Helkaros, and remarked that he had heard whispers suggesting Helcaros was scheming something. Helcaros replied calmly, claiming he had no idea what Gabriel was referring to. Then, with composure, he offered an explanation. There was simply a desperate human in the mortal world, and he had merely extended a small helping hand, but Gabriel's voice turned stern. He pressed further, asking what Helcaros intended to do if Lord Frontera truly submitted a petition to borrow heavenly forces. Helcaros let out a dry chuckle, reflecting on the Great War, and how he had been imprisoned in hell for so many years, drained to such a degree that he no longer feared anything. After a brief silence, he burst into laughter again, assuring that there was no need to worry. He insisted that Lloyd would never do such a thing. He would not destroy the world over a personal matter. Gabriel, clearly irritated, muttered that it was easy for Helcaros to say so. He told him to wait while he uploaded something to the computer and urged him to take a closer look. A moment later, a message was sent directly to the Lord of Hell. When he opened it, he was met with a video of a cat singing a children's song. Meow, 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 washing a cat's face. So ugly, even its mom doesn't love it. Helcaros's face darkened immediately, but the song continued to echo in the room. No towel, so it just keeps licking. Now its eyes hurt and it cries. Meow, meow. He frowned and asked in a baffled tone what on earth he was looking at. Gabriel quickly told him to look again, insisting that it wasn't a joke. At the same time, he gestured discreetly to one of his subordinates, who immediately ran off. Meanwhile, down in the mortal realm, Lloyd's face lit up with a smug smile upon receiving the message. Your request has been processed, Lord. Hell will not be able to monitor you for the next 5 minutes. Lloyd thought to himself that he had told them he feared Hell's surveillance, and that's why he submitted a request to temporarily block it. This way, he had both reassured Heaven and freed himself from Hell's eyes. Benefiting both sides, he quickly handed an object to Javier and told him to take it. Javier, surprised, asked what it was, but Lloyd shouted, instructing him to pour it into Lake Kabu. They were going to produce a great amount of divine water. Then, without delay, Lloyd directed him to go see his parents. At that moment, he imagined Javier rushing toward the Count and Countess, urgently delivering the message. That he had important news, back in Hell. The music continued playing. The next song featured a duck spreading its wings, 2 young lizards biting each other playfully, and a baby bird chirping from a high branch. A cute cat on the screen let out a cheerful meow. The screen displayed typical video options, like subscribe, exit. Helcaros, with a deadpan expression, chose exit. After a heavy silence, he finally spoke up, asking what the hell that old angel had just sent him. Gabriel, keeping a straight face, asked whether it wasn't great. He remarked how catchy the songs were, saying they were freaking amazing. Then proudly announced that it was from his newly created YouTube channel. He told Helcaros to subscribe and like the video if he enjoyed it. However, before the video could finish, Helcaros, now seething with fury, smashed his phone and ended the call. He then turned back to the screen with renewed determination in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lloyd remained bowing his head as before, until suddenly he looked up with a triumphant smile. It seemed as though he had just realized something crucial. At that moment, the Lord of Hell's face twisted in rage, veins bulging with blood. Up in heaven, Gabriel let out a weary sigh. He muttered an apology, saying that this was all he could do for Lloyd, but he promised that one day he would repay the favor properly. The scene shifted. Not long after, the two of them had already finished their work. Lloyd had completed the restoration of the truth gem. He sat quietly, deep in thought, reflecting that the gem was now restored and that it was time to reactivate it quickly. Javier then asked what question Lloyd planned to ask the truth gem. In response, Lloyd murmured that he wasn't sure yet. He continued to contemplate, wondering whether he should ask how to defeat the King of Hell. But he reminded himself that if the answer had been so simple, the ending would surely have revealed it already. He then considered whether he should instead ask how he could survive. Yet again, he doubted it. If it were that easy, the answer would have appeared in the conclusion as well. As he submerged deeper into the water, Lloyd stared at the truth gem. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Even if he managed to uncover an answer, the King of Hell would be watching his every move and would counter each step he took. If he asked the gem right now, there was a chance it could be destroyed forever. He came to a decision. Perhaps the true path forward lay not in the question, but in the battle itself, one that would rely entirely on what he had managed to prepare in the brief span of 5 minutes when the King of Hell wasn't watching. Lloyd stood still in contemplation for a long while. Then, slowly, his hand dropped onto the bank. From a distance, Javier watched as Lloyd emerged from the water and swam back to shore. When he arrived, Javier asked what question he had ended up choosing. Lloyd replied that he would think a little more before asking anything. He mentioned that he had already prepared quite a lot, so there was no need to rely too heavily on the gem. Javier listened silently, thoughtful, offering no reply. Elsewhere, the King of Hell was coldly watching the screen. He admitted, with a hint of concern, that he was a little anxious about whatever Lloyd had prepared. Lloyd was no fool. He wasn't someone who could be easily underestimated, but unfortunately for him, the king believed this battle had already been rigged in his favor, for it was the will of the world itself that Lloyd should die. Later, Lloyd lay curled up on his bed, overcome by anxiety and fear. Images of being mercilessly struck down by the King of Hell haunted him, and his body trembled uncontrollably. In the end, he was still just a human. No one wanted their soul to be traded away to the King of Hell. He told himself that he didn't want to die. He didn't want to be separated from anyone. Meanwhile, Javier stood alone beneath the moonlight, gazing at the lake. He thought quietly to himself that, upon reflection, Lloyd had come too close to death far too many times. It had changed him, made him no longer normal. And now, the King of Hell was after his life again. Javier wondered. If the true soul of Lord Frontera had originally been destined to die and descend into hell, and if Lloyd had escaped that fate by taking over his body, then what if this ongoing fate restoration phenomenon was always trying to correct that mistake by killing people? He speculated further. What if the King of Hell's invasion was actually part of this phenomenon? If he could somehow stop the restoration of fate, then maybe all of these nightmares would finally come to an end. Without hesitation, he reached toward the massive gemstone and shouted silently in his heart, demanding that the truth gem tell him how to stop the phenomenon of fate restoration. The truth gem began to glow fiercely. Javier suspected that this was the very thing Lloyd had been trying to keep hidden all along. Suddenly, a strange melody rang out from the truth gem. The gem began to sing in a bizarre tone. A duck spreads its wings, two little lizards play and bite each other off, a young bird on a high branch, chirping joyfully, chirping joyfully. Javier froze in place, stunned by the strange sound emanating from the gem, and watched as glowing musical notes danced through the deep blue water. He stared intently at the truth gem, wondering what these strange sounds meant. Then, the gem spoke again, reminding him that nothing came for free. It demanded that he reveal another secret in exchange. At that moment, Javier recalled what the people of the region had once said. They had all spoken joyfully of Lloyd, saying that thanks to him, they now lived in peace and abundance. They remembered that he had once been nothing more than a troublemaker. But now, because of him, their lives were secure. One villager had affirmed that everyone in the land felt grateful to General Lloyd. The general always paid attention to those in need and offered them strength to become self-reliant. To them, he was both a benefactor and a savior. Another villager remarked that Lloyd must care deeply for the people of the region. A young man had even laughed brightly, joking that if what was said were true, then the general must have wings like an angel. The burly man continued speaking, expressing his disbelief in notions of angels. He said that while the general might care for them, there was no reason for someone of his status to truly love them. In the end, they were merely common folk helping him earn money. The villagers joined in, adding that if they were happy and motivated, it would ultimately benefit him as well. That was why he had created a good living environment for them. They emphasized that this didn't mean they weren't grateful. On the contrary, they appreciated that he wasn't like the typical nobles who only cared about their wealth. They said they were genuinely thankful and held him in high regard. One of them firmly stated their belief that everyone in the land likely felt the same way. Another person concluded that a noble as intelligent as the general surely couldn't truly love them. He pointed out that nobles and commoners were fundamentally different. Javier fell silent upon hearing their words, then told himself inwardly that he knew the truth. Young Master Lloyd truly loved and cherished every single person in this land. At that moment, the truth stone suddenly began to glow brilliantly. Its radiant light spread out like shimmering meteor trails across the sky, prompting everyone to lift their heads in awe of the breathtaking sight. Then glowing letters formed in the night sky as the truth stone delivered its message. Lord Lloyd Frontera truly loves and cherishes every single one of his people. Everyone in the territory smiled as they saw the message illuminating the heavens. Lloyd looked up. The truth stone had activated. That message could only be manifested by someone who could channel magical power through the deepest depths of emotion. His eyes widened, filled with shock and astonishment. In that instant, Javier's plea echoed in Lloyd's mind, the same words he had said earlier, asking him to reveal how to stop the phenomenon of fated restoration and begging him to protect the world. A sudden flash passed through Lloyd's memory. He saw himself standing across from Javier, who was slowly fading away. But even then, Javier hadn't forgotten to smile and say his parting words, urging Lloyd to live well, like a true hero. Without hesitation, Lloyd leapt out the window and shouted for his little bird. In response, the loyal white bird flew out from inside his shirt and swallowed the seed, instantly growing larger. It swiftly flew toward him and caught him mid-air, letting out a loud cry as it flapped its powerful wings and took off. Meanwhile, from beneath the water, Javier heard the voice of the truth stone resounding around him, telling him that it was now his turn to ask what he wished to know. At the same time, Lloyd gritted his teeth and accelerated, desperately trying to reach Javier in time to stop him. Javier looked upward, his gaze unwavering, and declared internally that this was the phenomenon of fated restoration. As Lloyd neared the lake, he immediately jumped down, holding the staff tightly and aiming straight for the water's surface. He grasped the staff with all his strength and unleashed his full power, shouting with everything he had. But at that exact moment, a violent whirlpool surged up and engulfed his entire body. Water spiraled into the sky and burst into massive waves. This was the result of the Truth Stone's full activation. Javier soon found himself standing before the Truth Stone, which then drew him into a pitch-black space. Back on the outside, Lloyd used a bolt launcher to propel himself through the raging vortex. The mechanism absorbed water and fired him downward, shaking the ground with such intensity that even Javier struggled to remain standing. Soon after, the whirlpool began to fade, and everything returned to silence. Deep beneath the surface, in the still, dark water, the pale blue glow of the Truth Stone continued to shimmer softly. Javier quickly discovered a creature created by Lloyd hiding at the bottom. "From behind!" Lloyd shouted urgently, warning Javier not to move, or he would destroy the object, the Truth Stone. Javier looked back at him with a cold gaze, and with a puzzled expression, asked why Lloyd would destroy it so hastily, especially since it was already beyond repair. Lloyd, startled by Javier's reaction, hesitantly asked what question he had asked the stone. Javier calmly replied that he had asked about how to delay the phenomenon of fate restoration. Lloyd furrowed his brows, confused by the term delay, prompting Javier to explain that even if they couldn't stop it, they could at least slow it down or temporarily halt it. Hearing that, Lloyd's tense expression eased slightly as he asked if such a method truly existed. Javier nodded and confirmed that there was a way among all the fates Lloyd had altered in this world, if they could restore one with the most significant impact to its original state. Just one, such as... Javier's eyes grew sharper as he looked down at the shattered pieces of the Truth Stone, which he had just destroyed with his own hands. He explained that doing so would buy them approximately 1 month, a window of time during which Lloyd could rest assured. Lloyd let out a relieved sigh, realizing that he had asked the right question all along. He had been so tense that he hadn't noticed anything else. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, he smiled and turned away, saying they could now focus and prepare for the coming battle. He silently thanked fate that no one had questioned why he had rushed to destroy the stone. Murmuring to himself, he thought that remaining silent when not being asked was often for the best. At that moment, Javier called out to him, addressing him formally. Lloyd turned back and asked what was the matter. Javier, with resolute eyes, requested that when everything was over, Lloyd should tell him the truth that Lloyd had desperately wanted to hide, the one so dangerous that he had chosen to destroy the Truth Stone just to conceal it. Lloyd remained silent for a while before gently replying that he promised. The other man gave a firm smile and declared that they would win. In the calm waters, Javier's eyes shimmered with a quiet sorrow that could not be put into words. As the sunset bathed the sky in crimson, its hue lent a melancholic tint to the room where Countess Marabella sat silently by the window, staring into the distance. In that stillness, Akos entered, his eyes full of concern. He approached gently and called her name. Marabella lifted her head, her voice trembling as she responded to him. Akos took her hand, gripping it firmly as if to pass on some warmth, and asked if she was afraid. She nodded softly, tears glittering in her eyes, and admitted that she was, though not for herself, but for the young man who had been like a son to them. Akos sat down in front of her, his eyes filled with sorrow. He confessed that he too was afraid because the Demon King was coming to attack them. His thoughts drifted to not long ago, when Lloyd had arrived, speaking in urgent tones, addressing both the Count and the Countess. He had breathlessly reported that the Demon King was about to launch an assault on their land. Startled, Marabella had asked him to repeat what he had just said. Lloyd, wasting no time, had said that there was no room for lengthy explanations and requested permission to carry out several preparations. Speaking with firm determination, he had pointed to a map and declared that the first step would be to destroy a portion of the Kabua Lake Dam in order to flood the region. The Count had broken into a cold sweat, asking if Lloyd truly intended to destroy everything they had built. Lloyd had replied that they had no other choice. The Demon King's army was too powerful. That was why, he had explained, he had turned the waters of Kabua Lake into holy water. At that moment, a vision had appeared. Javier, following Lloyd's instructions, had poured the tears of an angel into the lake, and the surface of the water had immediately begun to shine with divine light. Lloyd continued explaining that if they were to blow up the lake and drown the enemy army, their power would be significantly weakened. Marabella was stunned and interrupted, voicing her concern that she was still fighting against the phenomenon of fate restoration. And now, with the appearance of the Demon King, she wondered whether all of this was somehow connected to that same phenomenon. Lloyd nodded gently, saying there was a high possibility. The Count, clearly worried, asked why the Demon King would attack and what was so special about this land to warrant such an action. Lloyd didn't respond immediately, but after a pause, he quietly said that the time would come when he would reveal everything. In the end, the Count gave a firm nod and said they should place their trust in Lloyd. He believed that Lloyd would not fail. Back in the present, the Count was trying to comfort his wife. She was visibly distressed, her eyes welling up with tears. She confessed that her fear wasn't for herself, but for Lloyd. To her, he was like their own child. The Count reassured her that he understood how she felt, but insisted that they needed to have faith in the boy. He would be safe. Eventually, meanwhile, in a different corner of the blacksmith's workshop, Solitas sat with a weary sigh after all the effort he had poured into the preparations. He looked at the divine creation he had just completed, an entity that sparkled as if it had been born from pure light, and quietly hoped that it would be enough. At that moment, Lloyd and Loy arrived and immediately applauded loudly upon seeing Solitas's latest creation, marveling at it and asking whether it was truly his masterpiece. Solitas cast them a sideways glance and replied that, if not him, then who else could it be? Loy, still visibly impressed, admitted that he had thought Solitas's abilities had already peaked. Solitas raised an eyebrow at the remark and accused him, half playfully, of finally admitting that he had been deceived in the past. He then began to recount how, for months on end, he had repeated the same tasks every single day. Initially, he had seen little progress, but over time, the results had improved greatly. A soft smile played on his lips as he expressed his gratitude. Loy scratched his head and told him not to be overly polite. It was, after all, a win-win agreement they had made. He then produced a new contract, saying he had prepared it in advance for their mutual benefit. Solitas narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked what kind of trick this was now. A short-term rental agreement, perhaps. Loy's friend chuckled, though his tone carried a hint of seriousness as he revealed that the Demon King would be arriving soon. They needed to evacuate the people, and he wanted to borrow one of Solitas's ancient relics. Solitas glanced at the contract and let out a sigh, remarking that it all seemed a bit much. The other man gave an awkward smile, noting that frowning wouldn't help anything. He added that thanks to Solitas, his own skills had improved, and he now felt confident enough to start a family. Then he asked Solitas to state his terms. Solitas tilted his chin and asked what he would be paid in return. Loy flashed a cunning grin and declared that he would arrange a date for Solitas, with a beautiful dragoness. Solitas immediately nodded and agreed to the deal. Loy remarked that he had accepted far too quickly, joking that it didn't make much sense for someone planning to borrow a dragon relic to go on a date like that. The other person gave a sly wink, remarking that pride wouldn't get Lloyd a date. Moreover, they pointed out that if the Demon King were to attack, wouldn't it make more sense for Lloyd to ask for their help in battle? After all, they were much stronger now than when they had first met. Lloyd let out a laugh, replying that they both knew dragons couldn't intervene directly in the human world. Solitas nodded thoughtfully, admitting that it was true. The Dragon King himself had once said the same, never to interfere directly with this world. Curious, Lloyd asked whether Solitas had actually met the Dragon King. Solitas gave a slight nod and explained that it had happened once. During the duel between Lloyd and the Angel, the Dragon King had seemed somewhat fond of Lloyd for reasons Solitas couldn't quite understand. Solitas recalled the words the Dragon King had spoken back then. "Win, I would be saddened if you died." Lloyd fell silent for a moment, lips pressed tightly, before replying with quiet confidence that he would, of course, win. Javier said nothing in response, though once they had stepped outside, he finally asked whether Lloyd had truly been dating a female dragon. The other person merely brushed the question aside, stating that the evacuation of the civilians had been completed and now it was time to prepare for war. Javier continued, Wondering aloud if his young master had deceived Solitas once again, Lloyd simply smiled and replied that all they needed to do now was focus their minds on the coming war. Javier asked if the young master truly intended to fight and win. Lloyd laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming as he exclaimed that of course he did. Winning was his favorite thing. Javier fell silent at that, while Lloyd, stroking his chin, added that in order to evacuate the people and prepare for battle, they would need to come up with a convincing explanation, something clever enough to prevent panic, yet vague enough to obscure the truth. Just as they were wrestling with this dilemma, a voice rang out. Lloyd turned to see that it was Bayan. He greeted the man, saying he had been planning to speak with him anyway. Bayan quickly delivered his report, saying that townspeople had already begun preparations for evacuation. However, they needed further guidance to dissuade those who wished to stay and fight. Lloyd was momentarily stunned. Inwardly, he questioned how the people had found out and how many of them now knew the truth. Bayan went on to explain that it had been the Countess and Sir Raphael who had informed them. After all, if the Demon King truly targeted their land, then sacrifices would be inevitable. At that moment, Bayan pointed off into the distance. The strongest warriors had gathered. Every one of them loyal to the land and to Lloyd. Bayan urged him to give the order. Before Lloyd stood warriors of all races, ready and waiting. His heart grew heavy with guilt, as he realized the truth. The Demon King wasn't targeting the land, he was targeting him. There was no reason for these people to sacrifice themselves. Determination flashed in Lloyd's eyes as he told himself that he had to fight this battle alone. But before he could speak further, Javier's voice rang out, filled with unshakable courage. Javier declared to everyone that the Demon King's true target was Lord Lloyd Frontera. But they all knew how powerful their leader was. The Demon King wanted to drag Lloyd down into hell and turn him into an eternal slave. He raised his sword high, light radiating from its blade, and cried out that if anyone wished to protect their leader, then they should rise and lift their weapons alongside him. A thunderous roar erupted across the battlefield. Cries to protect Lord Frontera echoed from every direction. That, they declared, was their mission. Thousands of spears and swords were lifted skyward, glinting with a resolve that could not be shaken. Lloyd looked around, his mind a storm of emotions. His eyes reflected unease as he witnessed the fiery determination of those gathered, and far away, somewhere beyond the battle lines, a hidden enemy observed the scene with a sneer. With a voice steeped in disdain, they muttered how foolish these people were. The scene shifted not long afterward. Loey and his comrades stood atop a high vantage point, quietly observing the unfolding events below. Elsewhere, their enemy sat alone in a cold, dimly lit room, gripping a pen tightly as if he were signing a death sentence for the entire land. Meanwhile, the evacuation of the population was nearing completion. Bayan reported that the process was almost done. Addressing Lot Lloyd with urgency, Lloyd gave a slight nod and acknowledged the report, suggesting that Bayan should leave as well. However, Bayan firmly refused. He declared himself a senior knight of Frontera and insisted on staying to fight. Loy, maintaining his composure, calmly explained that in such critical moments, one needed to think carefully. He reminded Bayan that no one knew the land better than he did, and if they were to fail, only Bayan could lead the people in rebuilding. Loy urged him to go. Though clearly hesitant, Bayan eventually nodded in agreement. He entrusted the responsibility of defending the land to Javier, officially passing on the title. From that moment on, Javier was to serve as the senior knight of Frontera, tasked with protecting the land and their young master at all costs. At the teleportation gate, civilians continued to flee in haste. Solitas, nearly exhausted, gasped for breath as she urged everyone to hurry, saying there were only 30 people left and she had little strength remaining. In the crowd, a young girl clung to her younger brother, sobbing. She asked her brother why he looked so sad and expressed fear that he and Sakuga would remain behind to fight. She worried about what would happen if something went wrong. The young man, however, smiled gently to reassure her. He asked her to imagine whether someone like their young master could possibly lose, and insisted that he himself could not afford to lose either. To him, this was just a short break. He promised they would win, instilling in her a fragile but growing sense of hope. In that moment, the somber atmosphere gave way to one filled with renewed belief. Hope and determination burned brightly in their hearts. They were ready to fight to the end to protect their homeland and the people they loved. The evacuation pressed on urgently. Magical teleportation spells activated one after another, enveloping the evacuees in blazing red light as they disappeared, one by one from the battlefield. Only the warriors remained, bracing themselves for a do-or-die battle. It was then that the true emotions of one soldier began to surface. His hands trembled slightly, and his eyes betrayed his deep anxiety as he looked toward those who stayed behind. Far above, in the realm of heaven, a voice spoke. Someone asked whether the other wanted to fight alongside Lloyd Frontera. The reply was calm and somewhat teasing, assuring that Hell wouldn't be able to capture him. After all, he was currently a banned angel, and therefore beyond Hell's reach. He casually referred to the other speaker as Father. Gabriel clarified that that wasn't his point. He warned that the king of the underworld possessed ancient and immense power, and that stepping into the battlefield might be dangerous. But Raphael, holding his sacred ring and angelic hammer, responded with confidence. He believed he could serve as a significant source of strength for their side. Gabriel, startled, pointed out that those two weapons were still under a sacred seal. He asked how Raphael planned to use them. Despite the restriction, Raphael responded nonchalantly, stating that the two artifacts would simply be stolen by a forbidden angel. Hearing this, Gabriel appeared so disinterested that he couldn't even be bothered to respond. As the scene shifted, Atalis, wearing a worried expression, flew urgently to Lloyd and reported that they had discovered a pile of wild animal corpses far to the east. All of the bodies, she added, had been completely drained of blood. Lloyd, upon hearing the news, grew anxious and immediately suspected the blood man from earlier. Delord pondered aloud how the enemy would collect 10 units of fear. Could it be from wild animals? Then quickly dismissed the thought as impossible. He recalled that George Eximus had once explained in detail the method for summoning the King of Hell. It had to be during a solar eclipse. Fear generated precisely at that time was the key to summoning the Dark Ruler. But how would the enemy collect 10 units of fear like that? Their warriors, he insisted, were resolute and not easily shaken. Lloyd, with a grim tone, muttered that he knew the reason. All of them had chosen to fight willingly, driven by unwavering determination. When he thought about it, this war, this burden, should have been someone else's. Yet they were risking their lives, without fear, just for him. He told himself that such heroic stories didn't exist. Back in the present, Javier asked whether Lloyd believed that everyone was fighting for the people and places they cherished. Lloyd shook his head and replied that the true target of the King of Hell was himself. Javier sighed and remarked that Lloyd probably still cared too much about others and trivial matters. That was why, he added with a teasing tone, Lloyd remained single. Girls hated that kind of man. Lloyd admitted that under normal circumstances, he would have shaved Javier's head. But at this moment, he chose to listen instead, Javier continued, saying that everyone in this region had benefited greatly from their young master. Clean roads, warm beds, good labor health, protection from illness, accessible jobs, and a life free from hunger. That, he said, was what they were striving to preserve. And it could only continue as long as their master remained. He asserted that they were fighting not for Lloyd, but for themselves. Meanwhile, the front lines had already been fortified. Every single person was fully prepared for the coming battle. The eclipse had begun to take shape in the sky, slowly dimming the light. Behind Lloyd, his spirit beasts had grown into their larger forms, ready and looming in silence. Gradually, the eclipse began to veil the heavens. Deep within the underworld, the King of Hell paused his work. Rising from his seat, he straightened his robes with solemnity. At the same time, Lloyd rose too, a look of unwavering resolve in his eyes. The eclipse neared completion. On the tower's summit, Raphael posed a quiet question. If the King of Hell truly appeared, would Jock Eximus have to face him? George Simpson responded, reflecting that Frontera's treatment of the people might, after all, have been more justifiable. He had no intention of giving up such a lucrative position. As the solar eclipse fully swallowed the sky, the sound of war drums echoed across the land, signaling the beginning of a battle of life and death. From above, the Bloodman appeared, riding a crimson vulture, accompanied by a horde of blood beasts under his command. Lloyd looked on with steady eyes, thinking to himself that even though his people knew the King of Hell's army was approaching, they still stood tall and fought. There was no fear in them. He wondered silently how the enemy intended to harvest the 10 fears now. Suddenly, from the blood-red sky, a massive winged creature dove down. The Bloodman's voice rang out with venomous hatred as he screamed his intent to destroy Lloyd Frontera. In response, Lloyd merely smirked with contempt. He mocked the man, suggesting that he must be mentally unstable to get so furious over a minor defeat, and that someone as foolish as him could do nothing but scream out of jealousy. The man in the cloak fell silent for a moment, his face twisted with rage before he finally roared that he hadn't come to exchange words. He had come to destroy everything. He gave the order to his army, and thousands of crimson demons surged downward like a plague from hell. Each step they took shook the earth like a quake. Below, the warrior alliance, beastkin, elves, and humans, stood ready, Lloyd remained composed, calculating his next move. He reasoned that preventing the King of Hell's arrival was their best chance. On the surface, it didn't seem too difficult. If they could defeat the Bloodman, it might be enough to end this. Yet, as Lloyd observed the battlefield, the enemy let out a thunderous roar, his body radiating a terrifying killing intent. The sight of the Red Horde storming the land caused the ground to tremble. Still, Lloyd didn't waver. No matter how many came, he believed Javier alone would be enough to handle them. He gave the command for one of his AI troops to fall back, but a sudden flicker of doubt crossed Lloyd's mind. What exactly was the enemy planning? At that very moment, Atanas appeared behind the Bloodman, her eyes glowing with red energy. She unleashed her secret technique, Black Eye, and instantly read the enemy's entire strategy. The cloaked man was stunned and demanded to know how she could possibly have known. She coldly declared that she had seen through every piece of his plan. He had walked right into their trap. Lloyd shouted in agreement just as the warriors prepared to open fire on the monsters. But then, the girl abruptly halted them. She told them not to attack, explaining that the beasts also had feelings. The enemy, she said, was harvesting their fear, but it was already too late. The Bloodman had already gathered enough fearful energy from the beasts. It coalesced into a glowing orb of purple magical power in his hand. With a scream of hatred, he launched it, shouting for them all to die. Atanas launched a counterattack, casting a stream of dark magic that wrapped around the enemy and flung him violently into the distance. The Bloodman screamed in agony, his voice echoing through the battlefield. In that very instant, realization struck Lloyd. He had nearly fallen into a trap. Without hesitation, he shouted a command, ordering Javier to dig into the ground immediately. Javier appeared without delay, like a guardian angel descending from the heavens. His radiant wings unfurled behind him as he gripped his sword tightly. With a brilliant flash of light, he landed with immense force, roaring as he channeled all his strength into the earth. The ground trembled violently. Massive rocks were hurled upward as a colossal pit opened beneath them, as if the earth itself were devouring everything above. From within the depths of this gaping hole, blood-red beasts, creatures summoned from hell, began to tumble downward. They shrieked and thrashed, but could not resist the pull drawing them into the abyss. Lloyd issued another command, ordering his allies to surround and neutralize the monsters. At once, adorable, tiny creatures, his faithful companions, leapt forward and formed a circle around the hellspawn. One of them, the sweet-faced mouse named Budong, tried to reassure the panicked beasts, squeaking comfortingly that they had nothing to fear and would not be harmed. While the monsters reeled in confusion, Atanas struck from afar, lashing the red-robed Bloodman and slamming him into the ground. A brutal blow landed straight across his face. Lloyd slowly approached, a staff in his hand, placing his foot firmly on the enemy's chest. With cold resolve, he demanded to know how defeat tasted. The Bloodman, wild-eyed and frothing with rage, screamed that Lloyd should stop pretending. He shouted that Lloyd had stolen everything from him, that he would never forgive him, and that he wanted all of them dead. His voice rose in madness, trembling with fury, his entire body convulsing as he thrashed like a madman. Lloyd observed the scene with a hint of disbelief. He found it difficult to comprehend that someone could descend into such insanity. Nowhere he had ever been, no world he had visited, had shown him a creature as deranged as this one. With a furrowed brow and a cold stare, he considered that perhaps if he ended the man's life now, everything would be over. But as he stood there deep in thought, a flood of questions surged through his mind. Why, he wondered, did fate continue to insist that one of the two of them had to die? At that very moment, the system displayed a message. Fate point restored. Fish boys. Meanwhile, in the depths of hell, the king of the underworld raised his head toward the blood-red sky, where a giant swirling portal had begun to open. A grim omen, Lloyd issued another command, instructing Lady Atanas to continue observing with the blood eye. She nodded, her glowing red eyes brimming with caution. On the other side, the king of the underworld remained calm, still waiting to be summoned. Lloyd pressed forward, determination burning in his gaze. He told his enemy that it was over, that he had lost completely, and now it was time to pay the price. The Bloodman hissed back with eyes full of hatred. His expression startled even Atanas. With bloodshot crimson eyes, he let out a maniacal laugh and declared that even if he died, he would still destroy Lloyd. His body convulsed violently, blood spilling from his mouth in heavy bursts. Atanas tried to hold him down, panicking as she realized there was no way to stop what was coming. The Bloodman's body began to transform. Radiating a deadly black and red aura, Lloyd sensed something was terribly wrong and shouted for them to wait. But it was too late. A violent explosion of crimson-black energy erupted from the Bloodman's body as he screamed to the Underworld King, pleading for his final prayer to be answered. He offered himself as a loyal sacrifice. In an instant, his body dissolved into a mist of blood and detonated. Lloyd stumbled back in shock. He muttered to himself that the man had just committed suicide to offer a sacrifice. A chill ran down his spine, somewhere far away, as if sensing the event. The King of the Underworld's expression shifted. A faint smile formed on his lips. As the Bloodman died, every hellish beast he had summoned screamed in pain. One by one, they exploded, their souls torn apart and sucked toward the swirling portal in the sky. A massive vortex of purple light coiled upward, rising like a pillar of energy. Lloyd quickly understood what had happened. With the mage's death, the monsters had perished as well. Their fear and anguish were now being harvested. Just as the mage had planned, he realized with horror that death and fear were being used as fuel to summon something even more terrifying. Streams of fearful energy from the fallen beasts were now flowing upward, gathering into a massive whirlpool in the sky. From it, a grotesque skull, glowing with magical light, began to take shape. At that moment, Javier too understood what was happening. So this was the mage's true goal. He was harvesting fear. Javier summoned his sword of light and launched himself into the sky, slashing at the stream of energy. With a fierce battle cry, he struck the vortex with all his strength, but no matter how hard he tried, the summoning gate did not waver. Watching this, Javier could only grit his teeth in frustration. Then, from the skull above, a voice echoed, deep and unshakable. It declared that once the summoning ritual had begun, it could not be stopped. No matter what they did, it would continue, just like gravity, like time itself, flowing ever forward. On the ground below, Lloyd tightened his grip on his staff, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve. The King of the Underworld, from within the skull, flesh began to form. It stared directly at Lloyd with glowing red eyes and a twisted, horrifying grin. It spoke, declaring that it had come for him, Lloyd Frontier. The ground quaked violently. A suffocating pressure descended like a deathly mist, wrapping tightly around every living being. Loey and his guards stood tall in the heart of the battlefield, their eyes filled with unwavering vigilance. Despite the howling storm of magical energy swirling around them, they remained composed, unmoved. Just ahead, at the center of a blood-red vortex, a furious magical spiral erupted. From within that churning void, a vague figure hovered midair, its entire body glowing with a dark purple aura of power. Then came the trembling voice of the King of the Underworld. Not out of fear, but due to the sheer horror of the power being unleashed, he was heard commanding the fragments of an ancient god to rise and march forth at his will. The moment his words faded, a spatial rift tore open amidst the eclipsed sky. It stretched from the city into the heavens above and pierced downward into the very depths of hell. Loy froze. That was hell. He could feel the tortured screams, the seething resentment rising from its abyssal core, and then, boom! A colossal clawed limb burst through the gateway, breaching the boundary between worlds. Immediately afterward, hordes of grotesque, malformed creatures with razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes began swarming out like an army of ants. The fabric of space twisted. The sky looked as though it were being ripped apart. Warriors from the allied forces, humans, beastfolk, and mages, lifted their gazes to the sky with resolute expressions. A monstrous entity, towering like a mountain, slowly emerged. Its eyes burned red like twin suns of blood, and its mouth was filled with countless razor-like teeth, each sharp as a blade. It opened its mouth and let out a roar that shredded the eardrums of those nearby, and from the rift behind it, more creatures poured forth, one after another. Loey clenched his fists tightly. The twisted creatures, some resembling mutated insects, others like skeletal trees, rose relentlessly from the depths of the abyss, screaming as if hell itself had invaded the mortal realm. In the midst of that chaotic wind, Loey muttered quietly that the moment had finally arrived. The battle had begun. He had seen it many times before, a terrifying defeat repeating over and over in his mind like a curse. Countless warriors were flung into the air, their bodies spinning amidst a storm of ice and slaughter, like torn leaves shredded by a howling gale. Corpses shattered against blood-soaked stone, and he could do nothing but gasp in despair. This was the ending he had seen, revealed in a final glimpse of the future. He had wondered whether they could truly win. But no. It wouldn't be easy. Not when facing the thing that had emerged from that infernal gate. A massive hole had opened in the sky, and hundreds of chaotic entities were pouring out, claws, fangs, bones, twisted limbs. They bore no consistent form, only raw, living terror. And yet that was not the worst of it, because trailing behind them was a being far more terrifying. A thick aura of death swirled around his body, his glowing red eyes radiated lethal intent, and his exposed ribs resembled the cage of a reaper. He was the one whose mere presence could strike fear into even the most powerful masters of the arcane, the King of Hell himself. They had once believed that destroying the monsters with their current strategy would bring an end to it all. But they were wrong. This was only the beginning. Despite fighting with all their might, even the strongest attacks from the high-ranking mages proved utterly useless against him. Not even the most powerful among them could stand against his might. In the blink of an eye, the battlefront collapsed. They were all driven back, physically and in spirit. But then, just as Javier was about to speak, Loi's action stopped him. The young lord had fallen to his knees, eyes averted from everyone's expectations. Through clenched teeth and pain, he declared that he was giving up. In front of Javier stretched the ever-widening gateway to hell, from which the monsters surged like a flood, consuming even the sky. Loi then raised his head and shouted to the king of the underworld, pleading for the assault on this land to end and offering himself in exchange for everyone else. Javier, stunned and furious, cried out, demanding to know what Loi had just said, reminding him of what he meant to them, but Loi only shook his head and insisted that they think rationally. Even if he were to vanish, the others might still survive. The King of Hell laughed coldly, a sound as sharp as a blade sliding across a throat. Slowly approaching, his gaze pierced through them. He said that he had come to fulfill Redlot's final wish, and that this wish went far beyond the death of a single man. What Redlot desired, he explained, was for all of them to understand. The king paused, clenching his fist, that this pain, this horror, and the death awaiting them all had a single origin. Lord Frontella. His voice then dripped with murderous intent as he declared that he wanted Loi to die, screaming in hatred, cursed by all those present, and after that, he vowed to kill every last one of them. Loi could no longer hold back. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. If that was how it would be, he growled like a beast and rose to his feet, his rage igniting him like fire. He demanded to know whether the king truly believed he could defeat them all. Then, without hesitation, he ordered the Frontera army to immediately initiate victory protocol. His powerful command shattered the stillness of the battlefield like a thunderclap. It wasn't just a command. It was the lighting of a flame, the spark of hope. He charged forward without a moment's doubt. A powerful surge of energy swept over everyone, soldiers, mages, beastfolk, and all their allies, spurring them forward into a desperate, united assault. The strength of Frontera lay not only in their weapons, but in their indomitable fighting spirit. The command to launch a full-scale assault had been issued. Grotesque monsters poured forth as if from the depths of hell, increasing in number and shrieking madly. Yet the warriors of Frontera did not falter. They charged into the blood and fire, their courage blazing like torches in the dark. All forces advanced rapidly toward the plaza, their shared destination. The central square was not only the battlefield that would decide everything, but also the place where Frontera's secret weapon was hidden. Amid the chaos, someone had shouted for Lord Raphael and Lady Atanas to retreat immediately, but while the others were heading for the center, Raphael, his wings pure white, and Atanas, wielding dark magic, flew in the opposite direction. The underworld king narrowed his eyes at the sight. He wondered if the distraction hadn't worked yet, and questioned how they planned to use the holy water once they reached the square. He remained unaware that the true plan had yet to unfold. Meanwhile, the tide of demonic beasts kept surging forward, destroying everything in their path. Amid the advancing chaos, Lloyd and Javier were also on the move. Javier warned that things were progressing faster than expected and assured that reinforcements would arrive soon. Lloyd responded while moving that it was time for them to act. Clutching the weapon haul, which had accompanied him through countless battlefields, he yelled for everyone to keep running and to regroup with the army at the square. The warriors launched themselves like arrows, converging on a single point. Above them, winged monsters drifted like burning cinders in the night sky. High above, Raphael wielded a massive holy weapon that illuminated the air with radiant light. Atanas unleashed tendrils of darkness to entangle the enemies, her crimson eyes sharp and cold. Her movements were graceful, yet brimming with deadly intent. She commanded the forces to push the monsters back, and the attacks began to intensify. Flames of magic lit the air, blood and clashing metal filled the battlefield, forming a chaotic symphony of war. Javier charged forward, his entire body glowing with arcane power. Even the underworld king, observing from a distance, was taken aback. He marveled at Javier's brilliance. How, despite having no time to prepare or issue detailed orders, everyone moved as if following his instincts, adhering to a plan he had never spoken aloud. Grinding his teeth, the Underworld King muttered to himself, acknowledging the extraordinary strength of Lloyd Frontera, or rather, of Kim Suho. He admitted that while Suho was incredibly strong in an uncanny way, it was unfortunate that his enemy was even stronger. At that moment, a colossal monster appeared at the center of the battlefield, a single yellow eye glaring menacingly. It faced off against Javier's blade strikes, its twisted mouth curling into a sinister grin full of jagged teeth like iron spikes. It lunged forward, signaling the beginning of one of the most brutal clashes. Another massive creature blocked Raphael's holy hammer with its bare hands, while a third, worm-like in form, engaged in battle against Atanis's shadowy whips. On another front, the Underworld King hovered mid-air, unaffected by a fiery attack launched his way. A barrier of some kind had completely nullified the assault. That attack had come from Loi, who had now entered his second-level Demon King form. With curved horns and a billowing cloak, he roared, declaring that he was bestowing the Demon King's blessing upon Javier. A crimson light enveloped Javier, reinforcing his hidden strength and elevating him to an entirely new level. From a distance, the Underworld King watched with sharp, intrigued eyes. He found himself increasingly curious. Just how powerful was this man, really? His gaze grew serious as he focused on the figure who had once been the main character of this story. Now standing in the midst of utter chaos, Javier, with silvery blue hair and unwavering eyes, was surrounded by a fierce red magical aura. He stood firm, unshaken. Just behind him was Loi, now fully transformed into his Demon King form. His eyes gleamed with the will to fight. Right after empowering Javier, he shouted for him to advance and hold back the monstrous swarm as long as possible. Javier surged ahead without hesitation. Alone, he hovered amidst the leading monsters, clutching his sword tightly as the full force of his swordmaster strength began to ignite. Clenching his teeth, Javier unleashed a devastating wave of sword energy toward the approaching horde. The monsters had no time to react. Many of them were cleaved in two with clean precision. Watching this unfold, Loi shouted his approval, saying Javier truly lived up to being their protagonist. Then, turning swiftly, he ordered Jack to prepare those items. Jack, sweating and running at the same time, asked in disbelief if Loi truly meant those items. On the battlefield, however, the monsters were proving no easy foe. Though cut down, many began to regenerate rapidly. One shark-like beast let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the field, then launched tentacles from its maw to assault Javier. Dodging swiftly, Javier slashed the approaching tendrils apart with his sword, but as he was distracted, a winged larva-like monster with saw-blade teeth darted toward him from behind. It rammed into his back, causing Javier to cry out in pain. Yet, without delay, he grabbed the monster's head and spun around, slicing it in half. He had no time to rest. Another massive humanoid beast lunged at him with a powerful punch. Javier raised his sword to block the attack, but the force still drove him backward. He responded by plunging his sword into the creature's arm and channeling a massive amount of Swordmaster aura through the blade. Even so, the monster's punch remained relentless. In that instant, Javier sensed danger behind him. He looked around and saw that he had become completely surrounded by a horde of monsters. The colossal creature was charging forward. One of Javier's legs and an arm were still entangled by thick tentacles, greatly limiting his mobility. Seeing this, Loi shouted out in alarm, telling Javier to fall back and quickly move in the direction he indicated. Understanding immediately, Javier summoned all his strength to break free from the restraints and dashed in the direction Loi had pointed. The monsters, however, were relentless. They began to pursue him with renewed vigor. Javier quickly flew toward Loi, who was waiting for him. Behind him, a horde of monsters had formed into a tiger-like formation, advancing not only on him but also on Frontera's army, which had already formed their battle lines. With cold determination in his eyes, Loi gave the order to open fire. Behind him, Greg and a heavy artillery team, armed with weapons resembling anti-aircraft guns, were already in position. At once, all the missiles were launched, releasing shrieking roars that echoed across the square. But contrary to what everyone expected, the missiles flew past the monster horde, leaving even the beasts confused. Even the Underworld King furrowed his brows and wondered whether the shots had simply missed their mark. Yet in the next instant, his expression changed as if he had realized something. The missiles were not aimed at the monsters. They were headed straight for a nearby mountain, he murmured to himself, remarking that he hadn't thought Loi Frontera would plan this far ahead. A thunderous explosion followed, obliterating the entire mountain in a tremendous blast. Rocks and debris were flung in all directions, and a shockwave swept violently across the area. Before the dust could even settle, a massive surge of water came flooding through, the waters of the hydroelectric lake where their little otter Bebong once lived, and into which Javier had once poured 3 liters of divine tears. Loi had once mused to himself that, thanks to heaven buying them time, he had managed to turn the Kabua lake into holy water. Thus, after luring the strongest monsters of the ancient dark god into one place, they had destroyed the mountain to submerge the creatures in sacred water. It was perfect, if everything worked as planned. As the massive wave approached, Loi watched in silence. Then he shouted a command. Atanas, as if waiting for that exact moment, leapt into action. She plunged her hand into the ground, releasing streams of power downward. Gradually, a wall began to rise. The tidal wave came crashing down, but Frontera's forces were now encased within a protective cocoon. Inside, Loi listened intently to the roar echoing from outside. His mind drifted to all he had built here, the achievements, the happiness of the people, and now it was all being destroyed by this battle. The cobblestone roads once walked by so many were gone. The tunnels where people worked were now being drowned. The fertile fields would soon become a lake bed. Javier, too, could only stare somberly at the ground, but the sacrifices were necessary to drown the monsters in holy water. As soon as the monsters made contact with the sacred flood, they let out agonized screams that echoed across the battlefield. Their bodies began to dissolve. Soon after, the floodwaters began to subside. The cocoon protecting the people of Frontera remained intact and was slowly lifted. Inside, Loi raised his staff into a combat stance. A surge of power burst from him as he shouted for the flames to ignite. A fireball blasted toward a nearby monster that had barely survived the flood. The heat of the attack instantly incinerated its head, causing the entire body to stagger and collapse. Unlike before, the monster could no longer regenerate. It had been utterly destroyed. Seeing this, Loi didn't hesitate. He immediately shouted an order for all frontline soldiers, declaring that it was time to teach the creatures a lesson. As soon as the ancient monsters were weakened by the holy tsunami, Loi commanded the elven unit to attack. From drawn bows, a volley of arrows was launched toward the enemy. The rain of arrows inflicted heavy damage and drove back one of the largest monsters at the front, causing it to roar in pain, its cries echoing through the battlefield. Meanwhile, the cavalry unit was locked in battle with a beast that had the body of an elephant, the head of an insect, and a single enormous eye. The creature lifted one massive leg, preparing to crush them. In response, the cavalry captain bellowed for his troops to advance. He urged them to show the enemy the might of the White Spear cavalry, the survivors who had built and defended the capitalist lands. He declared that their strength would never submit to any enemy. Following his command, the entire cavalry unit released a wave of protective energy. Their shields resonated together, forming a large protective barrier that covered their entire formation. When the monster's foot came crashing down, the barrier held firm, stopping the attack completely, and they did not stop there. Under the lead of their captain, the cavalry surged forward into the fray. Another group simultaneously charged forward from behind the shield. With a powerful coordinated strike, they pierced the monster, causing it such excruciating pain that its eyes nearly popped out. Elsewhere, the goblin army was fiercely battling ghost-like creatures. They leapt and darted across the bodies of the monsters, each swing of their axes decapitating one enemy after another. But the monsters were no less aggressive. A swarm of bear-like insects rushed forward, firing beams of energy at the Frontera forces. In response, the frontline troops immediately received the order to retreat. They were told that the B-52 aircraft were about to engage in aerial combat. At the same time, the icebone dragon swooped in with a roar. It opened its mouth wide, gathering energy into a massive blazing lotus-shaped sphere. In the next instant, a barrage of energy blasts swept through and obliterated the enemy's insect army. In another corner of the battlefield, the Hell Knight, mounted on his black steed, fought with remarkable valor. The demon forces showed no signs of weakness. Armed with sharp sickles and bolstered by their racial power, they sliced through the monsters as effortlessly as cutting cake. The battlefield was engulfed in flames and chaos, yet no one seemed to notice the cherry blossom petals drifting gently through the air. Even Loi's small pets were holding their own in the battle. The mouse Budong unleashed devastating punches, while the little worm Bagun continually shot searing hot steel from its rear. The otter Bebong and the sea pig Hamang were also fiercely engaged in combat. At that moment, the entire Frontera square was engulfed in the smoke and fire of war, and behind the enemy forces stood the King of Hell himself. He had fully regenerated his body, which was now formed from swirling petals of energy resembling cherry blossoms. He took a moment to feel his body and silently estimated that he was at about 30% of full strength. But to him, 30% was more than enough. His gaze swept across the battlefield until it landed on Loi. He muttered to himself, calling Loi a truly exceptional individual, someone capable of gaining the upper hand against monsters whose strength had been amplified by ancient gods, beings powerful enough to destroy the human world with ease. Yet, he observed, someone like Loi always used his power to protect others and the land around him. This, he surmised, must mean that Loi cherished this place deeply. Then, with a sharper tone, he remarked that it seemed they were giving him quite a ceremonious welcome. At that moment, the three strongest warriors, Javier, Atanas, and Raphael, appeared before him. Javier spoke in a cold tone, questioning whether, in the eyes of the King of Hell, everything they had built amounted to nothing but nonsense. The King of Hell laughed in response, sarcastically praising Javier for asking a question he already knew the answer to. He added that no matter what he said, they would still do everything in their power to resist him. Without hesitation, Javier swung his sword straight at him. The King of Hell merely leaned back slightly, dodging the attack with ease. Atanas immediately followed up by launching energy threads toward him, attacking from multiple angles, but the old king's eyes easily caught the movement. In an instant, he slipped through the attacks like a shadow, evading the coordinated assault. But as though anticipating this, Raphael was already in position. His hammer came crashing down like thunder, striking the King of Hell square in the face. Yet even that tremendous blow inflicted barely any damage. Seizing the opportunity, Atanas swiftly released silk-like bindings and hurled them forward, wrapping them tightly around the King of Hell. At that very moment, Javier charged forward with all his power concentrated into his first sword, yet unexpectedly, the enemy casually raised a hand, effortlessly breaking the restraints wrapped around his body and simultaneously grabbing Javier's arm. The old man even dodged Javier's initial strike with nothing more than a slight tilt of his head. The force behind Javier's thrust was so immense it blasted apart an entire mountain in the background, resembling a blow from Saitama himself. However, the Yama King merely gave a mocking smile, remarking with contempt that such pitiful strength wouldn't offer them any chance of victory. Before the enemy could finish speaking, Javier responded with a brutal headbutt, slamming his forehead directly into the old man's. At the same time, Raphael came in from the other side, bringing down his hammer, and Atanas transformed her silk threads into a blade and charged as well. The old man attempted to raise his hand to block her, but just as her sword neared him, it unraveled into countless strands of silk, aiming to entangle him. The unexpected change clearly caught him off guard. The moment his vision was obscured by the silken veil, Javier drew upon the full strength of a swordmaster, compressing that power into a dense ball of energy at the tip of his sword, and launched it toward the enemy. As the Yama King tore through the veil, the energy thrust was already soaring toward him, blazing like a falling star from the heavens, streaking straight at him with tremendous speed. By then, it was too late for the enemy to dodge. The energy sphere was already upon him, striking his abdomen directly. And it didn't stop there. The impact forcefully drove him backward and downward. From a distance, Loi was observing the battle of the strongest warriors with intense focus. He couldn't help but note to himself that this battle was turning out very differently from the ending spoiler he had seen in the system. Frontera had mobilized all its elite forces for this confrontation. Even the Yama King, previously unfazed, couldn't hide his change in expression as the energy blast sent shockwaves through his body. The impact continued to hurl him toward the ground, causing a violent tremor that shook the entire battlefield. When the dust finally settled, the silhouette of the Yama King could be seen lying at the bottom of a deep crater. But Javier, Atanas, and Raphael gave him no time to recover. The three of them charged again, shouting defiantly that no matter who he was, even the Yama King, they would bring him down. From deep within the pit, the enemy's calm voice echoed softly, uttering just one word. 40%. Immediately, Javier sensed a shift, because the Yama King's form had vanished before their very eyes. Before any of them could react, the enemy reappeared behind them in an instant. In one swift motion, he seized Atanas and Raphael by their throats, completely subduing them. By the time Javier turned around, it was already too late. The old man had already lifted them both and, with incredible speed, hurled them down with devastating force, soaring past Javier and smashing the two into the ground, tearing up the battlefield. And he didn't stop there. With a cold expression, he tightened his fists and unleashed a relentless barrage of brutal punches and savage kicks upon the two fallen warriors. Seeing this, Loi shouted in fear for Atanas and Raphael, but within seconds, the Yama King stopped. He casually brushed the dust from his clothes and gave a cold grunt. Atanas and Raphael now lay completely motionless. Watching from behind, Javier was deeply alarmed and landed swiftly on the ground. Yet the expression on the Llama King's face only grew colder. He turned to face Javier once again and declared just one phrase. 50%. Javier's face turned grave. He could feel it clearly. The enemy's power had risen to a completely different level. The battle with the King of Hell was still raging, its intensity showing no sign of waning. The battlefield remained engulfed in chaos as the King of Hell confronted Javi head-on. Calm and composed, the King of Hell told him not to panic. He remarked that Javi had already gained the true power of a grandmaster. It was just that he hadn't yet unleashed his full potential. Javi, however, began to feel a creeping unease. After launching a series of fierce attacks that had failed to leave even a scratch on his opponent, doubt was starting to seep in. With his hands clasped behind his back, the King of Hell casually said that Javi should demonstrate his full strength before he himself decided to go all out. Wasting no time with words, Javi immediately focused his mana. Determination flashed in his eyes as he slashed forward with a chilling, razor-sharp sword strike. To his surprise, the King of Hell actually stepped back to dodge the attack. The moment he avoided the blow, he launched himself forward and delivered a punch straight to Javi's face. A hit so loud and sharp it rang out clearly across the battlefield. The force of the strike was so great that the shockwave blew away the earth and rock behind them, even causing an entire mountain to crumble. The punch landed squarely on Javi's face, filling him with searing pain. He clenched his teeth until they creaked, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. With a furious roar, he lunged and drove his sword toward the enemy. But the King of Hell merely leaned aside with ease to dodge once more. Immediately after, he retaliated with another punch, this one slamming into Javi's face again, leaving it swollen and bruised. Then, without pause, he followed up with a swift kick to Javi's shin, shattering his footing. Javi lost balance and staggered backward. As his body pitched forward, the King of Hell grabbed the collar of his shirt and yanked him back violently. His expression remained ice-cold, devoid of emotion. Holding Javi by the neck as if lifting a feather-light ragdoll, the King of Hell then slammed his head into the ground with such force that the earth split beneath the impact. A deafening rumble echoed across the area. He then calmly stood, adjusted the hem of his garment, and brushed the dust off himself. Javi lay still on the ground, showing no signs of movement. The King of Hell, in a voice void of warmth, commented on how remarkable it was. He acknowledged that even though the enemy had used holy water to repel the shattered evil god, no army like theirs had ever existed. Raising a hand, he snapped his fingers with a crisp click and added that if he could recruit such a force, it would be truly extraordinary. As soon as the sound of the snap echoed, countless tiny black specks began to gather at the barrier gate, forming into distinct shapes. Witnessing this, the warriors began to grow anxious. Sweat rolled down their faces in dread. From the gateway, a horde of bizarre creatures poured forth, varied in form, size, and color, each more grotesque than the last. Their horrifying appearance caused the fighters' faces to pale. Their eyes widened with terror. The sky once again filled with these monstrous entities, while the ground had already become densely packed with them. Seeing this, Javi thought to himself in despair, how could they possibly defeat such monsters? Just then, the system interface suddenly appeared before him. It offered him encouragement, urging him not to lose heart, and teasingly asked why he looked like he was about to lick the screen. The system reminded him that he still possessed the most powerful weapon of all. As the creatures continued their relentless advance, a silhouette appeared behind the front lines, a figure standing tall with their back facing the oncoming threat. The system then announced a special skill, the King's Life Partner. When Loi turned to look, the system revealed further information. This was no ordinary skill. She was the unofficial wife of the boss. She had finally arrived. The queen herself had descended, flanked by hundreds of thousands of fully armed cavalry soldiers, emerging onto the battlefield like a divine force. The system continued to speak, explaining that this was a special bond the two had created. Alicia stepped beside him and mentioned that she had just heard from the allied forces in the rear that the water on the ground was now holy water. She wondered aloud if soaking the monsters in it would weaken their strength. However, Big Brother Loi was visibly panicked at the sight of her, likely due to his concern for his future wife. He stammered, trying to urge her to retreat, warning her that the battlefield was far too dangerous, but, as usual, the roof of the house paid little attention to his words. Without hesitation, Alicia raised her voice and gave a direct command for the Royal Mage unit to drench the monsters with holy water. At her order, the mages immediately took formation along the mountainsides. They began casting spells, unleashing water and summoning storms. Complex magical circles appeared in their hands and gradually expanded outward. Streams of water gathered and surged like tsunamis, crashing forward with immense force. When the holy water splashed onto the monsters, they started screeching and howling in agony. Following the command, hundreds of thousands of water orbs were fired simultaneously. Striking the airborne monsters, light exploded like fireworks, illuminating the entire sky. Then, a single sharp arrow descended, followed by hundreds and thousands more, raining down densely like a storm, piercing the monsters on the ground until they resembled porcupines. But that wasn't the end. Reinforcements from the merfolk army had also arrived. They were robust and radiated overwhelming energy. The merfolk king made a thunderous landing, so fierce that Loi, who stood behind, turned pale. With confidence, the queen of the merfolk revealed her toned shoulders, glared sharply, and expressed her disappointment. She scolded Loi, asking how he could fail to notify her about such an incident. She said that if she hadn't received a message from the Queen of the Cloudy Vale, things could have gone terribly wrong. Loi, clearly flustered, had no idea how to respond, and took a moment to stammer a few words, awkwardly asking how they even managed to come up here since this was the surface. The mermaid replied cheerfully, saying that they simply leapt up in one go. Like magic. Loi's face darkened, and he silently wondered how something like that was even possible. At that moment, the sound of rapid movement echoed from the distance. He turned and saw that the centaur army had arrived. Their shouts, screams, and pounding hooves filled the air. They roared for battle, shouting strange catchphrases like, "Beep, beep," "Run now," and "Baang, baang," "Get ready for 100 years in the hospital." On the mountainside, villagers also arrived, singing labor chants and striking dramatic poses. Another tribal group came as well, ready to offer support. The queen, now brimming with battle spirit, drew her sword and shouted the signal for war. The PH army and the allied races moved as one, charging forward upon her command. Everyone surged into the battlefield at once. The merfolk warriors leapt and glided across the land in a somewhat comical yet valiant display. Seeing this, Big Brother Loi regained his spirit. He furrowed his brows and thought to himself that everything had changed. They would no longer need to sacrifice their lives to protect others. As this thought ended, Loi cried out loudly, calling for Ku Min. The moment he did, Ku Min flew toward him in a flash. Loi began moving as well, quietly saying that he was coming for GV. Just as they had always fought side by side, he leapt onto Ku Min's back and shouted that the two of them would end this together. Then the pair dashed across the battlefield at breakneck speed. Elsewhere, Long Long was still fighting, making a dazzling impression. It gathered energy, forming a powerful orb ready to be unleashed. The resulting blast shot forth in a radiant streak, unstoppable in its might. It pierced through a swarm of monsters, and the energy beam twisted with terrifying power. Witnessing this, the king of the underworld's face darkened. He coldly remarked that it was taking far too long, and then he began to move. The king of hell extended his arm forward, and at the tip of his finger, a blazing red sphere of energy began to form, swirling with ferocious intensity. Its sheer power was evident just by looking at it. He aimed it directly at Long Long, who had just finished unleashing a burst of fire. However, at that very moment, from behind the king of hell, Giavi had already risen to his feet, his eyes as cold as ice. Lifting his sword, he summoned magical energy to gather around its blade. Feeling the imminent danger, the king of hell was startled and quickly turned around. But before he could react, a swift and merciless slash was delivered. The blade sliced diagonally through his body like a gust of wind, even tearing apart the very scenery surrounding him. It was surreal. Blood erupted from the king of hell as he stood in shock, utterly stunned by the devastating blow to his shoulder. Crimson splattered across the battlefield, painting it red. The battle was far from over. Gav launched another sword attack, but this time, the king of hell responded more quickly, driving a powerful knee straight into Gav's chin. Yet Gav did not falter. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword forward with unwavering resolve. The strike pierced directly through the king of hell's body, and the force of the attack carved a deep trench into the ground beneath them. Loi stood aghast, his mouth agape, and cried out in panic that he absolutely would not allow that to happen again. Despite the sword driven through him, the king of hell appeared unfazed in the midst of their duel. He immediately countered with a brutal hook to the side of Gav's torso, lifting him clean off the ground and into the air. Meanwhile, Loi continued to shout, filled with determination and fiery spirit, declaring that he would never bow or kneel before that man again. High above the battlefield, Lloyd soared through the skies atop his summoned beast, racing toward Javier with a storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. The number of fates I saved, -1. Down below, The Hell King launched a devastating punch at Javier, but Javier, sword in hand, managed to block the blow, barely. The force of the attack sent him stumbling, thrown off balance. In that split second, the Hell King's fist struck again, this time landing directly on Javier's face. Back in the sky, Lloyd kept flying higher, gaze locked on the battlefield below. That meant one of us wouldn't make it in the end. Then he corrected himself, fire burning in his eyes. That's nonsense. Not me, and I won't let Javier die either. Below, Javier dropped to one knee, blood trickling from his face, body battered, but not broken. Lloyd's voice echoed with conviction. He is the protagonist of this world. At that moment, as Lloyd flew overhead, a strange ripple passed through his body like a glitch in reality, his form flickering, distorting for just a second. On the ground, the Hell King raised his fist again, ready to crush the kneeling knight. But Javier clenched his teeth in fury. In a flash of movement, he struck back, his sword slicing through the Hell King's abdomen. A burst of crimson erupted from the wound. Grinding his teeth, Javier pushed forward for another strike. If I lose, Suoko Kim dies. Never. That man, Suho Kim, because he's the protagonist of this world. The Hell King twisted, dodging with eerie precision, his body bending back at a perfect 90-degree angle. Suddenly, Javier's body too began to flicker just like Lloyd's earlier. Another glitch, another crack in reality. Before he could react, the Hell King's foot slammed into his head, sending his sword flying from his hand. The Hell King's wounds were already healing, flesh and clothes restoring as if rewinding time. He watched Javier closely, a hint of admiration in his voice. Javier Azran. I'm impressed. He's growing stronger, just like the 80% of my power that's now recovered. Then, without hesitation, he kicked Javier across the face again. What a shame. If he lives, he might even challenge a god's throne. Blood spilled from Javier's nose and mouth. But still, he gritted his teeth, refusing to fall. The Hell King lifted a single finger and aimed it toward Javier, ready to unleash a deadly blast. But in that moment, Javier lunged forward, mouth wide open, and bit down hard. With full force, he sank his teeth into the Hell King's finger, biting it clean off. He turned his head, spitting the severed finger aside. The Hell King stared shocked from the wound. No blood flowed. Instead, a dark, shadowy mist oozed from where the finger used to be. 3 blackened fingers dropped from Javier's mouth, clattering to the ground. A pause. Then the Hell King spoke, calm and cold. Now my curiosity is satisfied. His expression darkened. Time to rest. He stepped forward and grabbed Javier's head with one massive hand, gripping it tight. But before the crushing blow could fall, a shadow dropped from the sky. Lloyd, shovel in hand, leaping straight from his summon, heading straight for the Hell King. The Hell King's grip tightened around Javier's neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground like a doll in the hands of a monster. Above, Lloyd hovered in the air, his gaze sharp, his shovel pointed directly at the Hell King. Without warning, he shouted, "Boom!" His shovel began to glow, pulsing with a fiery red aura. The Hell King paused. Then, calmly, he released his grip on Javier's neck. With a flick of his left hand, he raised a single finger again, the same deadly gesture as before. A black streak slashed through the air. In a blink, Lloyd's body is cut in half from his stomach down. The Hell King's voice echoed with sarcasm. Why not sing a song while you're at it, though? I do enjoy your singing. But Lloyd didn't flinch. He bared his teeth in a bold smile. The Hell King narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. All right, Suho Kim still has one more life, gifted by the Dragon King. But while he was lost in thought, a sword gleamed behind him. Javier, still alive, still fighting, he let out a battle cry and charged forward. The blade sliced through the Hell King's neck, clean and deep. Lloyd, meanwhile, had fallen to the ground, his lower body slowly regenerating. The Hell King staggered as his neck opened in a bloody gash, and then his head began to shift off-center, slowly separating. Javier stood panting, sweat pouring down his face. But the nightmare wasn't over. Even with his head twisted unnaturally, still attached barely, the Hell King spoke again. 100%. Javier's eyes widened in horror. Lloyd, still watching from below, was just as stunned. His legs continued to regrow, but there was no time to react. The Hell King raised his right arm, and then he moved it. Javier rose into the air, lifted by an invisible force, completely at the mercy of the Hell King's will. Then another motion. The Hell King thrust his hand forward, and Javier went flying, launched across the battlefield. He crashed down violently, tumbling between hellspawn and monsters before finally slamming into the earth near the kingdom soldiers. From the distance, a cry. Sir Azran, the queen ran toward him, panic in her voice. Back on the battlefield, the Hell King lifted his left hand again. This time a ball of crimson fire began to form in his palm, swirling, hissing, growing, and then he threw it. The fireball stared across the sky, expanding as it flew. Buildings in the frontier territory exploded on contact, reduced to dust, and still it grew. Too big, too fast. It consumed everything in its path. Territory, soldiers, walls, obliterated in seconds. Those still battling the monsters turned to see it coming, frozen in place, unable to move, just watching their doom approach. The entire front line fell silent, everyone gazing at the apocalyptic wave of fire and death now rushing toward them. Then a system window flashed into the air, and on it only 2 words: Suho Kim. The ground trembles as he slowly rises behind him. The queen, soldiers, and mages stand frozen, silent. His face is battered, bruised beyond recognition. His head lowered, he looks utterly spent, strength nearly gone. Suddenly, a message flashes across the system. With your current power, you cannot defeat the Hell King, but he doesn't back down. He takes a fighting stance, wings burst forth from his back. And just as the Crimson Inferno looms closer, another message interrupts. Wait, you've already used direct advice once. I can't authorize more. Yet, he still charges forward. He raises his weapon, ready to stop the blazing attack. And then screw that. Find me or punish me. However you want, he presses on. From the sky, the author himself protests. Hey, excuse me, the contract says, but the battlefield cares little for contracts. More soldiers, those of the White Mermaid and the kingdom alike, are blown away by the sheer heat of the blast. A wall of fire sweeping everything in its path. Then another message. Do what you're best at. Use your best skill. And then a voice cuts through the chaos. Calm, sharp, unexpected. Hey, Hell King. From behind he kneels, his body battered but not broken. A smirk spreads across his face. Can you move that circle aside so we can talk? If we agree on the terms, the Hell King slowly turns, hands still behind his back. You might live your whole life without working again. The energy sphere of the King of the Underworld continued to rampage violently across the territory, its size swelling with every passing moment and its destructive force growing ever more ferocious. Javier, his body covered in wounds, especially across his face, still strained with every last ounce of strength to hold it back. His eyes remained filled with unwavering faith and determination. The system informed him that there was something he had misunderstood. All around, the townspeople were struggling to withstand the sphere's overwhelming power. A young man of the Ott tribe stood firmly in front, determined to protect his brother-in-law. The knight who had once turned away from crime gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into resisting the crushing pressure. The system went on to reveal that Loy Frontera had never been on the list of survivors according to DP, and his fate had always been sealed. He was destined to die. Just behind Javier, Queen Alicia rushed forward to assist. The system added that the one in the negative count was Javiel. The queen channeled all her remaining strength, standing shoulder to shoulder with Javier to push back the enormous energy sphere. According to the system's revelation about the ending, after Loy's death, a man named Haben would be slain by the King of the Underworld. It was highly likely that Haben was, in fact, Javier. The system continued, saying that Haben had fought the King of the Underworld until his very last breath before perishing. At that moment, Loy was striding steadily toward the King of the Underworld. His body was smeared with dirt, yet an enigmatic smirk curved on his lips. He told the King of the Underworld that if the latter agreed to a few simple conditions, he would help him escape that hell forever. The King of the Underworld seemed to find the words agreeable. The system remarked that the choice Loy had just made would shake the very fate of the world. Apparently, his words had pleased the King of the Underworld, for the Dark Ruler lifted 2 fingers and made a slight beckoning gesture. The colossal crimson sphere of energy halted in an instant, and then vanished entirely. By now, Javier was utterly exhausted, his face pale and worn. Teotui saw the system report that the number of people Javier had saved was still at -1. His wings disintegrated, his strength completely spent, and his body collapsed. The queen immediately rushed to catch him. It was at that moment that fate began to shift. The system announced that the number of lives saved had increased by 1, returning to 0, meaning Javier himself had been saved. Like a domino effect, the first tile to fall was none other than the protagonist of this world. Javier had survived, and because of that, the butterfly effect had been set into motion. In a deep voice, the King of the Underworld said he believed in Loy's abilities, and thought that perhaps Loy could set him free. However, given the current situation, it seemed that Loy would gain nothing in return. He then asked what he should do for Loy. Loy simply shrugged and waved his hand, stating that it was nothing grand. He knew his strength was no match for the king of the underworld. He only wished to help him choose the path with the least pain. The system announced that if the person Loy saved went on to save others, those numbers would also be counted toward the DB. The King of Hell replied that he could not grant the request to save the villagers. He explained that, according to Watt's wish, he was bound to kill even those around Loy. Loy lowered his head with a faint smile, saying that such a matter could not be helped. After all, even if he died, he would eventually be reborn, so it did not matter. The system then reported that the hero Javier Ahan had grown stronger and was determined to save more people. At that moment, Javier also regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Loy raised 2 fingers and stated that he had 2 requests. First, that the King of Hell answer 1 question, and second, that when he descended to the underworld, the King of Hell should refrain from mutilating him. The system announced that the number of people Loy had saved was now 1. Hearing this, the King of Hell responded that such a request could be accepted. Loy gave a faint smile, remarking that speaking with him was indeed agreeable, and proceeded to pose his question. The system reported that the number of people saved had risen to 8 and was still climbing. The King of Hell's expression grew stern, his deep voice filled with wariness, as he demanded to know first how Loy intended to free him. Without that knowledge, he said, he could not answer the question. But Loy cut straight to the point, his expression darkening, and coldly insisted that the King of Hell answer first. The system reported that the number of people saved had reached 37 and was still increasing. Now both Loy and the King of Hell glared at each other, neither willing to yield. The battle of wills became stiflingly tense. The system continued its report. The number of people saved had surged into 4 digits and was rising rapidly. Meanwhile, the Queen approached, placing an arm around Javier's shoulder to support him, and the King of Hell, realizing the situation was turning against him, began calculating his next move. Eventually, he furrowed his brows, clenched his teeth, and glared, declaring that he had no reason to be led around any longer. He ended the negotiation abruptly and instantly conjured a blazing red energy sphere in his hand. The system reported that the number of people saved had reached 7 digits and was still climbing quickly. The King of Hell hurled the sphere, which rolled away, swelling larger and sweeping aside everything in its path. The system again announced that the number of people saved had leapt into 8 digits and continued to grow without pause. On the other side, the Queen froze in astonishment when she saw the massive crimson sphere hurtling toward her. Though exhausted, Javier gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Bringing his hands together, he focused on creating something. In that very instant, a brilliant golden energy sword burst into existence. With his will blazing and determination unyielding, he let out a roar and swung the sword in a dazzling arc, slicing the incoming energy sphere clean in half. The King of Hell admitted through clenched teeth that in all his years of existence, he had never witnessed such a sight. His eyes glimmered with disbelief, while inside, fury and resentment swelled uncontrollably. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he bellowed in rage, his eyes glowing a fearsome red, and brought his weapon down in a devastating strike. The blow sent Javier flying, shattering the ground around him and filling the air with a choking haze of dust and debris. The King of Hell then swept his hand again, darkening the sky as swirling black clouds gathered above. He shouted that he was still treating them kindly, before with a flick of his wrist, countless red dots appeared in the heavens, like molten droplets, soon erupting into a barrage of meteors crashing violently toward the earth. As he glanced back, he noticed Loy still standing there, his eyes cold and unyielding. Loy's voice was low and firm as he told him to end it, repeating the command with even sharper intensity, his posture defiant. The system then reported that the person Loy had saved had, in turn, saved 73,409,579 others, and had stopped there. The total had exceeded 50 million DP. The system asked twice if he wished to use the power of the strongest being in the world. At this, Loy's expression turned completely unreadable, his face cold as stone. Topo's demeanor grew dejected, Bo's lips trembled as though he was about to cry, Ippo and Kaming looked downcast, and the dragon had been reduced to nothing but a bare skull, its thoughts unreadable. Podong's mouth was pressed tightly shut. Then suddenly, the children burst into laughter together, raising their hands, legs, and wings as if to send him their strength. Loy pressed his lips together, emotion welling up in his chest. Inwardly, he thanked them, saying that he had been truly happy. Gathering every shred of willpower and holding fast to his resolve, he bid them farewell. Standing tall, he decisively activated the power of the world's strongest being. Immediately afterward, the children began to fade away, Long included. Yet they all wore radiant smiles until the end, with only Baibu Bum, who had not been summoned by the system, remaining behind. Tears streaming down its face, it ran toward the friends who were vanishing before its eyes, or so it seemed, until it became clear it was running straight to Boo. In the end, Boo smiled, allowing Bib-Bo to wrap it in a tight embrace. The pets' bodies gradually dissolved into nothingness, and the dragon was now nothing more than its skeletal head. The system announced that for the next 30 seconds, Loi would be the strongest being in the entire world, ending its message with the words that it loved him. With that final declaration, the system itself began to fade, and an immense torrent of energy gathered, enveloping Loi's body. His eyes turned utterly cold, the energy pouring into him without pause. Even the King of Hell stood frozen in surprise for several seconds, momentarily stunned by the sight. Loi then moved, giving a subtle wave of his hand. A violent burst of energy erupted, and with a single sweeping motion, the sky became still. The meteor summoned by the King of Hell crumbled instantly into dust and scattered to the ground. Loi stepped forward with steady, unflinching resolve, his gaze unwavering and devoid of fear. The King of Hell hesitated for a moment, but his voice remained sharp as he remarked that 10 seconds had already passed and asked what Loi could possibly accomplish with the 20 seconds that remained. Before he could finish savoring the taunt, Loi drove a punch directly into his face, his jaw clenched and his expression tight with unbridled fury. Loi remembered that before the battle began, he had once gone to Raphael to ask about the nature of angels and demons. He had wanted to know whether they were similar to humans or merely immortal, indestructible deities. He had been deeply curious about the essence of such beings. Raphael had laughed and explained that they could feel pain when struck and could also experience anxiety. They were all living creatures, the only difference being that when chosen to become angels, they were granted special powers. Hearing this, Loi had wondered about the idea of being chosen, and asked if Raphael himself had once been human before being selected. Raphael had confirmed it, though he had noted that it was rare, as angels and demons were usually predetermined from birth. Much like how this world had a system that randomly assigned roles, Loi had then pondered whether this applied to angels and the king of the underworld as well. Raphael had smiled and told him it did, that they too were living beings bound by the world's rules, only undergoing endless reincarnation and leading lives slightly different from humans. At that, both Loi and Javier had fallen silent in thought. Back in the present battle between Loi and the King of Hell, the countdown had reached 20 seconds. Loi had clenched his fists and thrown a punch straight at the king's face, distorting the surrounding space and drawing blood from the old man's nose. The glasses on the king's face had shattered and fallen away. The shockwave from the blow had thrown the world into chaos, yet Loi had not stopped and had continued to attack. 19 seconds remained. Each passing moment determined their fate. Loi had gritted his teeth and prepared another strike, but before he could throw it, the king had retaliated with a punch of equal force. In the area where civilians were watching, the space had warped, and the shockwave had made it impossible for them to keep their balance. One of Loi's teeth had been knocked out, but he had immediately counterattacked. The two had exchanged blows again and again, each impact sending violent shockwaves through the surroundings. Above them, dense, deathly mists and rolling thunder had filled the sky. The powers of the strongest beings of two worlds had clashed, neither willing to yield, their eyes blazing with the fire of determination. At 18 seconds, their fists had met like cannon blasts in rapid succession. The tremors from the fight had stirred Javier back to consciousness. A fleeting memory had crossed his mind. He had once reminded Loi that the young master always took on the most dangerous tasks, and had advised him not to let emotions dictate his actions. Loi had only smiled then, saying that doing so would yield the greatest profit. 17 seconds remained. The queen had watched the battle anxiously, while Javier, still injured, had forced himself to stand. At the center of the clash, Loi's face had swollen badly, and he had been struck so hard by the king that his entire body was thrown back. As the king had rushed forward, he had shouted at Loi, calling him insane and saying that he had chosen a foolish plan and would inevitably fail once time returned to normal. The king had mocked him, asking if he truly believed he could defeat him in such a short span, and had declared that Loi had already lost. Though Loi possessed the power of the strongest man in the world, he had still fallen short of matching the King of Hell. 14 seconds remained, yet he had refused to give up, driving his fist into the king's face even as he endured blows in return. At 13 seconds, both had been knocked to the ground by the force of the other's attacks. Even the king had let out a groan of pain. Loi had then asked whether, after enduring pain countless times, One could become immune to it. His determined gaze had made the king grit his teeth and glare at him in fury. Right after regaining his balance, the old man immediately readied his fist for another punch. Loi did the same, his eyes showing no trace of hesitation. There were 11 seconds left. Directly before the gate to the underworld, the two figures continued trading blows. The ground around them was torn apart, and gravity itself seemed distorted, sending chunks of rock hurtling upward. 10 seconds remained. Outside, the queen ran toward them in desperation, shouting in fear. At the same time, Javier, empowered by his newly gained strength, clenched his teeth, formed a sword of golden light, and rushed forward at an even greater speed. 9 seconds left. Javier thought anxiously that the king of the underworld had said Kim Suho had only 20 seconds of heavy energy left, which would make victory impossible. Yet he was certain that Kim Suho would never gamble unless there was a real chance of winning. Meanwhile, Loi was seizing the underworld king by the hair, leaping high into the air, and then driving a powerful headbutt straight into his skull. The blow left the king reeling, staggering backward right beneath the underworld gate. In the past, Loi had once asked Raphael whether it meant that if the king of the underworld, the supreme archangel, and Workus were to enter the gate of reincarnation, they would be randomly reborn in another world. Raphael had replied that of course it would happen, for it was one of the laws of the world, just like the passage of time or the pull of gravity. At that time, Loi had turned to say to Javier that he understood now, and asked if Javier wanted him to catch the underworld king and sweep him into the gate of reincarnation. Javier had responded with doubt, asking if Loi really thought it was that easy. Raphael had then laughed and remarked that, unfortunately, such a plan could not be carried out. The three of them were among the strongest beings in the world, so it was nearly impossible. He had added that if Loi truly wished to do such a thing, he would first need the power to throw them in, back to the present battle. 7 seconds remained. Javier was doing everything he could to close the distance, thinking to himself that he knew exactly what Kim Suho was planning and was sure Suho was putting all his hopes into that single gamble. The gate of underworld reincarnation loomed ahead. At that moment, Loi let out a powerful shout, as if pouring every ounce of his strength into it. He lunged forward, driving himself straight into the king of hell, forcing the man's body toward the gate with eyes full of unyielding resolve. As he charged ahead, he told himself to hold on, thinking that they were almost there. That day, he vowed, he would help the man escape from the dark, hellish world. Seeing this, the king of hell seemed to realize something. Javier, despite straining with all his might to reach them, was still too far away. He could only stretch out a desperate hand and cry out for the young master not to do it. With the last of his strength, Loi propelled both himself and the king of hell into a leap toward the gate. The force was so great it created a shockwave that hurled Javier backward. Only 5 seconds remained. The two of them hurtled toward the gate like a blazing comet, tearing through space itself and revealing a starry sky beyond, glimmering like a ribbon of light. The king of hell, struggling to break free from Loi's iron grip, demanded to know what the boy thought he was doing. Sweat broke across his brow as he suddenly understood Loi's true intent, his gaze darting in alarm toward the gate behind them. He thrashed violently, shouting for him to wait and to stop. Loi, however, only continued his charge, laughing and mocking the old man, saying that now he seemed shocked, and asking if he had any idea who Kim Suho truly was. He declared with pride that he was the most handsome and coolest man in the world, something so remarkable that even hell itself would desire it. The battlefield before the gate of reincarnation had descended into a suffocating silence. No clash of steel, no cries of battle remained, only the ominous streak of a blazing meteor cutting through the heavens, racing toward the infernal gate as though destiny itself had chosen this moment to carve its verdict. Javi and the queen stood powerless, their eyes fixed on the sky, their hearts drowning in despair, knowing that they could do nothing to alter what was about to unfold. In those final moments, the old king of hell writhed desperately in Loi's grasp, his body straining against the unyielding arms that bound him. Within his fury, he cursed the cruel reality that Loi's strength had not diminished as expected. His thoughts seethed with confusion and disbelief. He told himself that it should have been impossible, that Loi should never have been able to restrain him with such force. Then, with a sudden clarity born of fear, he realized the truth. All of Loi's power had been poured into forcing him back and shackling his movements. The old king mocked the recklessness of such a choice, thinking that by doing so Loi had left himself defenseless, his body unprotected. With hatred boiling in his eyes, he resolved to end it, to strike down the one who dared to defy him. Raising his hands high, the old king delivered a crushing blow to Loi's back. The impact tore through flesh and bone, forcing Loi's body into a painful arch. A cry of anguish burst from his lips, blood spilling freely from his mouth, staining the ground beneath them. The pain was unbearable, a torment that ripped through every nerve, yet Loy only tightened his grip, clinging to the old king with a resolve that would not break. 3 seconds remained. His body trembled, his arm wrenched apart like a discarded toy, but still he held on. His mind was consumed not by thoughts of survival, but by the weight of responsibility he carried. To endure such suffering was torment enough, but the image of those who trusted him being hurt was far more unbearable. Even as the old king's fists rained mercilessly upon his face, even as the world blurred into a haze of pain, Loy's determination did not falter. He bit down against the agony. His eyes burning with unshakable resolve, the old king's rage soon twisted into fear. His strikes became desperate, his eyes wide with panic. He screamed and demanded to be released, his voice rising in terror. But nothing could move Loy's heart. The young warrior's will had hardened into something immovable, something beyond pain or fear. His final moments were not of weakness, but of defiance, a flame that refused to be extinguished. The final second arrived. At that very instant, the meteor struck the gate with a blinding radiance, and the infernal passage began to collapse. Javier's heart shattered as he cried out for his master, his voice breaking with anguish, yet the sound never reached the world. Within the fading light of the gate, Loy's form began to dissolve alongside that of the old king. In that fleeting instant, it was as if Javier heard his master's voice within his mind. Loy's words carried both acceptance and a faint touch of humor. He declared that it was time for the supporting character to step away from the stage, leaving it to the true protagonist. A faint smile crossed Loy's bloodied face as he entrusted Javier with the future. He asked him to protect this world in his stead, to care for those left behind, and with a final jest, he called Javier the handsome protagonist who would carry the story forward. Then his presence faded, dissolving into nothingness, swallowed by the void beyond the gate. Javier's mouth opened in a soundless scream. His soul was breaking apart with grief, but no cry could escape him. In the next moment, Loy and the old king were gone completely. The battlefield, once so loud with the chaos of war, became an empty grave of silence. No words could describe the sorrow of those who remained. The gate of hell slowly closed, its dreadful glow extinguished as light returned to the world. The black clouds that had suffocated the heavens were scattered, replaced by the gentle touch of sunlight that fell upon the broken warriors. The war had ended. Victory had been secured, but no one rejoiced. Not a single smile could be found among the survivors. The queen, like the others, gazed into the sky as if searching for a trace of the hero who had vanished. Her strength gave way, her knees buckled, and she collapsed upon the earth, her hands trembling. Her heart ached with a grief beyond words, a wound that no language could ever heal. Around her, the survivors stood silent, their triumph hollow, their victory steeped in unbearable sorrow. The battlefield was no longer a place of glory, but of mourning, and in that mournful stillness, the memory of Loy's final smile lingered, an echo of sacrifice, of courage, and of a farewell that would never be forgotten. The sun burned brightly overhead, yet the battlefield lay in an uncanny silence. Not a clash of steel nor a cry of warriors could be heard. Only the heart-rending wail of one companion tore through the stillness, echoing with grief that seemed to pierce the heavens themselves. Inside the gate of reincarnation, Kim Suho's soul drifted steadily away. His eyes were empty, devoid of focus, yet faint fragments of thought continued to ripple through his fading mind. He reflected with sorrow that there were still things left undone, bonds left unspoken, and farewells never given. He regretted that he had not managed to say goodbye to Dong Huang, and that there were many promises he had once made but could not keep. A quiet anxiety tugged at him as he wondered whether those he left behind would blame him, or perhaps feel betrayed by his departure. Then, at the very end of that dim path, a glimmer of light appeared. It widened slowly, drawing him in and washing over his fading thoughts. When the brilliance at last enveloped him entirely, his consciousness slipped into nothingness. He could not tell if time had stretched into an eternity or collapsed into the span of a single breath. Suddenly, Kim Suho's eyes snapped open. His body jolted as though rising from a deep slumber, and before him stretched a vision long unseen, yet achingly familiar. He found himself within the confines of an old, worn room, a place from his distant past. For a moment, he simply stared, dazed and uncertain whether this was a dream or a cruel trick of memory. Gradually, he steadied himself and lowered his gaze. Beside him lay a phone, ordinary, yet strangely grounding. He picked it up with trembling fingers and sat upright. On its screen shone the image of Javier, the familiar protagonist whose presence stirred countless memories. The sight struck him with both nostalgia and unease, as if reminding him of the very world he had once lost. His eyes wandered upward, drawn toward the faint shaft of light filtering through the window into the modest room. Slowly, he pushed away the blanket and placed his bare feet on the ground. Step by step, he left the bed and moved outside. Beyond the threshold stretched a row of simple workers' houses, quiet and lifeless in the lingering warmth of daylight. With bare feet against the cool earth, he stepped onward until the silence gave way to the bustling roar of the street. The clamor of engines, the chatter of people, and the endless rhythm of the city engulfed him. Instinctively, his gaze lifted to an apartment building glowing with familiar lights, as though it had been waiting for him all along. Then, his eyes wandered again, taking in the riot of colorful signs crowding the corner of the street, each one blazing like fragments of another life. He walked without destination, drifting like a ghost among the crowds. The city surged around him, yet he remained apart. Silent, distant, unmoored. People passing by stole glances at him, whispering to one another with puzzled tones. Some wondered aloud whether he was drunk, questioning why a young man would wander barefoot and vacant-eyed through the night. Their curiosity barely touched him. At last his steps faltered and came to a stop. He lifted his head, ignoring the stairs, and his eyes found the sky. There, amidst the darkness, a full moon shone in luminous silence, round and unyielding. Its light poured over him like a quiet benediction. For a long moment, he stood beneath it, letting the truth sink in. Slowly, he seemed to accept it, that he had returned, not to the place of myth or to the battlefield where his soul had been torn away, but to the world he once belonged to, the world he had left behind. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. His chest heaved silently as a final thought crossed his mind. Without a word, he bid farewell to his companions, to his unfulfilled promises, and accepted a new life. His story in this world had only just begun. After watching the prophecy of the ending, Lloyd wasted no time. He immediately mounted his ice dragon and headed straight for the Arctic. Javier, who was sitting beside him, looked puzzled and asked in a surprised tone where Lloyd was rushing off to so suddenly, wondering aloud if he had some business in the Mermaid Kingdom. But Lloyd, gazing into the distance, simply told him that he would understand when they arrived. Before that, however, he insisted on one thing. No matter what happened, Javier must not draw his sword under any circumstances. At that very moment, they had already reached a massive vortex swirling in the middle of the sea. This was the same gateway to hell they had encountered before. Without hesitation, they dived into it, their eyes filled with unwavering determination and a cold, sharp resolve. Upon entering, they immediately made their way toward the residence of the Lord of the Underworld. The moment they reached his office, a voice echoed out to them, as if it had been waiting. The voice welcomed them and remarked that it had expected them to arrive around this time. As their eyes met, the atmosphere grew inexplicably tense. Then the Lord of the Underworld spoke again, asking if he could pose a question first. He pointed out that Lloyd already knew he wanted him dead, and in that case, he was curious about what kind of courage had compelled Lloyd to come and face him directly. Hearing this, Javier's eyes widened in shock. He was startled by the mention of death and couldn't help but wonder what on earth was happening to Kim Suho. Lloyd responded calmly, stating that he wasn't someone particularly brave. He admitted that for someone like the Lord of the Underworld, killing him here would be effortless, and luring him into this place wasn't a difficult task either. Then he went on to explain with conviction that both the underworld and the human world were governed by strict laws. If he were to die in hell, then the Lord of the Underworld wouldn't be able to use his soul in the form he desired. Lloyd was certain that there existed a law like that, perhaps something about the soul completely vanishing upon death. Javier began sweating nervously as he listened. He remained highly focused, trying to comprehend the situation. The thought crossed his mind that the Lord of the Underworld might be intending to use Lloyd's soul and was trying to kill him for that purpose. The Lord of the Underworld then gave a soft chuckle and clapped, expressing that he was impressed by Lloyd's reasoning and his unwavering belief in it. With a cold glint in his eyes, he added that this was exactly why he wanted Lloyd to belong to him. Lloyd's expression darkened as he replied bluntly that he wasn't interested in men. He even noted that the Lord of the Underworld was old enough to be the ancestor of his ancestors. In response, the Underworld King laughed, saying that it was Lloyd's boldness that had made him so appealing. He then said it was time to answer Lloyd's original question. He acknowledged that he was human and that naturally one day he would die. But Lloyd asked why the Lord of the Underworld would go to the trouble of descending into the human realm just to kill him, when waiting for his natural death should be no issue at all. The king admitted that waiting for Lloyd to die would, of course, be easier. However, he explained that there was a problem with the laws of the world. He had hoped Lloyd would commit horrific acts and use them to construct Aotearoa, but every trace Lloyd left behind was unexpectedly positive. Nearly everyone who had come into contact with him ended up finding better lives and happiness. Because of this, Lloyd was accumulating too much virtue. And inevitably, when someone gathered a sufficient amount of merit, their soul would go directly to heaven upon death. That, the Lord of the Underworld said, was something he could not allow. Lloyd frowned and asked if the king intended to kill him before he accumulated any more virtue. The king confirmed that he did. Lloyd then stated that he knew the Underworld king couldn't just enter the human world so easily and asked how he planned to do it. The king replied that this was the limit of his kindness. He apologized, saying that as Lloyd likely knew, he never considered himself a good person to begin with. Irritated, Lloyd told him there was no need to apologize, that he would find the answer himself. The Lord of the Underworld sighed, saying that both Lloyd and Javier were overflowing with the will to live. Then, in a darker tone, he declared that Lloyd had no choice but to keep fighting against the restoration of fate until the day he died. He revealed that he had already set his sights on Lloyd's soul. The peaceful Upon hearing those words, Lloyd's expression darkened for a moment, before he responded with strained determination that fighting until his last breath, or in other words, stealing like a capitalist dog, was the true meaning of his life. Hearing this, the king of hell let out a soft chuckle and said he would assist him. The scene shifted back to the kingdom of Atanis. She was using the blood vision skill to observe the conditions of her people, from the centaur tribes to the merfolk, both races living peacefully. Her gaze then moved to other places. A construction tunnel, the bridges spanning across the river. And just then, her eyes lit up. Her vision locked onto the queen's palace. There she saw a stream of blood darting rapidly across the rooftop. When it reached a certain point, it suddenly sank and slipped through the ceiling. As soon as it descended, the intruder transformed into human form, an assassin. This was the queen's sleeping quarters. Just as the assassin let out a smug laugh, believing he had succeeded, his pupils shrank in shock. For the queen had already risen, sword in hand, poised to strike. Her voice rang out, cold and sharp, as she said that if she had stopped training, even for just a second she would have died. She then swiftly struck, slicing the assassin clean in two. But it didn't end there. The assassin's body began to morph into blood and flesh, startling the queen. It was a clone. Moments later, the flesh exploded and turned into a poisonous fog. The queen immediately covered her mouth with a cloth, thinking that the poison was similar to the one from before, but much stronger. The toxin quickly took effect, pulling her mind into a nightmarish illusion, one of suffering and despair. The recovery of fate. Bewildered, she wondered why she was experiencing this again. She was certain she had already overcome this curse. Then within the illusion, a calm voice told her not to worry, that someone was coming for her. Right at that moment, Lloyd appeared through the window. He caught the queen and quickly examined her condition. They laid her on the bed and assessed the extent of the curse. It was evident she was in extreme pain, struggling to resist the magic's grip. Lloyd fell deep into thought. He had arrived in time, but how could he break this curse? The queen was a key figure in the future he envisioned, a future where he could retire and live in peace. For that future to exist, she had to create a strong and stable nation. Seeing the queen writhing in pain caused Lloyd's expression to harden. He turned to Atanis and asked if there was any way to track down the assassin. She apologized, explaining that since the man had merged into blood, it would be extremely difficult to trace him. However, she did know something about the magic he had used. It was black magic created by an ancient demon named Maleficarum. The curse affecting the queen was one of those spells, and its power lay in amplifying the weaknesses within people, driving them to fear and madness. Atanis added that she also knew how to break it. That revelation caused Lloyd's eyes to light up. She explained that the essence of the curse was still just mana, and now it had spread throughout the queen's entire body. To purify it, a source of pure mana was required. Lloyd asked whether using his or Javier's mana could cleanse it. Atanis replied that Javier's mana wouldn't work. The cursed mana had already seeped into the queen's heart. If someone tried to forcefully inject foreign mana, it would only terrify her and scatter the curse further. What was needed was someone whom the queen trusted, someone who could make her feel completely safe. Only then would they be able to approach and purify the cursed mana. For example, she said, it could be the queen's lover. Lloyd froze for a moment at those words. His expression twisted in disbelief as he silently cursed. Was he supposed to wait until she recovered, then set up a romantic date and make her fall in love with him? That wasn't going to be easy, especially since she was unconscious. Both Javier and Atanas were dumbfounded by the implication. Atanas raised her hand, as if to say, "Demon King, but that's the queen we're talking about." Yet before she could finish, Javier interrupted and admitted that it wouldn't be easy, but it wasn't. The system issued a notification, congratulating Lloyd on receiving a new title, Husband of the Queen. Lloyd cursed inwardly, expressing his intense dislike for the title. He thought to himself that if he ever married someone so obsessed with work, he would inevitably become her #1 slave. The system further explained the effect of the title, stating that if he were ever in danger, Queen Magentano would instinctively sense it and immediately rush to his side. Lloyd privately admitted that the effect wasn't so bad after all. If only he could rename the title, everything would be fine. However, the system denied that possibility, flatly stating that such a change would not happen, as it rather liked the current title. After the Queen completed her treatment, Lloyd returned to Frontella. He needed to clean up all the minor issues that had piled up over the past 2 months, which was his way of softening the blow of fate's. The scene shifted to the Queen's palace, where Javier stood in the main hall before her. The Queen stated that they needed to find the Dragon King, and Javier agreed. He recalled that in the past, young Master Loy and he had once borrowed the Dragon King's power to visit their homeland in another world. He suggested that if they sought the Dragon King's help again, there might be a chance to return there once more. The Queen then explained that Lord had stepped into the cycle of reincarnation, and no one knew what he would be reborn as or in which world he would appear. Javier fell silent for a moment before responding that it was only one possibility, and perhaps Lord had already returned to his homeland. The Queen asked if he was certain that this possibility was significant, to which Javier admitted it was not. However, he reasoned that Lord Frontera had always been the kind of man who would wager everything, even on the smallest chance. Hearing this, the Queen reflected for a moment before declaring that the Kingdom of Magentano would do everything possible to find the Dragon King. She ordered Javier to tell her everything that had happened so far. Javier explained that he had retraced the path toward the Dragon King as he remembered, yet after months of searching, he had been unable to find him. He speculated that there might be a magical barrier formed from a special dimension, and for humans like them, breaking such a barrier was impossible. That meant, he concluded, they would have to uncover how the heroes of the past had reached the Dragon King's lair and received his blessing. The Queen immediately commanded that all records related to past heroes be investigated, and every possible place connected to them be explored. Soon after, with the united effort of the entire kingdom, they discovered a clue. Reports came that a village still preserved the legend of the Dragon Road, though it had long since been destroyed. The Queen insisted that no matter what, the truth of it must be thoroughly investigated. The scene then shifted to the Frontera territory. Winter had come, snow falling in waves. Before the entrance gate, an old banner still hung, reading, "Welcome back, young Master Loy." In stark contrast to its cheerful words, the surroundings appeared desolate and sorrowful. The rope holding the banner, weathered by time, snapped under the cold wind, and the cloth slowly fell to the frozen ground. Footsteps approached. It was Lord Bayan, accompanied by others carrying tools. As if accustomed to the routine, he gave the order to replace the old banner. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain where blizzards raged too fiercely for ordinary people to survive, Javier continued to tread quietly on his journey in search of the Dragon King. Back in the Frontera territory, a new banner was soon put up, yet the words remained the same. "Welcome back, young Master Loy." The message had always been displayed there, carrying the collective hope of the people. Javier seemed to sense that hope and remained steadfast. Even within his own mind, he had never once thought that young Master Loy would never return. After all, it was Loy who had taught him that what truly mattered was always to keep looking forward, for that was the only way to achieve one's goals. Just then, a surprised voice echoed nearby, wondering aloud how a human could have found this place. Hearing it, Javier turned his head. When the speaker recognized his face, the voice grew even more astonished, realizing who he was. The one who had spoken was Tyrannus, the father of the Dragon King. At present, back in the modern world, Kim Suho stood in front of a mirror dressed neatly in office attire, though his expression remained unchanged. Out of habit, he raised his hand to brush his hair, but the moment he touched his head, he realized that this was no longer the body he once had. After a moment of contemplation, he soon made his way to a tall office building. There, a manager welcomed him and invited him to sit. The man informed him that from that day onward he was officially team leader Kim Suho, since the decision had already been approved in the meeting the day before. He added that Suho had become the youngest team leader in the history of the business division, and even the most conservative figures could not ignore the profits he had generated for the company. Yet Suho did not feel pleased. He only gave a faint response of gratitude. The other man, surprised that he did not smile, remarked that no matter how competent he was at work, his perpetually somber face only revealed his loneliness. He went on to remind Suho of a female client who had once liked him but always felt ignored whenever she tried to speak with him. When the workday ended, Suho left alone. Suddenly his phone rang, catching his attention. Reading the message, his eyes showed a trace of surprise. It was from an old friend asking if he was still alive. Later that evening, the two of them met at a barbecue restaurant. While eating and talking, the friend recalled that Suho had once said if he were a man like him, he would bring him grilled meat. He then teased that the day had finally come and joked that without him, Suho might never have smelled meat at all. Noticing Suho's new position as a manager of a large corporation, the friend mocked that he should not grow too arrogant or else he would hit him. Suho, however, did not take offense. Instead, he smiled faintly and admitted that it had been a long time since he had eaten beef. The friend was surprised, pointing out that with a salary as high as his, there was no reason he could not afford it. Suho explained that he was still waiting for his friend to buy it for him, just as in the old days, because he had always believed his friend would become an extraordinary person in the future. Hearing this, the friend grew momentarily thoughtful but soon reverted to his playful manner, joking that Suho must have thought sweet words could earn him more premium beef and promising that he would give him 10 portions. As their conversation continued, the friend asked how Suho had been and where he was currently living. Suho paused in thought, then smiled lightly and revealed that he had dreamt of something strange. When the friend curiously asked what kind of dream it was, Suho slowly answered that it was a dream in which he was merely a supporting character in a novel. When Kim Suho opened his eyes, he did not know when exactly he had begun to unburden himself. He recounted his journey to his friend as if it had only been a dream, a way to confess the mistakes that weighed on him. While speaking, he remained unaware that his smile and expression had already shifted, no longer carrying the gloomy heaviness of his usual demeanor. His friend was equally fascinated, and the two continued to talk for a long time, so long that they remained there from when the restaurant was crowded until it was nearly closing, yet the flow of their conversation never ceased. Suho went on to describe how the King of Hell had torn away his arm in an attempt to escape, but he had refused to let go, clinging on despite the excruciating pain and ultimately dragging both of them into the gate of reincarnation. At that moment, his friend's expression subtly changed. Noticing this, Suho stopped, scratched his head with embarrassment, and admitted that he probably looked like a middle schooler still clinging to the childish dream of becoming a great man. His friend then asked, in a serious tone, whether what Suho had told him had really only been a dream. Suho froze for a moment before quickly insisting that it had, explaining that, as a science graduate, he could not possibly believe in something so fantastical. Yet his friend disagreed, stating firmly that all of those experiences must have truly happened to him. Hearing this, Suho's eyes widened in surprise. For the first time, it felt as though someone truly understood him. Tears welled at the corners of his eyes, but he quickly brushed them away and repeated with a smile that it had been nothing more than a dream, because otherwise it would have been impossible. His friend only smiled in return and remarked that perhaps this world was the dream, while the one Suho had spoken of was the real one. He reminded Suho that he had never seemed like someone who belonged here, but more like a hero from another world, only one who had lost his power in this place. Suho turned away and muttered that he was no hero, merely a supporting character. His friend countered that not only protagonists could become heroes. That remark left Suho briefly stunned. The friend then brought up Javier, asking whether Suho truly believed everything concerning him had ended. Suho laughed softly and admitted he did not know. The friend smirked, saying that, from what Suho had told him, Javier was not the kind of person to leave matters unresolved. No matter what happened, someone like him would pursue Suho to the very ends of the world. Indeed, just as those words suggested, Javier had by then arrived at a familiar place, the dwelling of the slumbering Dragon King. When the Dragon King saw him, he was surprised. But what astonished him even more was the cold request that immediately followed. Javier demanded to be taken to the city of Seoul. Javier finally stood before the mighty Dragon King, Verkis. Determined and unshaken, he carried only a single request, to be sent to Seoul. The vast hall of the dragon opened before him, filled with overwhelming opulence. Verkis lay stretched lazily across an enormous sofa, his body half curled in a posture of idleness, while all around him rose mountains of gold, heaps of silver, and rubies that caught the dim light and sparkled like scattered stars. The chamber was drenched in the glow of treasure and the quiet hum of ancient magic. Half asleep, Verkis stirred at last. His eyelids lifted slightly, revealing the glint of a dragon's gaze, and he stared at Javier. With a slow, rumbling voice that carried both irritation and curiosity, he asked how Javier had managed to come inside, pointing out that he had cast a particularly strong space distortion spell to keep others away. But Javier remained calm and firm, unmoved by either the wealth around him or the dragon's presence. With a straight face, he explained that he had turned to Lord Tyrannus for guidance, and that Tyrannus had revealed to him that if he traced a certain pattern with enough power, he could break through the distortion. Upon hearing this, Verkis narrowed his eyes in disbelief. He muttered that his father would hardly say such a thing, as if the thought itself was absurd. Yet midway through his words, he stopped when he saw Javier's unshaken composure. With a heavy sigh, the Dragon King pressed one hand against his face and leaned deeper into the sofa. He remarked that since Javier was indeed his father's ally, he must have gone to every length possible to get there, and that he had already received word of the matter. What a shame it was. Javier, however, cut him off before the words could settle. His voice was sharp and filled with determination as he declared that it was not yet over. Verkis turned his head and regarded him more closely. Javier's eyes were unwavering, and with absolute resolve he stated that as long as he remained alive, he would not stop until he found the one he sought. The Dragon King fell silent for a while, staring at the knight who refused to give in. At last he spoke again, his tone calm but weighted with finality. He told Javier that this matter had been decided long ago, set in motion by a universe far beyond their own, and that even he could not say whether the one Javier sought was truly in soul. Javier did not back down. With stubborn hope, he replied that if even the Dragon King could not confirm it, then the chance still existed, and that meant the probability was not zero. Verkis paused briefly, then let out a short laugh, half amused and half resigned. With an effortless snap of his fingers, a wide magic circle appeared on the floor beside Javier. Its complex lines glowed with energy, and slowly a swirling portal formed, its surface shifting like liquid light, leading directly to modern-day Earth. Javier's eyes widened as he looked at it, recognizing that his request had been granted. Meanwhile, Verkis reached into the inner pocket of his coat, his long fingers rummaging as he explained in an indifferent tone that the portal indeed led to Seoul. But since Javier's young master's mana carried nothing particularly distinct, he could not provide a proper detector. After a moment, he finally produced a small object and tossed it casually toward Javier, telling him to take it anyway. Javier caught the object and looked down at it, realizing that it resembled some kind of device. Verkis went on to explain that if the button in its center was pressed, Javier could return to the Dragon's Hall instantly, adding almost lazily that he had not been sleeping well because he had spent nights making it. Javier blinked in surprise at such unexpected effort from the famously indolent dragon. But Verkis simply waved him off, covering his face once again with one hand, clearly tired of speaking further. He admitted that he had already expected Javier's arrival and urged him to leave quickly, complaining that such troublesome people disturbed his rest. Still somewhat stunned, Javier lowered his head and bowed deeply, giving his gratitude to the Dragon King. Then, holding the device firmly, he prepared to step into the glowing portal, carrying with him determination and hope for what awaited beyond. The scene shifted away. From the mystical realm of the Dragon King, the view swept outward into the vastness of space and then narrowed again, descending back onto Earth. First came the wide curve of the globe, then the outline of South Korea, and finally the restless city of Seoul. The streets there roared with ceaseless movement. Cars rushed in long streams, horns blared in the traffic, and countless people filled the sidewalks. Among them ran Javier. He pushed his way forward along the pavement, his eyes darting in every direction as he searched the countless faces around him. His mission was fixed and clear, to find Kim Suho. Yet in a city so vast, the task appeared close to impossible. He pressed onward regardless. He ran across busy crossings, slipped between strangers, and scanned every corner, alley, and storefront for a trace. Sweat rolled down his face. His breath grew heavier, but he refused to stop. From the light of morning until the depths of night, he kept running. At last, his body gave way. He stumbled into a narrow alley wedged between two buildings and sank down, his head falling forward as exhaustion claimed him. The long night passed silently. When morning came again, Javier rose, forcing himself to continue the search once more. Still weary, Javier resumed his search. Step by step, through endless streets and the restless flow of crowds, he kept moving forward, scanning faces and corners, yet there was still no trace of Suho anywhere. The hours dragged on until his strength gave out. Eventually, he slumped back into another shadowed alleyway, completely drained, his mind weighed down with regret. He reflected bitterly that he had not even known what Suho truly looked like and wished, more than anything, that he had taken the chance to learn more about him before it was too late. Closing his eyes, Javier allowed himself a brief moment of stillness, his body curled up against the cold stone. Another night slipped by with him hidden in the darkness, clinging helplessly to the burden of his failure. By dawn, his weary hand reached into his pocket and pulled out the small device given to him by the Dragon King, the return portal. Its surface glimmered faintly as he stared at it with trembling fingers, his mind clouded with doubt. He admitted inwardly that from the very start he had come here without a proper plan, uncertain even of how to proceed. As despair pressed in, he clenched his teeth, wondering what kind of main character he could possibly be, asking himself where one could ever find a protagonist this incompetent. His thoughts turned bitterly to Suho, convinced that if it had been Suho, he would have already known the right course of action. Tears welled in Javier's eyes and slid down his cheeks as he lifted his gaze toward the fading night sky. For a moment, the brilliance of the city lights blurred before him, until suddenly his eyes widened. In the far distance, standing proud against the skyline, rose a familiar silhouette. It was the Namsan Seoul Tower, the very place he and Suho had once visited together, a place tied to memories that refused to fade. Those memories came flooding back all at once. In his mind echoed the voice of Lloyd, who had once said that when someone truly missed another person, fate itself might allow them to meet again there. The recollection stirred something within him. Strength, faint but undeniable, returned to his body. Javier forced himself upright and began to run. His legs struck the pavement again and again, carrying him forward with renewed urgency as he dashed toward the tower. He sprinted up the long staircase, each step louder than the last, his breath ragged, his chest rising and falling as though the climb itself might break him. Yet he pressed on. Along the way, another memory surfaced, Lloyd's question about how their household had been drowning in debt. The thought struck him, but Javier did not allow it to slow his pace. He pushed himself harder until the tower at last came into view above him. At the summit, surrounded by crowds of strangers, Javier's eyes darted frantically from one unfamiliar face to another. His heart pounded violently in his chest, and still the memories would not release him. He heard Lloyd's voice once more, commanding from horseback that their next target would be the Laconovi County. Back in the present, Javier tore through the crowd, searching desperately. Another flash of memory struck him. Lloyd's vow that for the Count, the Countess, and everyone else, he would find what was needed no matter the cost. But the recollection shifted, turning sharp and cutting. He remembered Lloyd's furious shout, declaring they had never been friends and calling him an arrogant fool. Even in that anger, Javier had once sensed the guilt lingering behind those words. His vision blurred, sweat trickled down his face, and his breath grew short and heavy. Yet one final memory rose. Lloyd's last stand in battle. Javier saw him smiling at the very end, proclaiming that it was time for the extra to leave the stage and entrusting him with the duty of protecting the world as the true main character. The memory faded, and the present returned. Javier's eyes filled again with tears. His body swayed with exhaustion, yet his determination carried him onward. Then, at last, his gaze shifted, and he saw him. Just a few meters away, standing amidst the crowd, was Suho. Time itself seemed to freeze. Javier halted in place, unable to take another step, his chest heaving with every strained breath. Around him, the voices of people carried on, casual and carefree, conversations about cafes, the laughter of children, but none of it reached him. His world had narrowed completely to the single figure ahead. Suho, too, had stopped. Shock froze his features as recognition struck, and his lips trembled as he formed Javier's name. Javier, drenched in sweat and gasping for air, slowly pressed his lips together. Then, after all the silence between them, he let a faint smile appear. It was a smile of relief, a smile of reunion. After so much wandering, so many memories, and so many struggles that had nearly broken him, Javier and Suho had at last found each other again. We returned to the Front Terra territory, where the once destroyed buildings had now been fully rebuilt, standing tall and lively once more. At the center of the plaza, a grand statue caught everyone's eyes, a massive shovel, the very tool Lloyd had always used, now turned into his memento. Fresh flowers were tied around it like garlands, showing how dearly the people remembered him. The scene then shifted to Arco, who stood before the gathered crowd to open the festival. With a solemn voice, he announced that the day marked the 5th year of the festival, the day everything in Front Terra had collapsed, the day Lloyd had left them. Yet he added that it was also the day they kept their faith alive, believing that one day he would return. Lifting a glass high, Eros called for a toast, and the people cheered loudly in unison. Amid the celebrations, even Bibong, the great beast, was seen joining in. He joyfully tossed flowers into the air, making them fall like gentle rain. Perched on his head were 3 familiar demons enjoying the moment together. Among them was the little girl Leia, who shouted in delight that it was so pretty. Beside her sat the Tannies, smiling warmly at Bibong. She remarked that it was great to see him looking so much brighter, confessing that at first he had seemed so gloomy that they had been really worried. Bibong replied in his usual voice that parting with creatures he liked had been so sad that he had even thought of leaving forever and never meeting anyone again. A memory then flashed of him once sitting alone in the forest until the Tannies had approached and reached out to him. Back in the present, he continued that he had been so happy when the demons had treated him kindly. The Tannies gently responded by thanking him for saying that and encouraged him to enjoy himself too, reminding him that when Lloyd returned he would surely want to greet him with a cheerful face. Meanwhile, the festival carried on with joy. Byron, Diego, and Greg were seen enjoying the feast together. Greg playfully raised his glass toward Diego, teasing him by congratulating him on the promotion and suggesting he must have saved up a lot of money. Diego sighed and admitted that all his wages had gone into paying off debt. Greg burst into laughter and said that it was karma, so Diego should just take it like a champ. The festival continued with joy and music. In another part of the plaza, goblins and elves came together to perform, beating drums, strumming instruments, and playing cheerful tunes like a full festival band. The lively rhythm filled the air, and the audience danced along, celebrating the moment. Among the crowd were Emily, a human, and Kuga, the orc she had married. They now had a baby in their arms, a child with orc-like features. The little family smiled warmly, enjoying the beauty of the festival together. Nearby, the dwarf Coitus suddenly grabbed Solidus by the ear, scolding him and asking if this was the time to enjoy a festival, ordering him to go to class. Solidus yelped in pain, clearly not ready to let the fun go. Meanwhile, the festival also hosted a unique competition in Lloyd's honor, a contest to recreate his face in the most impressive way. One group proudly unveiled their statue and declared it to be that year's entry, calling it Lord Lloyd's Japji. Another group quickly countered with laughter, saying they did not think the first team had captured Teacher Lloyd's personality very well. The first group smugly fired back that their piece expressed his ugliness far better, but the second group retorted that if one did not capture his viciousness, then it was not truly Teacher Lloyd. As the two sides bickered, tension broke when Lloyd's parents suddenly arrived. Seeing them, both groups panicked slightly. Marbella, Lloyd's mother, calmly stepped forward and presented her own portrait of Lloyd, one so much more accurate and heartfelt than any of the entries. Both group leaders immediately dropped to their knees and admitted in unison that they conceded. Outside the front territory, the atmosphere was quieter. Lloyd's younger brother, Julian, sat alone, waiting silently as if expecting someone. Soon Sarazid, his wife, approached and softly addressed him, remarking that this was where he had been. Julian returned her greeting politely, and she looked at him with concern, asking why he was sitting in a place like that. Julian turned his gaze aside and admitted that he had been wondering whether His Majesty the King might come that year. Sarazid shook her head and said she had heard the Queen had been very busy with state affairs lately and that the King insisted on holding that event every year. She added that she was sure the ministers strongly opposed it. Julian conceded that she was probably right. Then Sarazid noticed someone in the distance. Turning her eyes toward the road, she said quietly that she had underestimated His Majesty's resolve. Julian followed her gaze, and his expression changed when someone did indeed approach. From the royal kingdom itself, Queen Chiritos was seen making her way toward the front territory. The scene then cut back to the modern world Seoul, where the familiar skyline met a quietly charged moment at the tower. Javier stood on the viewing platform with a small, steady smile as he looked directly at Suho. Suho, stunned into silence for a beat, saw him too. Javier stepped forward, and when he reached Suho, he stopped and, in a gesture both formal and heartfelt, dropped to one knee. The plaza fell hush. He announced that he had come to escort Suho. Go Jiang, Suho's best friend, watched with wide eyes and could not help thinking that Javier looked exactly like the illustrations from the novel. He wondered if Javier had really crossed dimensions to find Suho. Javier remained kneeling, calm and sincere. Passers-by and festival-goers glanced over, surprised by the quiet gravity of the moment. After a short silence, Suho spoke, asking whether going back was really the right thing to do, a question that carried everything he had felt since waking up in this world. Javier looked up and listened as Suho, his voice trembling with memories of another life, explained that in the other world he had had strength, an almost cheat-like power that had marked him as different. Here, he said, he felt powerless. Going back might mean reclaiming that strength, but it also felt like running away. He admitted, quietly and painfully, that he had fled before because he could not bear that life. Javier responded with gentle firmness, telling Suho that he was mistaken if he thought the people of the frontier wanted his power above all else. They wanted him, the person, the man they knew, not a show of strength. Suho listened, conflicted, and was silent for a long moment as the weight of Javier's words sank in. Then, more to himself than to anyone else, he spoke again about the other world, how he had once overflowed with strength, how it had felt completely different, and how the idea of going back raised doubts about courage and responsibility. As Suho wrestled with his doubts, his best friend Go Jiang suddenly smacked him on the back, breaking his heavy train of thought. Javier immediately stood, anger flashing across his face as if ready to punish Go Jiang, but Suho quickly intervened and stopped him, insisting that Go Jiang was his friend. The tension eased. Javier fell quiet and held himself back. Then Go Jiang spoke in a steady voice filled with emotion. He admitted that he had once wanted to be like Suho, smart, successful, someone who stood out. But when he failed, he had felt useless, like trash. He had even thought of giving up on everything. Yet through living in his own way, he had come to realize something. Maybe it had not just been running away. Maybe he had been searching for a world that fit him, a place where his strengths meant something. With a gentle smile, Jaeyoung turned to Suho and told him it was time to go, calling him gamer and saying they were heading to the world where he would be the legendary estate architect. Suho froze, deeply moved by his friend's words, before slowly turning toward Javier, who was still standing and waiting. Javier smiled, raised his hand, and Suho's expression softened. Sadness shifted into determination. He reached out as well, and their hands clasped firmly together. The onlookers stared in confusion, uncertain what this gesture meant. Then Javier pulled out the switch the Dragon King Verkus had given him, the device capable of opening the path back. He pressed it, and a brilliant light engulfed the plaza. In that final moment before leaving, Suho looked back at Gojang and smiled warmly, while Jian responded with a grin and a lifted thumbs up. The light surged, carrying Suho and Javier upward into the sky like a beam piercing through the night. The people below watched in awe as the radiance shot out of Earth, streaking into the stars before vanishing into the cosmos. Jiang kept his eyes fixed on the fading trail and, with a grin, whispered to himself that Dayback was awesome. Yet the journey was not over. The radiant beam continued across distant lands, soaring past mountains, then over the ocean where mermaids gazed in wonder at the glowing light. It streaked across vast savanna fields where centaurs stood with their eyes lifted skyward. Finally, it passed over open grasslands where even the Dragon King Verkus looked up from his quiet picnic with his family. A gentle smile spread across his face, for he knew they were returning. Inside the beam of light, Suho and Javier traveled together through the void. Suho began to recognize the world below, the familiar night lights of Frontra. His heart swelled as he thought that he was glad everyone had been doing well after all. With that, the light streaked downward, bringing him back to the world he had once left behind. The story continued with a solemn and weighty scene. The people of Frontura had gathered together in one sacred place, each person carrying a glowing lamp. At the head of the procession, Count Eros was leading them forward. The deep and formal voice of the priest then echoed through the air. He proclaimed that, as established by the sacred laws of the great Magentano kingdom, anyone who entered the king's bed, regardless of the reason, would be ordered to become betrothed to the king. In accordance with the will of the great ancestors of Magentano, he called upon King Alicia to Mina Magentano. The scene shifted to reveal King Alicia herself, standing in a radiant bridal gown. Her posture was graceful, her expression calm, yet beneath that calmness lingered a quiet sorrow, not for the weight of tradition, but because Lloyd was absent, far away in another world, unable to stand beside her in this most important moment. The priest continued the ritual, turning toward her. He asked if Her Majesty accepted Lloyd Fronta as the kingdom consort. After a brief silence, Alicia answered with firmness that she gladly accepted the command of the great ancestors and the law. The priest then paused, scanning his sacred book before speaking the next vow. He called upon the eldest son of the Front family, asking if Lloyd Frontra would take King Alicia to Mina Magentano as his wife and accept being declared kingdom consort. But Lloyd was not present. In his place, at the spot where the groom should have stood, there was only Lloyd's shovel, adorned with flowers and bound with ropes as a symbolic stand-in. Among the crowd, Lloyd's parents could be seen. They listened in silence, their expressions weighed down by sorrow at the absence of their son on this day. Nearby, Byron and Jay also watched the ceremony unfold without a word. Around them, elves and many others stood with somber faces. Julian, Lloyd's younger brother, was there as well with his wife, both bearing witness to this moment. Even Bibiog, the mighty beast, was present. His normally fierce eyes were filled with tears as he sat in sorrow. And finally, the demon queen Art Tanis and other demons were also among the witnesses, their presence adding yet more gravity to the scene. The priest slowly closed his book and, in a solemn voice, declared that until the answer from the one chosen as consort was returned, the question would remain. He asked if King Alicia could wait. Alicia listened quietly, but without hesitation. She raised her head and looked straight toward the shovel, Lloyd's symbol, swearing with firm resolve that she would wait forever. The priest nodded and continued the ritual, announcing that the betrothal procedures would resume again 1 year from that day. With that, Alicia stepped down from the stage. She walked gracefully, her steps echoing in the silence. As she passed Count Eros, Lloyd's father, she smiled softly and told him that she would hurry back and asked him to enjoy the rest of the festival. Aros bowed his head deeply and, with a voice filled with emotion, pleaded if Her Majesty could stay with them a little longer. Around them, everyone present knelt in respect to their queen, but Alicia only kept walking, her tone formal though her heart felt heavy, a restraint that made even the audience uncomfortable. The Count then apologized humbly, saying that he was sorry. Alicia paused for a moment and turned her gaze to the right. Her eyes once more fell on the shovel that symbolized Lloyd. She lowered her head slightly, sadness clear in her expression, before addressing the Count and everyone gathered, saying that she was satisfied just to see them living strongly at next year's festival as always. But before she could finish, a voice suddenly interrupted, declaring that this festival would be the last one that year. The words froze the entire hall. Alicia went silent, slowly turning to her left. The Count too looked in the same direction, and then they saw them, Javier and Soo-ho Kim, the one everyone had once known as Lloyd. The hall erupted with murmurs as the two appeared. Javier walked proudly, while Soo-ho was dressed in his simple, familiar clothes, the very same ones he had worn when he lived as Lloyd. The audience stared in shock. Among them, Lady Curia Namarin saw Javier and broke down into tears, covering her mouth with both hands, unable to hide her emotions. Javier and Soo-ho continued walking step by step until they stood before Alicia. Soo-ho, however, looked hesitant, his eyes downcast, almost avoiding her gaze. The Frontra family members and the people of the territory all stared toward him, stunned, whispering in disbelief. Alicia, her heart racing, walked toward Soo-ho and stopped right in front of him. The two stood there silently, no words exchanged, only the weight of unspoken feelings filling the air. Soo-ho tried to avert his eyes, embarrassed and unsure. But then Alicia slowly lifted her right hand and placed it gently on Soo-ho's cheek. His face turned red as he looked up, caught between hesitation and longing. With trembling fingers, Alicia brushed through his hair, fixing it gently, making him look just as he did in the old days when he was Lloyd. Her eyes softened while Soo-ho's face flushed with deep embarrassment, though behind it, a faint warmth began to return. Alicia kept her hand on Soo-ho's cheek for just a moment longer, then slowly pulled it back. Her face turned serious again, calm, but filled with emotion. Soo-ho still could not bring himself to meet her eyes. He looked to the side, embarrassed and unsure of what to say. Then Alicia's voice cut through the silence, strong and filled with longing, as she said that the man who had made her fall in love had always come running whenever she wished to see him. Soo-ho instantly looked at her in surprise, and Alicia continued softly, saying that it was just like now. At last, Soo-ho locked eyes with her. Their gazes connected, and Alicia smiled warmly before asking gently, with her usual sign of trust between them, whether it was safe. This one word melted away Soo-ho's hesitation. His expression steadied, and his eyes sharpened with determination. He raised his right hand high and declared loudly that safety came first. The crowd erupted in response. B.A. Hyun and Greg cheered with wild excitement, overjoyed at this undeniable proof that it was indeed Lloyd, the man they had always known. The orcs, the dwarves, the humans, everyone burst out shouting, some even crying at the overwhelming emotion of the moment. Even Bebong could not hold back tears of happiness. Fists rose into the air, voices joined together, and the entire festival roared with cheers of celebration. But then something unexpected occurred. A glowing system window suddenly appeared before Soo-ho, declaring that everyone who knew him was happy he had come into this world. Soo-ho stared in shock as more windows began appearing one after another, stating that his wish had been granted and that the experiment conducted in the higher world on the possible range of interference with lower worlds and errors had successfully concluded. Tears welled up in Soo-ho's eyes as he realized these words came from those who had always been watching and guiding him. A blue light then began to shine from his feet, slowly rising upward and enveloping his entire body in a divine glow. Another system window appeared, announcing that the world had given up its hostility toward the powerful being that he was. The light climbed higher, reaching his chest and neck, transforming him completely. Another message then flashed before his eyes, explaining that this world, once called Iron Blood Night, would be reset into a world with a completely new fate, its name to be Fantasy Healing Life with Civil Engineering Skills. Soo-ho stood stunned as his transformation was completed. He was no longer Soo-ho, but Lloyd once again. One final message appeared before him, asking whether this new adventure would not be fun as well, calling him son. At that moment, Lloyd's summoned beasts, revived along with him, suddenly appeared. Tiny in size, like little mice, they ran happily across his body, climbing his shoulders and chest. Lloyd smiled despite himself, and his beasts seemed to smile too, their joy clear as they jumped and played all over him. Then the ground trembled as another beast revived, the mighty bone dragon Yong-Yong, who announced his return to the world with a thunderous roar. The scene shifted once again. Bangle, one of Lloyd's summons, suddenly ate an enchanted bean, her body glowing as she grew larger in size, towering playfully from the side. Bebong came running, tears streaming down his face as he rushed straight toward Bangle. The two met, checking each other's faces, both overwhelmed with emotion as Bebong continued to cry. Meanwhile, Alicia gently placed both hands on Lloyd's shoulders. Lloyd's face turned red, clearly flustered by her closeness, but without hesitation, Alicia pulled him into a tight embrace. Joy spread across the festival. Bengal and Baibong reunited and even shared a kiss, while Alicia and Lloyd held each other tighter, the weight of longing and reunion overflowing. In that moment, Alicia whispered softly to him that earlier his face had looked so handsome that she had not even wanted to do what she had done, adding that she liked potatoes. Lloyd, blushing furiously, stammered back only the single word, potatoes. Alicia chuckled lightly, still holding him close, and told him that more than that, it was his heart. She asked if he knew why it was beating so fast. Nearby, Javier watched the two with a warm smile, but then faint crying reached his ears. He turned and saw Salura walking toward him, tears streaming down her face. Alicia sighed softly into Lloyd's shoulder, remarking that she was a fool for expecting anything. But before she could finish, Lloyd, his face completely red and his voice trembling yet clear, suddenly blurted out that it was because he loved Her Majesty, the king. The words lingered in the air like lightning. At that moment, Javier and Salura collapsed into each other's arms, holding one another tightly as tears streamed down their faces. Nearby, Alicia and Lloyd finally loosened their embrace, though Alicia immediately clasped both of his hands within her own. Lloyd's blush deepened even further. She smiled at him with a playful air, remarking that the most important greeting was still left to be given. The scene shifted as Count Aros and Lady Marbella, Lloyd's parents, stepped forward. Their eyes glistened with tears as they beheld their son truly standing before them. Lloyd looked back at them, guilt weighing heavily upon his face. His voice cracked as he admitted that he had been deceiving them all this time, adding that they probably already knew everything, but Before he could finish, Aros and Marbella seized his hands tightly. Smiling through their tears, they told him together that they were grateful he had come back to them, calling him their brave son. The moment shattered Lloyd's composure. His tears finally flowed as he stared at them with trembling lips. Then, a glowing system window suddenly appeared behind them, revealing the true image of his real parents. Lloyd swallowed hard, his body trembling, yet he did not hesitate. He threw his arms around them, hugging them tightly as he cried out that he was sorry for being late, calling them mother and father. The entire hall fell into silence, the long-awaited reunion between son and parents finally fulfilled. Suddenly, all eyes turned as a figure flipped and rolled dramatically before the crowd, landing gracefully on the ground. It was the same person who had earlier acted as the priest, now speaking loudly and urgently. He asked if Lloyd Frontura, eldest son of the Fronta family, would take King Alicia Tamina Magentano as his wife and accept the position of kingdom consort. Lloyd blushed deeply as his eyes met Alicia's, feeling the immense weight of the moment. Alicia stepped closer to him, her voice soft, yet tinged with teasing, as she reminded him that refusing meant death anyway, since the law was clear. If one had slept in the king's bed, marriage was mandatory. She added with a light smile that she had already assigned so many duties to the consort. Lloyd gazed at her, and just then a system window appeared before him, showing that his current RP held 9,999,999. A wide grin spread across his face. With confident motion, he gently lifted Alicia with his left hand from behind her shoulder, tilting her slightly as though preparing for a playful kiss. Holding her like this, Lloyd boldly declared while looking straight into her eyes that he, Lloyd Frontra, the man who had designed a legendary domain, would take Alicia Tamina Magentano as his wife. He then raised his left hand and pointed toward the sky, shouting triumphantly that he had returned and that the celebratory shots should be fired. Nearby, Yong, the bone dragon, began gathering energy in his mouth, forming a massive blue flame as he prepared to unleash his dragon breath. The crowd watched in awe as the night sky readied itself for an extraordinary display. Meanwhile, the people of Frontera erupted in celebration, launching fireworks, small pyrotechnics, and ceremonial cannon blasts into the sky. Laughter, cheers, and joyful cries filled the air. Even distinguished figures such as Velarde Blanc could be seen weeping and shouting in delight. Orcs, elves, and other attendees began playing musical instruments, their melodies weaving into the festive atmosphere. Eros and Marbella watched their son with uncontainable pride and joy. July, along with his wife, Bibiang and Bangul, joined in the revelry, celebrating the moment together. Still holding Alicia close, Lloyd glanced sideways at her as she smiled warmly at him. She gently cupped his head, and the two of them shared a passionate embrace amid the joyous chaos. Meanwhile, Yong finally unleashed his dragon breath into the night sky, sending out an immense glowing blast that illuminated the darkness like a brilliant firework display. The heavens cracked with light as the blue flames painted across them. Amidst this radiant scene, Alicia and Lloyd shared a passionate kiss, the culmination of their long-awaited reunion. Javier watched them with a smile, while at his side, Salura blushed, clearly moved by the sight of their love. The atmosphere was filled with joy, celebration, and heartfelt emotions as the tale of the greatest estate developer seemed to reach a grand, satisfying conclusion. Yet, just when it appeared the story was over, a final surprise awaited. Far away, drifting through the vast stretches of time and space, the real soul of Lloyd continued his silent journey, pondering what his next existence might be. He wondered what he would be reincarnated as, reflecting that he had once been a large man and questioning if he might now return as something as small as a bug. His thoughts grew more serious as he considered the one who had stolen his body and questioned how that figure had managed to become so strong. He thought that people must have been happy that such a person had come into their world. In his heart, he wished that if he were reborn, those who knew him would simply feel glad that he had entered their lives. His soul traveled on, moving steadily toward the end of the endless journey through time and space. At last, Lloyd reached the very edge of existence, where a radiant light enveloped him. His eyes slowly closed as he prepared to reincarnate into a new life. Suddenly, the cry of a newborn pierced the air. In the brightness, the shadows of a woman and a man appeared, their voices filled with awe and love. The woman exclaimed to her husband that their baby had opened his eyes, marveling at the large, round gaze that reminded her of herself. The man, however, chuckled and insisted the child looked more like him since, as he teased, he was the handsome one. He gently reassured the infant, speaking softly that the world must seem strange to their baby, and urging the child to come closer, explaining that this man was his father and the woman was his mother. He even played a little peekaboo to comfort him. The couple smiled warmly, their hearts overflowing with joy. The husband then declared that their baby would grow up strong, intelligent, and destined to protect many people, before announcing the child's name as Soo-ho Kim. In that unexpected twist, everything fell into place. Lloyd had been reincarnated. Soo-ho Kim was none other than Lloyd himself. Their soul, their essence, their being were one and the same. The story thus came full circle, revealing the true identity of the boy destined to live an extraordinary life.